The story takes place in a lonely area where a man named Mormont Carl, who works as a mercenary, asks if anyone knows what's going on. In response to his question, another person introduces himself as Lyle, saying he is a woodshop owner from Edora. He feels sorry and mentions that he can't remember why they are there. Following his lead, a chubby man, Grit, speaks up and reveals that he works at an antique shop in Halcea. He nervously adds that he also doesn't know why they have come together. A girl named Jenna, who has red hair, said she lived in a quiet forest and is confused, admitting that she, like the others, has no idea about the situation. Then, another person steps up and introduces himself as Islat Han, a farmer. He shares the confusion of the group, mentioning that he, too, is confused about where they are. Mormont, feeling frustrated by everyone's lack of knowledge, wonders if all 11 people are really claiming they don't understand their situation. Amidst the speculation, one member wonders if this is just a dream. However, another one questions whether they have been pulled into this situation by a magician, maybe to be the subject of some experiments. They are sharply criticized by Mormont for what he thinks is silly talk. He urges the group to focus on the urgent situation they are facing. Lyle mentions that the only sure thing is that they all come from Townia. They could possibly find an important clue if they keep talking to each other. However, before they can dig deeper into their conversation, a cute little fairy with 2 long braids suddenly shows up, her expression curious. She asks about their purpose and tells them that the master is about to open a space-time rift, so they must get ready for a fight. As the group nervously wonders who she is, the fairy introduces herself as Acel, the manager of this place, and warns them to stay in line if they want to avoid trouble. Although her warning is clear, Mormont stays unfazed and annoyed, questioning if she is the one who brought them here. When the fairy asks why he wants to know this, Mormont suddenly grabs his sword, asking how she can be so bold after supposedly kidnapping people, warning her that he will make her tell everything.
The fairy sighs deeply, warning him to stop his foolish antics unless he wants to meet his end. Mormont, menacingly waving his sword at the fairy, insists that she is speaking grandly for someone of her small size. In a sudden and shocking twist, Mormont impulsively lunges towards Acel, wanting to teach her a lesson. However, before he can carry out his attack, the fairy quickly and decisively slits his neck, taking him down with deadly skill. The system notes that Mormont has returned to the embrace of the goddess and his fighting spirit will be remembered forever. It also states that the cause of death was suicide due to stress. This sudden change sends shockwaves through the gathered crowd, their faces showing a mix of disbelief and fear. With a suspicious and malevolent look, Acel speaks to the onlookers, reminding them of her earlier warning to Mormont. She claims that his death could have been avoided if he had listened to her, stressing that her actions were in self-defense. With a chilling warning, she says that anyone who dares to touch her will face a fate like that of others, leaving no doubt about her deadly skills. As the shock wears off among the rest, they ask about her goals and want her to explain what she wants. However, Acel stays firm, telling them to follow her orders, to fight hard and win. That's all she wants. Soon, a group is formed, called Heroes. The system notes that 5 people, Lyle, Lanto, Morel, Kelcud, and Jackson, have joined Party 1, showing that the Master has finally started to work. Acel feels excited and tells everyone to get ready. With a strong command, she tells the system to open the space-time rift and a powerful gate appears before them, a portal to unknown dangers. With a serious warning, Acel focuses on the 5 Party 1 members, telling them to go through the gate if they want to avoid a fate like that of Mormon. This sudden warning shocks the Chosen Ones and fills them with fear. Suddenly, the main character Han Islet steps forward to stop the chaos, and he believes that she also wants to climb the tower. He asks if the Master can give them weapons, pointing out that they are 1-star heroes without a main weapon. He wonders if she really plans to send them into danger without being ready, suggesting that it would be like leading them into a suicide mission. However, the red-haired girl is curious about the tower. She thinks about what they are talking about. The protagonist also mentions the recent loss of a valuable 2-star hero, asking if she could at least think about this. The system shows Mormont Karl's details, revealing him as a level 1 person with no experience, having basic sword skills. Although Han made a suggestion, the fairy agrees and tells the master that the heroes are not prepared for battle. She says they should get equipment to boost their chances and make them ready for future fights. The system gives a crucial tip. The tip tells the heroes that they will enter battle with an old iron sword if they don't have the right equipment. It also suggests that weapons will be automatically equipped if placed in the armory. This shows that Isel can assign weapons, making sure no hero is unprepared. However, a few members go up to Han, and Lyle asks him what he knows about this place. Han replies that he doesn't know much either, because he hasn't been here long. He adds that the only thing he knows for certain is that they can die if they are too slow. Han points to a room, saying it would be best to grab a weapon from there, insisting that the battle will start soon. As Han turns to that room to get a weapon, his revelation surprises everyone around, causing worried whispers about the battle he mentioned. After a while, the party members get their weapons and sadly walk toward the space-time rift. They are shocked to see that Mormont's corpse is gone and wonder if it was taken by magic. The fairy tells them to be quiet and enter. As they stand in front of the door, hesitation grips them, and they think about the nature of the ominous portal. "Stop dilly-dallying and go in already," she exclaims. However, while the protagonist focuses on a shield, Jenna is surprised by his intense gaze, questioning whether she should claim it for herself. Turning to Han, Jenna expresses her doubts about their situation, asking if he has any idea about what lies ahead. She wonders whether they need weapons, complicating the conversation with more questions about where they are and the strange things surrounding the fairy. Han responds, but his tone is a bit short, saying that she definitely has a lot of questions and only mentions that they need to move to the battlefield to defeat their enemies. As for her other questions, Han leaves it to Jenna to figure out the mysteries on her own, suggesting that she needs to find the answers during their journey. Suddenly, his attention shifts to a system notification that says Morel has returned to the goddess's embrace, with her fighting spirit set to be remembered forever. Soon after, the same notification appears for the others, which is interesting. However, some might find it strange. This happens because everyone is affected, but not everyone reacts the same way. Although it's a common occurrence, people may have different thoughts about it. Among the 3 members of Part 1, Han finds himself thinking about whether this is why they only got 1 star. When Jenna asks about the situation and whether anything has happened, he begs her to be quiet. Soon after, the notification about the last member of Party 1 disappears, showing that Party 1 has been eliminated. The anger in the fairy is clear as she calls them bastards, mainly because they were taken out on the first floor. The system shows that 5 other members, including Han, Jenna, Dazzle, Grit, and Gale, have joined Party 1, and the fairy tells them to step forward and get ready. Han tells Jenna that it's their turn next, which makes her wonder why those who left earlier haven't come back. Meanwhile, an old man from the new party tells the fairy that he can't walk because of arthritis, asking to be excused. However, Jenna soon figures out he's lying, reminding him that he was walking just fine a moment ago. Frustrated, the fairy thinks they're all fools. When Jenna sees Han moving toward a strange portal, she forcefully pulls the old man along, telling him to keep up. The group should come together, trying to survive. However, the man looks hesitant. Meanwhile, the other 2 among them think about what the fairy wants them to prepare for. The heavier member, filled with anxiety, admits that he has never used a spear before. At the same time, the protagonist boldly steps into the portal. As they enter and check out their surroundings, they wonder if they have arrived in a temple. They notice, writing on the wall, an inscription telling them to gather various rare materials, along with a system showing that they are currently on the first floor of their challenge. Shortly after, a screen appears, emphasizing their mission to climb the tower and save the world. In response, the protagonist takes charge, telling his party members to get ready as the door to the first floor swings open. With a serious reminder, he urges them not to lose focus or get distracted as they begin their journey. Shortly after, they find themselves transported to a big area, leaving them to think about the nature of this place. Meanwhile, the system tells them about the next steps they must take. The main character, who finds himself in a tough spot, realizes that the main goal of this type of quest is to conquer, which means they must get rid of all the enemies. As the level 3 armed goblin monsters move closer, the protagonist reminds his teammates of his earlier warning. They would meet their end if they didn't fight back. This makes it crucial for them to stay focused. However, when he turns around, he sees that, except for Jenna, 3 of his group members have run away, trying to save themselves. In a last-ditch effort to motivate the older man, Jenna points out his arthritis, but as he charges ahead, the old guy claims that his condition has gotten better. The system suddenly notifies them that Dazzle, Jenna, Grit, and Gale are frozen in fear, resulting in a 30% drop in their stats. However, to their surprise, all the scared members are suddenly blocked by an invisible wall, which makes them panic as they desperately hit it, trying to escape. Meanwhile, Han watches their actions in disbelief. Trying to get over her fear, Jenna turns to Han and asks if they can escape if they beat the goblins. Han agrees and then wonders if she knows how to shoot a bow, to which Jenna replies. The story reveals that her father was a hunter. Han, however, reassures her that he will fight up close while she provides cover fire from the back. When he asks if she can really take on this job, Jenna quickly agrees with Han's plan. She then wonders about the skills of the other members. In response, Han tells her to ignore them completely, calling them useless pieces of doo-doo. As a swarm of scary goblin monsters rushes at them, the main character thinks about the uncomfortable fact he has never used a sword or a shield, even though he is known as Han Islet. His real name is Han Sojin, and he thinks that he has been accidentally pulled into a pretty bad role-playing game. Han steels himself with strong determination, even though he feels uncertain and troubled and faces the upcoming danger directly. Pick Me Up is a mobile game created by Mobius Corp, and the goal is to reach the 100th floor of the tower. Players can make materials to strengthen their hero, using strategy and tactics to move through the tower. Until yesterday, Han had lived an ordinary life. However, while playing the game, he got a notification saying that Pick Me Up had reached an amazing milestone of 1 million downloads. The message credited this success to the huge support from masters around the world, leading to the announcement of a special event to celebrate this accomplishment. The event details showed exciting rewards for players logging in from January 27th to February 5th, giving 100 gems each day and possibly a total of up to 1,000 gems. Additionally, masters who logged in during this time received a high-rank hero summon card, ensuring they would get powerful heroes rated 3 stars or higher. The Transcendental Advent Dungeon was unlocked, offering new challenges and chances for adventure. Han thought about the nature of this transcendental event and said that a grotesquely inflated game finally hosted a real event. As he contemplated the game's mechanics, he reflected on the different star ratings given to heroes, which went from 1 to 7 stars. However, despite his extensive efforts, he lamented his terrible luck, noting how, even after many paid polls, he never got a hero rated higher than 5 stars. This really stood out when compared to the seemingly lucky outcomes others had with the game system. But Han's focus was drawn to a specific dungeon with a low drop rate for the sought-after Book of Reversal, a rare item that could boost heroes to 7-star status. Although the odds were tough, he thought there was no reason not to join the challenge. Han recognized that pick-me-up mechanics were different from similar games with hardcore rules, even those where players poured considerable resources into their heroes. Revival was impossible if characters died, no matter if they were 1-star or 6-star, death was final. So, Han sent a recon team, made up of characters he thought were expendable, into the dungeon to check things out. When he got the message that the Advent Dungeon had opened, a wave of fear hit all his characters, causing a 30% drop in their stats. He couldn't help but think about why they were so scared. However, he stayed determined, knowing it was important to study the boss's patterns and form. Then, a level 999 enemy appeared out of nowhere, destroying all his party members. This made Han wonder if it was a bug, as the system showed he had lost. He thought it was a clear system error. After all his characters had been defeated before he could even see the boss's patterns, and he learned nothing from the fight. Although Han felt uneasy, it got worse when the level 999 creature flashed a wicked grin and locked its eyes on him through the phone screen, saying that it had found him. This surprised Han, as he noticed a pattern and thought that the game should have ended by now, given the huge loss he had just faced. However, suddenly, Han couldn't see anything, and the game system informed him about creating an account, making him choose a name. This made him think about what it all meant. The system then suggested that he pick the name Anything, and Han wondered if it was a short version of something. Although he was unsure about selecting the Yes option, the system acted on its own, catching Han off guard because he hadn't confirmed it yet. The system welcomed him with the name Anything into the world of Pick Me Up. It then asked if he wanted to start the tutorial, saying that he would get a reward after finishing. Soon, the tutorial started, and Han found himself in a strange, destroyed place with a sword in his hand, where buildings were on fire. The system said that in a small town in the Heim province, there lived a boy named Han Eilat, where humans lived alongside other species, and an unknown enemy invades that peaceful land. The system says Han should climb the tower if he wants to save the world. However, it also shows that many heroes will join him soon. The tutorial quest quickly gives Han the task of facing the invading goblins in the town. As he turns around, he is shocked to see armed goblins standing in front of him, which catches him off guard. But he doesn't need a long time to accept what's happening, because as the monster lunges to attack, Han barely manages to deflect the blow with his sword. Fueled by a newfound determination, he strikes back, ultimately defeating the creature. Although he succeeds, Han struggles with mixed feelings as he tries to understand what it feels like to take another being's life. With that, the stage is cleared, and he moves forward, wondering if he is inside a game. To his surprise, he sees a scene that looks like the pick-me-up game, leaving him startled. Suddenly, a message from the system pops up, asking if the master wants to summon a comrade before moving on to the next stage. This is a crucial moment for Han. The system told him to go to the Summon tab in the menu, showing that the first summon was free. However, 500 gems for a high-rank summon had been given. This made Han wonder what was going on. Before he could really understand the situation, a door opened and a character friend appeared in front of him. The system quickly informed Han that Master Anything had gotten a 4-star hero named Shay, leaving him confused and curious about the surprising turn of events. Han nervously thought about the summons, wondering if he was summoned like that by a pick-me-up player. Shay then asked Han if he had summoned her and wanted to know who he was. He told her his name, and she said that she was Shay Lathastery, a knight. The system showed her stats, although it then let the master create a party with heroes, telling him to drag Shay to the party slot to make his own team. Following the system's instructions, Master Anything had Han and Shay join a party, and they were sent back to the dungeon, quickly defeating the goblins. Shay pointed out Han's clear lack of skill, which made him confess that it was actually his first time. Han thought about how, unlike him, who had never used a sword before, the 4-star Shay easily took down the goblins with impressive skill and speed. Once the area was cleared, the rewards were given to Shay. Han recognized the difference in their ranks, noting that Shay was 3 stars above him and he had no complaints. However, that was where the problem started. The system notified the master that his heroes had fought bravely and the final tutorial stage was waiting for them, which aimed to make heroes stronger through synthesis. When the door to the last tutorial stage opened, Han said that he was in trouble. Soon, the fairy appeared, encouraging them to go through the door, stressing that the master was waiting for them. When Han saw her and called her Isel, the fairy was surprised and wondered how he knew her name. The protagonist explained that he was a pick-me-up user and introduced himself. The fairy was shocked to find out his name was Han Sojin and not Han Islat. After looking over the data, came to the conclusion that Han looked very different from Han Sojin. Meanwhile, Han claimed he was from Seoul Gangsogu and asked her to send him back, all while being polite. Acel then asked if he was from Earth, and when Han said yes, she repeated the question, and he agreed again. This made Acel visibly uneasy, leading her to shout in frustration and wonder what had happened, insisting that she might soon lose her mind. She then begged him to go into the building, but the main character hesitated, sharing his worries about what could happen if he went into the arena, fearing death was close. However, even with his fears, the fairy comforted him and said that he wouldn't die, stressing that he would go through synthesis. Although Hans was still unsure, she pushed him into the arena, marking the last part of the tutorial. As he entered, the synthesis began, surprising him. It meant that heroes would sacrifice one to make another stronger, and Han realized the harsh truth that one of them would be lost in the process. While thinking about his situation, he saw himself as a lowly one-star hero, completely different from Shay's respected 4-star rank. He thought about how silly it was for a normal player to give up a valuable hero like Shay. A typical player, he thought, wouldn't have any reason to get rid of Shay and leave him behind. This idea troubled him, especially since he was dealing with the real threat of his own death during the synthesis process. He wondered who would be brave enough to combine a 4-star hero with someone as unimportant as him. However, when the synthesis process was done, he was shocked to see himself getting stronger, while Shay started to glow and fade away. Anxiously, he asked why she was disappearing, insisting that it made no sense for a 4-star hero to vanish while he stayed a simple 1-star. Shay, in a mysterious way, explained that she just wasn't chosen, which left Han confused by her strange words. With a smile, Shay said she would leave everything to him, and soon after, she disappeared, surprising Han as he tried to make sense of what was happening. In the present moment, a man cowardly fell victim to the attack of the goblin monster, which was terrifying. Jenna, however, was not far away. She saw everything unfold. This made her feel anxious, but she knew she had to act quickly. Although she was scared, she gathered her courage because she wanted to help him. The situation was dire, and time was running out. In a desperate attempt to save the other scared members of their group, the protagonist, however, bravely faces the monsters, thinking about his own chances of survival. He understands the process of creating heroes, realizing that it's just a simple drag-and-drop function to trade one hero for another. With determination, he takes down the monster, wondering whether the master's mistake or careless gameplay caused Shay's death. He kills the creature, claiming that either the master made a mistake in dragging, or he is playing without really thinking about the consequences. After getting rid of the monsters, he thinks about his luck, concluding that Shaya died because the master acted foolishly. This is why he calls it a terrible game. He then turns his attention to Jenna and asks about the other 2 goblins. She says she killed one, but suddenly the last goblin attacks Han, biting his shoulder. He angrily spins around, realizing he doesn't understand how he ended up in this chaotic situation, but he is sure of one thing. He got summoned as the 1-star hero, Han. He reflects that right before he transitioned to this world, a level 999 bugged monster had looked at him and laughed. Han concludes that it must have been that entity that dragged him into this game. With determination in his eyes, he asserts that the bug picked the wrong person to mess with, and he swiftly dispatches the goblin monster with a decisive strike of his sword. However, after the battle fades, Han finds himself seriously wounded, having lost an arm in the fight. Jenna expresses concern for his well-being, but Han reassures her that he will be fine once they return. Reflecting on the nature of the game, Han acknowledges the lack of player control during combat, because most battles seem to happen automatically. Despite this, Pick Me Up boasts an impressive 1 million downloads worldwide, showing its popularity. Han thinks about the game's appeal, recognizing that players can observe the world of Pick Me Up as if they were gods themselves, gazing up at the sky. He then directs his thoughts to the master, questioning whether he enjoys this strange arrangement, orchestrating the game events, even with the challenges and frustrations that come with it. Han remembers the parts he used to love as a player: item crafting, strategic tactics, and hero ascension with hidden features. He decides that, although the game has its flaws, it's still worth pushing through and not giving up. He was the 5th place ranker, Loki, a master of masters, and however, with a fresh determination, he dares the other masters to see his survival until the end. Although the journey is tough, he stays determined because this is his passion. Jenna's level goes up when she successfully finishes the stage, earning her rewards. However, Han is recognized as the most valuable player for his amazing performance. Out of the 10 players who went into the dungeon, only Han and Jenna made it out alive, while the others fell to the goblin attack. The protagonist accepts what happened, realizing that complaining is for kids, and he decides not to whine anymore during his training. Han understands that this is the world of pick-me-up, and he was called upon as a 1-star hero from the start. In this world, a hero can die in 2 ways, in battle or by being compounded. He thinks about his position as just a 1-star hero and sees it as pointless because 1-star players are seen as disposable and represent the lowest quality. Their basic stats are weak and their growth rate is low too. He thinks that at this rate, he will not escape the danger of being compounded. The system shows his attributes. Level 5 with 44 out of 50 experience points, along with other stats that indicate he lacks any unique skills. Noticing his attributes, he intensifies his training, understanding the urgent need to get stronger. He reminds himself of his ultimate goals: survival, revenge, and returning to his world. He knows that achieving these objectives is impossible without boosting his strength. However, he pushes himself to train harder. Although he is uncertain about how events will unfold, he understands that failing to improve his abilities will lead to his end. His inability to accept the harsh truth of his situation will cause his consumption. As he focuses on improving his agility through tough training, he draws parallels between his current situation and his past military experiences. He trains harder, realizing that it is not just physical strength he needs to improve, but also mental toughness, recognizing the importance of both in his quest for survival. Being mentally unstable could cost him his survival in this environment. He dedicates himself to various exercises, thinking about his upbringing without parental protection. In fact, he realizes that he thrived in tension and adversity. While he is doing push-ups, Jenna comes up to him, curious about what he is doing. To this, Han says that he is training to kill monsters. Jenna then asks Han why he has such a harsh tone, showing that she has been looking for him. Grasping her bow and arrow, she tells Han that she thought about it all night, what to do moving forward. She asks if it is possible for them to escape this place. Jenna then reveals that her father was a hunter, therefore, archery became her hobby. With determination, she aims at a target, promising him that she will not be a burden. She knows that whining and crying will not make any change, and her arrow strikes the target. This makes her wonder if Han knows how to survive. He asks if yesterday was her first time dealing with real-life combat. Jenna agrees, saying that she has always preferred staying home instead of facing such challenges. When the main character asks about her skill with a bow and arrow, she casually says that it is just so-so. Unbeknownst to her, Han checks her attributes window and finds out that Jenna is at level 2 with 5 out of 20 experience points. Although her other stats are not great, her unique skill is labeled as low-rank archery. Han thinks she earned 4 points in stats from the day before and realizes that she is not as good as him in that area. However, she has a unique skill, which he considers because even though her performance was not the best, especially since it was her first time, she still managed to kill a goblin. Furthermore, Han notices Jenna's amazing ability to quickly adjust to the tough situation they are in, showing a strength that helps her keep going despite difficulties. He admires her clear goals and determination, seeing her as a valuable ally even with her lack of experience. Viewing her as a hidden treasure with a lot of potential, Han decides to help her, acknowledging that she could be a strong partner in their fight for survival. With a determined glint in her eye, Jenna reaches out her hand towards Han. However, he hesitates. She feels a mix of excitement and nervousness. This moment is important, but she knows it could change everything. Although she wants to connect, she wonders if he will accept her gesture or pull away. Because of this, Jenna takes a deep breath and prepares for whatever happens next. Remembering her father's important lesson about the value of connections in life, she meets his hand with a strong handshake. She shows her excitement to work with him as a teammate. Meanwhile, the system notifies Han about Jenna's good feelings for him, announcing a new intimacy bonus. This bonus gives tips on how to use it for stat boosts when teaming up with another hero, encouraging him to make the most of it. However, even with these possible benefits, Han thinks the constant pop-up messages from the system are kind of annoying. Later, the main character calls out to the fairy Isel, asking is around. Isel appears and, feeling frustrated, says she is busy. This leads Han to comment on how quickly she showed up, even though she said she was occupied. But she insists that she won't answer, no matter how many times he asks, and urges him to go up the tower if he really wants to know, stressing that the answer is inside it. Han then wonders if he is the only one who can see the stats window floating above. Isel is surprised by his question. She nervously tries to keep calm and says she doesn't get what he means. Han then points out that it says 257 level right there, and Isel wonders if he can really see this. She mentions that it is because something got mixed up, and without thinking, she says that Han did something annoying. However, Han quickly realizes what she is implying. Isel's reaction makes Han believe that he is the only one who can see the games and the Master's messages. He then asks Isel about what would happen if the Master quit, and the fairy looks confused, begging him to pray that the Master doesn't leave them. Han thinks about how strange it is to be mixed up with Shay, seeing it not just as a simple mistake, but as a big error on the Master's part. He figures the chances of summoning a 4-star hero are about 1% with paid summoning, and he concludes that the Master wasted that luck on this mistake. He believes that Pick Me Up is linked to the phone, which is why you can't reset it. He thinks about the last time Master logged on, which was a week after his first experience. He then asks Isel if the time here is different from Earth's, which annoys her. She angrily reminds him that she already told him not to ask her any questions and asserts that she will not give any answers. Han realizes that the time is indeed different and sarcastically thanks her for the advice, mocking her for sticking to her position. Isel, feeling frustrated, twirls her braids and calls Han a 1-star trash. Although the protagonist knows that the fairy cannot hurt him, she can interfere only in cases of self-defense and when the Master's orders have been broken. He decides to figure out the rules one at a time, knowing that he will be eliminated if he doesn't adapt. This is how this world works. Jenna then comes over to Han, asking what they were talking about. Han explains that they need to navigate this tower, which has 100 stages. He adds that someone known as the Master can give commands through Isel, and they have to complete the tasks he assigns. He further guesses that they will probably be able to return to their world once they get to the 100th stage. Jenna, filled with curiosity, asks if they have to face many monsters. Han confirms this, explaining that these challenges are exactly why they are going through tough training to become stronger. When she wonders if it will be just the two of them, Han makes it clear that their Master can call in more people, and as they move forward, it's likely that more individuals will join their journey. Han realizes that his future depends on the choices he makes from this point on. However, in the end, their lives are still controlled by their Master. After finishing a training day, Han discovers an interesting rule of this world. Daily needs and food are restocked the next day. If someone imagines an item they want, it appears in the drawers or closet. However, he notices that weapons like guns won't appear in this place. He sees that the outcomes of his training are so different that he is starting to understand ideas that were once unknown to him when he used to play pick-me-up. Although he sometimes played pick-me-up, he realizes that heroes have different combat abilities, even if they are ranked the same, and they all have one thing in common. They are not lazy in their training. You can acquire skills and refine your abilities through training, but training will not increase your statistics or levels. Reflecting on this revelation, Han realizes that he initially failed to understand its importance. Upon further contemplation, he begins to doubt whether they were, in fact, artificial intelligence. The perceptive master will soon categorize the main heroes into 3 distinct groups. First, based on mentality, because the master has little tolerance for heroes who are prone to panic. Second, based on skills, where high-ranking heroes are summoned with their abilities already established, while the talents of lower-ranking heroes remain hidden, necessitating active searching by the master. And third, physical capability, an area in which Han strives to improve. On the 3rd day of training, as the master logged in, Han accessed his attributes window and discovered that he had reached level 5, along with increases in strength, intelligence, stamina, and agility. He has also acquired 2 unique skills, low-rank swordsmanship and low-rank shield techniques, both at level 1. This realization drives Han to become determined, believing he has maximized his training efforts. He then tells Jenna that the master is here. However, she seems a bit surprised, asking, "Already?" because she didn't expect it. Han, already curious about her response, questions what she means by already, reminding her that it has been 3 days, but she quickly gathers herself. Although it's unexpected, she knows she must be ready. Just at that moment, Han gets a notification saying that the master has started the summoning process. He tells Jenna that the master is calling new heroes, explaining that a party can hold 5 people. So, the master will probably summon 3 more heroes to join them. After that, 3 new heroes, Aaron, Toby, and Yelson, show up, looking totally unaware of what's going on around them. Isel then appears, creating a rift in space and time, which makes Han urge Jenna to grab a weapon before it's too late. The system shows a tip: heroes without weapons will go into battle with just an old iron sword. Also, you can equip a weapon if you put it in storage, and you can pick which weapon others will hold. However, Han thinks about his situation. He has no weapons to give to the new players because everyone from his last battle was killed. Meanwhile, Isel urges the new members to enter the portal while they yell at her. One of them begs her to send them back, but the other guy questions her identity and origin skeptically amidst the rising tension. Jenna steps in to stop the dark-toned guy from bothering Isel more. Much to his annoyance, he accuses Jenna of taking Isel's side and asks if she has anything to do with bringing them to this place. Jenna quickly rebuffs his claims, clarifying that she also got here against her will. Meanwhile, Han, making his way toward the portal, tells Jenna that it's not a good time to explain everything right now. He insists that the guy will figure it out in a few minutes. As the newcomers keep yelling at Isel, one says that his wife is waiting to take him back right now, while the other claims he is a poor farmer and doesn't have any money. Jenna walks with Han toward the portal, expressing worries about those people, and asks Han if they will die. To this, Han says that they just need to not touch Isel. However, Isel takes matters into her own hands, teaching the newcomers a harsh lesson. However, the 3rd member gives a heartfelt apology. Eventually, they all enter the crack of space and time, although they do it reluctantly. With a smile, Isel says goodbye, urging them to enjoy their journey ahead. On floor 2, the quest type is Conquest, and the objective is to eliminate all enemies. Soon, the party members are teleported to floor 2. But, while the other 3 members are confused, Han asks if Jenna is ready, and she firmly agrees. On this floor, the enemies are level 3 goblins and level 4 prairie wolves, which surprise Aaron, Toby, and Yelson, lowering their stats by 30%. Because Han sees that Jenna is also scared and her stats have dropped by 30%, he playfully teases her, asking if she is scared too. However, his actions only frighten her more, making her anxiously tell him not to scare her like that. Han then gives her the job of dealing with the 2 goblins while he handles the wolves. But he quickly notices that the newcomers are no help and decides to ignore them. Shortly after, as the monsters move closer to him, he stands firm, ready to fight. Prepared to face them head-on with determination, he thrusts his weapon into one of the wolves that lunges at him. Although he soon sees that it is not dead yet, he thinks this must be because of the weapon's quality. Despite this setback, he stays alert and successfully delivers a powerful strike against another wolf, taking it down with a quick swing of his sword. The main character quickly takes care of the last wolves, skillfully using his shield to dodge their attacks. After landing some strong hits to defeat them, he shifts his focus to the goblins, who Jenna's archery skills have pretty much wiped out. He makes a sarcastic comment that she has turned them into pincushions with her accurate shots. Because of that, the area is cleared and both of them level up. Han is chosen as the MVP, and they get 5,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. Soon, all 5 of them are taken back, and the system congratulates them on finishing the second floor. However, when they come back from the crack in space and time, they are suddenly teleported to the 3rd floor, which confuses Jenna and Han. Han learns that the situation is similar to what they experienced on the 2nd floor. However, now they are being sent to the 3rd floor. He thinks about the chance that a reckless master might push them straight into the 3rd floor, but he worries about what could happen if that occurs. Nevertheless, he lets out a sigh of relief when he finds out that the master has logged out. He then notices Isel yawning, showing she is tired, and he points out that they are the ones who have been active. How can she feel fatigued? As he looks at a portal gate, Han wonders if the pace is 1 floor per day. He thinks that, if time moves 3 times slower here than in the waiting room, they should log in again in 3 days. Later, Han checks his attribute window and sees he has reached level 6, with 13 out of 50 experience points. Also, he notices a drop in his intelligence by 1. However, his strength has increased by 2, and his general stat growth stays at 4 points. This change seems to show that his leveling efficiency has improved, likely meaning there's been an upgrade in his physique. He then considers what these changes could mean. Master isn't rushing for progress either. Had he stuck to the method he used on the 1st floor, it would have put everyone in danger. Hans's attention is then pulled to a newcomer who is yelling at Jenna. One man questions why he has to fight, and the other demands to know where they are and what kind of monsters they are facing. Han thinks about how 1-star individuals are really just ordinary people who have lived far away from the battlefield. He hears Jenna trying to convince the newcomers that they have to fight to survive, saying they can handle other things later. However, the dark-toned guy challenges her, asking how she thinks he can battle monsters when he has never even held a weapon before. To this, Jenna snaps back, asking if he thinks any of them have prior fighting experience. Han reflects on why 1-stars are often seen as worthless, especially since the 2-star Mormont claimed to be a mercenary. This makes him wonder if higher star levels really mean that those people are more likely to be fighting professionals. According to Han, high-class mercenaries do not panic at the drop of a hat, and if the master throws freshly summoned 1-star mercenaries into battle, they will go into fear or panic status 100% of the time. However, this is not true for those with 3 stars or higher, because they seem to jump right into combat. Hans wonders if these experienced fighters have some prior knowledge of their mission, or if they truly understand their objectives and why they are fighting. Reflecting on Shay's demeanor, he thinks that she might be aware of their purpose. Jenna then comes over to Han, showing her frustration with the newbies, whom she thinks are impossible to work with, and asks if he can help her. However, Han replies, questioning why he would waste effort on what he sees as useless trash. Jenna then cuts in, suggesting that both of them should motivate the newbies to step up and join them, saying that this method is better than doing nothing. He stresses that they will soon vanish, clarifying that it's not just about being killed in battle. Instead, if they stay inactive, they will simply disappear. Hans tells Jenna that they should come together for the upcoming war, encouraging her to forget about the other recruits. Just after this exchange, a dark-toned individual approaches them, wanting to ask a question. However, Han quickly glances at him and chooses to ignore him, telling the guy to keep his thoughts to himself because they are annoying. His response, however, made the guy really mad, and he angrily grabbed Han, asking what he had said. Yet, Han stayed calm and smacked the dark-toned guy's face, causing him to fall to the ground, thus showing his strength. The protagonist called the new members bastards, stating that these bastards were jumping around in the back while they were losing blood out there. He then turned around and told Jenna that he had done what she asked, to which Jenna replied with a gentle smile. The training continued the next day, and after they finished basic exercises, Jenna and Han moved on to weapons training. Han and Jenna concentrated on sharpening their skills, with Han practicing with a wooden sword and Jenna working on her archery. Han's special skills in beginner swordsmanship and beginner shield proficiency went up to level 2 through this training. This exercise not only improved his abilities, but also kept them both focused on their training, while the other 3 members did not attend the training grounds, primarily because they wandered about searching for an exit. They claimed they would leave this place. However, there was no exit. On the other hand, Han and Jenna continued their training regimen, with Jenna aiming her arrow at Han while he deflected them to enhance their skills. Suddenly, an arrow pierced Han's leg. Although it was painful, Han managed to remove it, prompting Jenna to worry about his well-being. Han reminded her that he had already told her she must not worry about him, urging her to stop thinking that the natural laws here are the same as where she is from. He explained that wounds heal quickly here, as demonstrated by his rapid recovery from the injury. In response to the pain, the system notified Han that he had acquired the skill of pain resistance. Nevertheless, Han persisted in training, viewing pain as a testament to his vitality and proof of his existence. He remained determined to continue improving himself, undeterred by his challenges. The system mentioned that Han's beginner swordsmanship and beginner shield proficiency had synthesized into a new skill called beginner sword and shield proficiency. The next day in the pick-me-up realm, Isel firmly tells the 3 people to meet in the square when the master arrives. Meanwhile, Jenna expresses her determination, saying that ongoing training has created a strong desire in her to show off her skills. Han comments on how well she adapts, saying it seems like she is getting used to things faster than he is. To this, Jenna replies by pointing out her natural toughness. However, the dark-toned person and the farmer show their unhappiness towards Isel, begging her not to make them fight again. The dark-toned person asks if she plans to force them into battle once more, firmly stating he does not want to do that. Their disrespectful behavior makes Isel angry, and she decides to give them a harsh punishment. After the beatdown, she insists that they go to the arena, no matter how beaten up they look. The 3 individuals, even though they don't want to, follow her orders. On the 3rd floor, their quest goal is subjugation, and their mission is to eliminate all enemies. Han reassures Jenna that navigating this floor will not be a challenge, especially because they have upgraded gear. Thus, they prepare for the encounter. The tactics they employed encouraged her to engage in combat, since they had trained diligently. They resolutely confronted the challenges that arose after completing the stage. Jenna levels up and is recognized as the most valuable player on the floor. She receives a reward of 7,000 grinds of gold, iron ore, and leather. Jenna remarks that she believes she is starting to grasp the mechanics, to which Han agrees, mentioning that standing aside was somewhat tedious this time. Jenna observes those 3 team members and tells Han that those individuals still do not intend to fight. Han, finding this uninteresting, remarks that it is inconsequential and adds that he does not want to share experience points with players like them. He asserts that if they do not participate in a battle, they will miss out on the experience points. Han also notices the Master's message window, which indicates a tip suggesting that when dealing with disobedient heroes, one should consider spinning the Wheel of Fortune. This could lead to improved behavior. Han notices that the Master is choosing the floor again. This presents another challenge for them. He thinks the Master might spin the Wheel of Fortune unexpectedly. However, it could be a test. Although they have faced many challenges, this one feels different. It's important to stay alert because anything can happen now, but Han remains cautious. The Master sent the party members to the 1st floor again. Soon, they were all transported there, starting a quest to defeat all enemies. Jenna, showing amazing skill, easily beats most of the monsters and is chosen as the most valuable player. However, the Master keeps sending them into battle over and over, not letting them rest, which ultimately tires both Han and Jenna out. After they finish those stages, they find themselves back in the tower. As they step out of the crack, Jenna shows her frustration, saying it's driving her up the wall and wondering how long they have to deal with those seemingly useless members. Han tells her not to worry, saying it will all end today. This makes Jenna ask what he means by that, especially since those members don't really seem like they'll change. The protagonist thinks that the master isn't in a good enough position to keep people who are of no use. Suddenly, the master opens the synthesis chamber, leaving the useless members confused and questioning its purpose. The master then picks the heroes for the drag and drop, which one will eventually be sacrificed. While the other will be synthesized, the sacrificed hero will stop existing. Meanwhile, Han says goodbye to the idiots with a suspicious look, noting that they can't even grab an opportunity when it's given to them. However, this brings up questions about their ability to see potential. Although they might not know it, the chances given to them are short-lived. But because of their ignorance, they stay unaware of the importance of the moment. Han thinks about how different chances are given to those who seem unimportant members. However, even if the small details go unnoticed, the master shouldn't be unaware of the whole situation. He believes that they need to know who is fighting on the front lines, who helps out, and who just stands around. Isel then tells Jenna and Yell to go to the synthesizing room, which surprises them. Still, Han comforts Jenna, saying that nothing will happen to her. Yelson, worried about what might happen, asks what could occur if they go in that room, and Han says he will be judged for his actions. Isel, even though she doesn't want to, agrees with Han, and their comments only make Yelson even more angry. He shouts that he has done nothing wrong and has been unfairly pulled into this situation. Han sticks to his belief about Yelson's expectations, saying that things would have been different if they had at least pretended to be part of the fight, which just makes Yelson even more upset. Later, even though he didn't want to, Yelson steps into the chamber, and as the synthesis starts, he is sacrificed. Meanwhile, Jenna levels up and gains the skill of Hawkeye. However, she doesn't notice what's happening around her. She wonders why that guy turned into light and disappeared. Han tells her that, in this chamber, those who are seen as useless die as sacrifices. With a serious look, Han says it is his turn to go into the chamber and asks the last two members which one of them will be next. This catches them by surprise. Isel, in a firm tone, says that Han and the dark-tone guy Toby should go next, which leaves Toby a bit shocked. His first reaction is nervous laughter as he jokingly says he will be sent home. However, his voice reveals his fear. As Han tries to help him see it differently, the synthesis process begins, and Toby is surrounded by light, vanishing completely. This allows Han to level up and gain more composure skills. When Han comes out of the chamber, he casually comments on his luck to the last member, who is left confused and thinking about his own fate. Jenna understands that one person will eventually vanish in this dark situation if they are deemed useless by the master. However, she feels a sense of dread about it. Han asks her, why is she sad, emphasizing that she is the one who does not want to be left behind. Jenna, trembling, asks if such a fate awaits her one day, if she becomes useless. Han acknowledges the harsh reality they face, explaining that, as they move forward, they will meet tougher foes and allies, and some may not survive the challenges ahead. Jenna's sadness is clear as she comments on the stark reality of their situation, recognizing Han's understanding of what they are going through. Han suggests that to survive, she should listen to her father's wisdom and stick with those who have strength. On the second day in the training ground, Jenna approaches the protagonist, asking him to take good care of her, making Han wonder if something has happened. She reminds him that he told her to get close to the strong so she could be more like them, and she asks for his protection. Han thinks it's unbelievable, saying that she won't perish if she works hard. However, the weight of their situation hangs heavily. She does not worry too much. Soon the third person, Aaron, one of their team members, comes over and apologizes, admitting that he is foolish and just causing trouble. Aaron adds that no matter what happens, leaving them to fend for themselves is a cowardly thing to do. Now, he promises them that he will act differently. Han asks how they are supposed to trust him, to which Aaron replies that if they want, he can even kneel before them. Jenna says it looks like the guy has finally gotten his act together. Han throws a spear at Eren, asking if he has ever fought a monster, claiming that he has never fought one either. Surprisingly, Eren catches the spear, recognizing Han's skill. Han points out the difference in determination, the will to win a fight and survive. He states that, although he isn't an expert, he has heard it is the easiest weapon to use. He then tells Eren to prepare for battle, which surprises him, making him ask if Han is teaching him. Han lunges toward Eren at full speed, questioning why he is asking him that when Han has never used a spear before. Han emphasizes that Eren has to learn to fight on his own, just like he did. Therefore, Eren must also learn to depend on himself. However, Eren struggles to block Han's attacks, while Han insists that Eren should be thankful to have an opponent for practice, although his past foes were just scarecrows. Sensing the danger ahead, Eren nervously shuts his eyes to counterattack, but Han quickly kicks him aside, mocking his lack of focus in battle. Overwhelmed by the situation, Eren starts to vomit. Han chastises him, saying that their lives are not in danger yet. Nonetheless, Eren cannot handle the pressure. He claims that if he were facing a real monster, he would have already died. Jenna grows worried and asks if Han is being too hard on Eren for his first experience. In reply, the protagonist says he won't care for anyone else and declares that he will leave her if she can't keep up. Han then asks if Eren has a family, and the trembling young man admits he has a little sister waiting for him. Han acknowledges this, contrasting it with his own situation of being alone. He then holds his sword at Eren's neck, asking about the consequences if Eren doesn't return home. He emphasizes the torment that comes with dying at the hands of a monster or being synthesized. Han asserts that he should give up hope if Eren is unwilling to keep trying. He grins sarcastically, noting that the spark in Eren's eyes seems brighter than before. Later, the master upgrades the forge, an annex of the armory, using 500 gems. Han sees that he has now unlocked free roam because the forge has opened. He calls out for Aizel to come forth, and she appears, scolding him for thinking he can summon her whenever. The protagonist replies that he is getting tired of that routine, suggesting she might want to think about a change. Aizel shows her frustration. However, Han stays unfazed, asking if she is giving tips to the master and if she has access to the internet. He reasons that she should be able to use it if she can mess with the system. Aizel admits, although reluctantly, that she can access the internet and shares that her hobby is surfing the web. Han replies that the advice she is giving acts like a foundation. After summoning equipment 10 times, one can unlock a level of the training facility and then access the forge. Surprised by his reaction, Aizel asks how he knows this, to which Han replies that it is a well-known post on the pick-me-up site. He then questions if she is familiar with the one that Loki shared. When the fairy wonders whether he knows Loki, Han confidently says yes, stating that Loki is definitely a user of pick-me-up. Aizel, with a hint of sarcasm, implies that Han was probably someone who stayed on the lower floors, and she goes on to praise Mr. Loki as the master of masters, even calling him the god of pick-me-up. As she shares her admiration for Loki, Aizel blushes and mentions that he would surely be the top player if he had a 7-star. Intrigued, Han asks why she thinks so highly of Loki, prompting Aizel to explain that he is the one who made the impossible possible in the game. Han grins mischievously at her words. However, Aizel jokingly suggests that he probably knows little about Loki's past as a pick-me-up user. As Aizel turns to think about Loki, Han tells her sorry to break this news to her, revealing the shocking truth that he is Loki. Confused by this news, she asks him about his claim, thinking he is just joking. Sarcastically, she replies, "What kind of bluff is that?" In answer, Han shares Loki's account number, which is 46,631,993, and mentions that, because of the threat from hackers, the pick-me-up account number is known only by the master and the server officials. He suggests that she check this information herself. When she doubts him, he provocatively asks her if she wants him to give her the Google account. However, Aizel still isn't convinced. After she looks into the system, she says it seems unreasonable, but once she verifies the information, she gets super excited and asks for an autograph. Aizel happily embraces this new knowledge, proudly stating her VIP status as a member of Ragnar Loki. She encourages Han to celebrate this bond with her while handing him an autograph book. Curiously, Han wonders what Ragna Loki is. Isel explains that it's a fan cafe for the Master of Masters Loki, where Loki's signature is required to become a VIP member. He playfully mocks her for being bold, especially since he is Loki. Isel, feeling a bit anxious, thinks about what will happen to Niflheim. Han, too, is caught up in this line of thought. Niflheim, which acts like a waiting room in his account, has 13 floors and can hold up to 20,000 people. Most of the facilities are really nice, especially on levels 18 and 22. He wonders about the moment when he, the true master, will take that space. Isel, shaking with unease, asks about the future of the 20,000 troops. Han replies that if her worry is so deep, then why doesn't she just send him back? She, with a heavy heart, says that doing that is beyond her power, but Han quickly points out that he already knows about her limits. He reveals that she just acts as a middle manager, doing simple tasks. Then, he asks if the owner of this waiting room, anything, is really a human from Earth, and if the summoned heroes are also not AI. Isel agrees, mentioning that this connected realm is a bit different. However, they are all, in essence, people. However, Master Anything stays unaware of the truth that these individuals are, in fact, real humans. This is because the Master is just a user who enjoys playing pick-me-up games. Although he seems to have fun, he doesn't see the bigger picture. But it's important to understand their reality. Although the heroes face many crises for their entertainment, the main character wonders if he can go back to Earth after reaching the 100th floor of the tower. The fairy replies that she is unsure. Han then asks who brought him to this place, and Isel says she can't give an answer and apologizes. However, Han comforts her, saying it's okay, reminding her that, as she said before, he will find out the truth when he climbs the tower. Moving on to his next question, Han wants to know how much authority the Master has that she can use. Isel explains that she can offer advice, manage the opening and closing of facilities, and help with automated tasks. Then, Han asks if the waiting rooms for the other masters are similar to this one. Isel answers that, although each room is a bit different, they are basically alike. He thinks about the idea of 100 million worlds existing, questioning if Mobius's summoning system is real, which is said to have created an endless number of heroes by mixing thousands of patterns. He comes to the realization that the hero he once knew was a real person. He wonders if this means that the system, which supposedly created an endless number of contents, also made 100 million unique worlds. Han thinks that all the different realms in the game exist in another reality. He questions whether his reckless choices could have caused a hero's downfall. Later, he tells Isel if she wants to climb the tower, she must pay close attention to his words, because he is ready to give her that chance, which makes the fairy happy. The protagonist respects Jenna's smarts and recognizes that her growth rate is unlike a 1-star level. However, even though she doesn't have much experience with daggers, she quickly learns to use them. In contrast, Eren is sluggish, and at this rate, he might face an early end. Jenna jokingly tells Han that she faced Eren while purposely holding back, but he still turned out to be unimpressive. Han urges her to drop her arrogant talk and follow him, which makes Jenna wonder about his motives and if he plans to teach his best subordinate today. Suddenly, Isel shows up, scolding Jenna. Isel is strongly establishing herself as Han's main subordinate, which makes Jenna angry. At the same time, Jenna casually claims that she is Han's #1 subordinate. This statement annoys Isel, who insults Jenna by calling her a fox-like wench and questions her understanding of Han's identity. However, before Isel can say more, Han steps in, holding the fairy in his hand and asking if she has any tasks to do. While trapped in Han's grip, Isel forcefully tells Jenna that she is indeed Loki's, no Han's top subordinate, insisting that Jenna must remember this. Jenna, confused, asks Han what exactly that thing is, but Han dismissively says there is no reason to worry. She is just an idiot. Later, as they get closer to the warehouse, Han reminds Isel of her earlier claim about having the authority to access it, urging her to open the warehouse quickly. The fairy follows his order, and Han takes out 6 iron ore, 3 pieces of leather, and 4 wooden planks from the warehouse. Soon after, Han tells Isel to unlock the forge, which makes Jenna, who is pushing a cart, curiously ask about his plans. The main character explains that he can't rely on that old iron sword forever. However, he plans to forge a new weapon. This is important because he knows he needs something stronger. Although the sword has served him well, it won't last much longer. Han made a big discovery. He is a being who is half master and half hero. Because of this realization, he understands that if this is really true, he might have the ability to invade territories, a skill usually saved for masters. Within the forge, Isel asks Loki if he is making Litten or Bonak. However, he can't do that because he doesn't have the right facilities. This results in 3 penalties being placed on him. The system asks him to choose a puzzle difficulty, and Han reveals that he will choose Ultra Hell, which surprises the fairy. She wonders if he is actually choosing Ultra Hell, even though he is under a triple penalty. The Ultra Hell puzzle is a minigame mostly played by masters, and although many masters steer clear of it, the rewards are really tempting. He has a time limit of 3 minutes, and Isel thinks she can't even recognize the shape. Han starts the puzzle and skillfully works with the materials. Isel's excitement builds as he watches Han's speed, and she remarks that Han has the Hand of God, the legendary Thousand Hands. Ultimately, Han manages to create a long sword, and Isel is thrilled to find out that the result is a well-made iron sword, rank C. It is strong, light, and sharp. However, the materials used were a bit rough. This shortcoming was made up for by the great skills applied in its making. The main character carefully goes back to the complex puzzle to make weapons for his friends. He works on a well-made short bow, a sharp long spear, and a strong steel shield. After that, he stretches his arms, feeling tired, and asks Isel if these items are C ranks. He thinks about how he can't do much more with the materials he has. When the fairy asks if he plans to make more, Han replies that any extra work from now on would be too obvious. He wants to prevent the master from having any unnecessary misunderstandings. The next day, Han, Isel, and Eren find themselves teleported to the 4th floor, where they need to defeat all enemies as part of their mission. Jenna is amazed at how flexible her new bow is, saying its abilities are incredible. She wonders, because of its high quality, if future arrivals might try to steal it. Han, ready to fight the monsters, tells her that by using the personal weapon option, that won't happen. Han sees that the master is putting a heavy load on them by making only the 3 of them clear the stage. However, he tells Jenna to face the harpies while Eren protects her during the fight. As the confrontation with the goblins unfolds, Han watches Eren and sees him as a coward. This view comes because of Eren's obvious fear. His movements are really weak. This frantic way he acts makes Jenna hit his face hard, causing his nose to bleed. She warns him that if he messes up this time, his chances of survival are 0 and asks if he can accept such a fate. However, Han tries to calm him down, begging him to stop panicking. Eren tells Han he is committed to trying hard, and after a tough battle pushed by their teamwork, they manage to clear the stage. Although they level up, Eren is stuck in thoughts about his poor performance and thinks about what will happen next. Then, the system tells him he has been named a favorite, making Han comment on how Eren will probably survive. In a burst of joy, Eren shouts that he is alive, having made it through the tough time. Jenna mentions that just like Underling 1, it seems that the Underling 2 seems to have grown up, which makes Han wonder about her view on Underling. After this, Han goes back into the armory, thinking about underlings. However, he finally realizes that his first underling is Cirrus of Niflheim, about the 5 people connected to Party 1, all really exceptional, rated 6 stars and at level 99. With 5 divine weapons that he has carefully crafted and improved using some ultimate skills. Han is really looking forward to working with these 5 party members, Muden, Nihaku, Redigian, Cirrus, and Yurnet, as he climbs the tower. He sees this whole thing as just entertainment. However, he believes that Cirrus, the sub-master, can handle things on her own, with Yurnet ready to step in if needed. Han thinks they are smart and calm, and he starts to wonder if they might be artificial intelligence. But after thinking it over, he decides they are not AI. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yurnet goes to Cirrus and asks if she's thinking about leaving. Cirrus replies that it's important to make the most of every moment they have. Still, Yurnet argues that she can't say goodbye properly, urging Cirrus to concentrate on the ongoing investigation. Cirrus tells Yurnet to handle the rest of the tasks and to trust her about the Master's location in the game. In a big upgrade, the Master raises the home to level 2. This increases the hero capacity limit. However, some might wonder how this affects the overall gameplay. Although it is a good change, it can also create new challenges. However, players will likely enjoy the benefits because it allows more heroes to join in the fight. The main part of the building, called the cafeteria, is finally done, and the respected heroes will now enjoy really nutritious meals. Also, the training grounds have moved up to level 2, which makes hero training more effective. The Armory's 3 extra buildings, the forge, wood shop, and refinement facility, have come together into one place, now known as the equipment workshop. Because of this, the town square has also reached level 2. However, this series of upgrades surprises Jenna, who wonders what the Helheim has happened in this place, while Aaron thinks about whether the Master is as powerful as an archmage to create such amazing changes. Han says that the Master might have used too many resources, but he had no choice because this moment is the start of real excitement. Han thinks that since the heroes have many different reactions and thrilling battles, anything should have noticed that these individuals aren't just data composed of binary numbers, but are actually real people. These individuals are truly sentient beings, and he can't help but feel a connection because he is a human too. However, as they move through the floors, the waiting room keeps getting significantly better. While Isel holds some gems and a satchel full of coins, Han comments that Master Anything's time set aside for activities is mostly quite fixed, which means there's a good chance that the Master is an office worker. Han says that Anything seems to watch the attacks a lot, and he has the money to treat himself sometimes. Isel argues that having someone who can pay for the $65 new package is way better than having a broke student as the Master. Han says that Pick Me Up is very different from other games that give gems when you finish missions. They almost never have events where they flood players with tons of gems. Han's face lights up when he realizes that a pay-to-win player is really valuable, especially since the number of free gems you can get is always limited. However, Han's focus shifts to a notification that says the Master has started the 10x summoning. Because of this, the summoning process begins, and Han goes with his friends to the room to welcome the new heroes. There are 2 main ways to summon. One is getting heroes using gold, which is called normal summoning, and the other is getting them through gems, known as premium summoning. However, using premium in-game currency such as gems is often much better, because it can lead to better results. Emerging from the summoning chamber, the heroes find themselves surrounded by a fog of confusion, unsure about what is happening, with one man saying what the Helheim is going on, and if anyone really understands the situation. Suddenly, the protagonist raises his sword towards one of the shaking people, who nervously asks about Han's identity. Han, however, insists that he must stay quiet, saying he has no plans to explain anything at this moment. He emphasizes that his explanations will only be for those bastards who can handle themselves and stay calm. After that, Isel urges the group to focus and asks if anyone there has skills, such as carpenters, blacksmiths, or cooks. She tells those who have the right skills to come forward. This sudden change in focus confuses the group, causing them to ask her for more details about what is happening. However, she firmly tells them to be quiet. Jenna, curious about what's happening, asks Han about Isel's actions. He responds that she is outlining responsibilities because of the presence of many new facilities. He thinks that if those who died had been called back at this moment, they might have had a chance to change into non-combatants. This indicates the possible changes within the system in the waiting room. However, it's important to consider that these transitions could be challenging. Although there are opportunities, not everyone may be ready for them, but they could still find a way to adapt. The Master then gathers a group of 4 from the recent arrivals: Zid, Hansen, John, and Teddy, calling them Party 2. Han thinks about the harsh reality that not having a special skill leaves one with no choice. One must work hard, and also, those without talents don't even deserve the smallest scraps. As the fairy urges the party members to go into the dungeon, Han considers the idea that the master is finally starting to separate the valuable people from the others. He is getting rid of the new one-star beings by sending them into the dangerous depths. If they fail to adjust, however, they will definitely be cut from the group. When Party 2 goes down into the dungeon, Han gets a message saying that John has come back to the embrace of the goddess. He then tells Jenna about the death of one person, which makes her say that the poor soul could have lived if Han had given a better explanation. Han argues that he doesn't think it's necessary to waste energy explaining things to those who will simply die on the lower floors. After this, he tells his friends that now 2 members have fallen, and he hopes that at least 2 will make it out okay. On the other hand, most of the newcomers feel confused, thinking that the fairy will force them to fight monsters, which is something they can't do. Suddenly, Eren walks up to Isel and with strong determination expresses his wish to fight with the other members of this new group. This statement surprises the fairy, who says that Eren can't have a turn and has to stay out of it. However, Han jumps in, encouraging Isel to let Eren join the team because he also doesn't have much fighting experience. This means it won't be a problem. As Eren moves toward the dungeon, Han shouts out a suggestion. Helping the group is fine, but Eren shouldn't set a standard as he did. In reply, Eren agrees to this advice, and the 3 of them enter the dungeon. Jenna stretches and yawns, saying she wants to go back and eat rice instead of the potatoes that have been their food under the rule of this so-called master. Meanwhile, Han comments on how bright the sky is, suggesting that the master is watching them, just like a god looking over the world. This statement surprises Jenna. However, Han smiles and tells her that the master has many more important things to worry about than their situation. Although Han believes the master can't hear their voices, he is sure the sound will get filtered and lowered before it gets transmitted to the master. Following a tough confrontation, all members of Party 3 come out together from the portal. When Han asks Eren about the number of goblins he has taken out, Eren casually replies that he has only killed 1. Han appreciates that Eren understands his advice. Later, Han leads them to the house, announcing their new freedom from the limits of only eating potatoes. Once they enter the building, they see clear improvements, which makes Jenna wonder if they can now enjoy fancier meals, especially since there is a cafeteria. Han says that as long as the master doesn't see them as useless heroes, their future looks hopeful. Because of this, Jenna and Eren are excited about the chance to eat beef steaks and enjoy a turkey feast. However, Han jokingly warns them not to get too comfortable, reminding them about the serious results of not being effective heroes. To their distress, a newcomer, who identifies himself as a cook, presents them with a meal that consists solely of potatoes. He anxiously elaborates on the presence of seasonings. However, he is lamentably lacking any other ingredients. This is surprising because they expected more. Although it is a simple dish, it does raise some questions about his cooking skills. But they decide to try it anyway. Han examines the attribute window of the so-called Chef Dolph and realizes that, despite his claims of being a chef, he doesn't have a single cooking skill. He wonders if anyone among the new arrivals has the necessary cooking abilities. Turning to a newcomer named Chloe, Han decides she will be in charge of the cooking from now on. Dolph, knowing he might lose his chef title, desperately asks Han to think again, promising to make the food better. Han sees that Dolph is clever, but he scolds him for using such a blatant lie, saying that this kind of leniency won't happen again. Later, Chloe makes a fancy variety of potato dishes, which makes Jenna very excited as she expresses her surprise at how many flavors potatoes can have. However, Chloe downplays the compliments, saying the flavors come from the different seasonings she used. While they enjoy the meal, Han urges everyone to listen to him, stating he won't say his instructions again. He emphasizes that they can pass on his directions to later groups of newcomers, especially if they want to avoid seeing people die in a state of confusion. However, after this, Jenna tells everyone that she, before her arrival here, has never been in a fight, This is why she tells the others to work together. One person, Enoch, asks Han if he and Chloe will take on different roles. In reply, Han tells Enoch and Chloe that they will be the carpenter and chef, respectively, which will help the group in different ways. Dolph, showing signs of worry, jumps in, claiming he can work with wood, but Han replies that if this claim turns out to be another lie, he might suggest Dolph as the first sacrifice for the group's progress. He thinks Dolph could be a really good option. Although he knows that non-fighters have a better chance of surviving, he warns against getting too comfortable. He also explains that there are only so many spots available, therefore if someone more skilled comes along, they could end up as a fighter. The next day, only 3 teenage boys, Zid, Hansen, and Dika, who were among the new arrivals, came to Han at the training area for lessons. Jenna bets the rest of their group is probably in a state of panic, desperately looking for a place to hide. Han, however, relays his boredom of fighting with Eren, so this should be good for him as a change of pace. Han starts to think about how Eren might have negatively affected the group of kids. These kids now call Han the boss, which raises questions about their relationships. The difference in skill levels between Han and the others is a striking 7 to 8, showing the gap between a child and an adult. Han thinks about how unlikely it is to achieve such results in a short time, especially if this were Earth. On the other hand, Jenna has made impressive progress in her beginner archery, reaching level 5 already, while her beginner short sword skills have hit level 2. Meanwhile, Eren's abilities as a spearman remain stagnant at level 2. He always arrives first to training and leaves last, but his skill level doesn't change. The trio of kids, Zid, Hansen, and Dika, have all reached level 1 in swordsmanship. Maybe because they are around the same age, they have built a strong friendship. After their training ends, they show admiration for Han's incredible strength. In response, Han believes his skills come from his higher level, thinking they are much more capable than those who had been shrinking in fear. A few days later, there was something interesting happening, another instance of a complementary 10x summoning. Han found himself in a rather lucky position, as he did not have to put in any effort. Instead, Eren and the trio of kids handled the entire task. However, it is interesting to note that only one person met their end during the weeding. Jenna observes that the population is slowly growing, and Han reveals that this growth is set to speed up even more. Subsequently, Jenna curiously asks why the Master has not gone up to the 5th floor, stressing that it has been a long time since they cleared the 4th floor. Han explains that the 5th floor brings a higher level of challenge, but the other members of Party 1 have yet to be decided. Because every 5 floors, the difficulty gets harder, like a boss floor, there is a real chance he may not survive the upcoming tests. Han thinks about the uncertain fate of those involved, wondering how many might die despite the extensive weeding and training they have done. He sees no reason to tell Jenna about the very dangerous challenges ahead. Later on, the Master sends Team 1, which includes Han, Jenna, Eren, Hansen, and Zid, back to the 4th floor. There, they face enemies like harpies and goblins. When the fight starts, Hansen shows that he is nervous and looks to Han for support, showing that he depends on him. Han tells him to stay calm and reminds Hansen, Zid, and Eren that their job is to act as shields. He stresses that there's no need for extra aggression, assuring them that the sword and bow have their back. Because of this, Hansen and Zid use the shields to defend against the goblins' attack, while Eren takes care of the harpies. Han, however, stays out of the battle because he believes he can handle this part alone. He also understands that joining in would disrupt their chance to practice their formations. Soon after, the stage is clear, and both Hansen and Zid level up. Upward progression continued, with Jenna becoming the most respected player in this specific stage. Han, recognizing his lack of skill, expressed his doubts about the challenges that would appear on floor 5. He admitted that there would be some tasks he couldn't handle alone after a while. As the group left the dungeon, their third friend, who had chosen not to join the dungeon exploration, asked his friends about their experience on the stage. In reply, they excitedly declared that the challenges they faced were pretty simple. However, Han noticed that the Master had been logging in more often, and during the second 10 hero pull, he obtained a blacksmith and a tanner, and also activated the equipment workshop. The blacksmith, tanner, and carpenter worked together to create equipment, mainly making E-rank swords and shields, which were then shared among the newly summoned heroes, significantly improving their chances of survival. However, the principal party, made up of Han, Jenna, and Eren, was given equipment of better quality. The three individuals who didn't perform well were subjected to synthesis. This was not a pleasant experience. They were the ones who, although they tried hard, their efforts weren't enough, and they faced consequences because of that. They didn't even show their identities on the training grounds and kept looking for a way out, day in and day out. Among them was Dolph, who had tricked everyone about his class. After a few days, Han asks Isil if they will go up to the 5th floor that day, to which the fairy replies that he is probably right. Han then tells his friends that this outing will be a bit different from the others. It's best to stay relaxed, however. Their heads could be in danger if they get too comfortable. Soon after, they find themselves on the 5th floor, which looks like a huge, empty city. Eren, feeling curious, tells Boss Han that there are no monsters around. In reply, Han says they should go to the city center first to see what's happening, then orders them to get into formation. As Han looks over the city, he thinks about the strange lack of not just the monsters they usually face, but also any people, making him realize that this is not just a simple mission. Suddenly, Zid finds a human skeleton and shouts, urging Han to take a look at it. Meanwhile, Eren thinks about the nature of this place. It is filled with buildings, but there are no inhabitants. This makes him wonder why it is like this. Jenna claims that the bloodstains are clear, but dried up, and that this is really different from the challenges they've faced before. Han, noticing this, says that those previous challenges were just warm-ups. Then, he spots an old tower and asks Jenna if she can climb the bell tower, to which she agrees. Soon after, Jenna climbs to the top of the tower and starts looking around. Suddenly, she sees something disturbing, making her wish that she's mistaken. Meanwhile, Eren, standing at the base of the tower, asks what she found. Nervously, she tells him that a crowd of goblins is approaching the city, coming closer. When Han asks how big this threat is, Jenna reveals that thousands have gathered. On the 5th floor, the mission is labeled as survival, with the main goal of surviving the upcoming attack from enemies. This shocks Eren, who questions if she is sure about what she saw. In response, the protagonist tells her to go down for now. Eren then shifts his attention to Han, thinking that something might be wrong. However, Han urges him to stay calm, stressing that the nature of the current mission is not about control, but about survival, further explaining that they just need to endure the enemies for a set amount of time. Thinking about their dangerous situation, Han wonders if it's possible to hide while also keeping an eye on the door. He quickly realizes that getting into the buildings is impossible, so he suggests they go to a different place for now. As they start to move faster to another spot, Eren asks Han how long they have to deal with this risky situation. Han replies that they to survive for about 10 minutes after meeting with the enemy. However, after realizing they only have 30 minutes, Han thinks about the tough truth. He understands that when a survival challenge is needed on the lower floors, the chances of them making it out alive drop to just 9%. Although this number might not seem like a big deal on the higher floors, it's really bad on the lower levels, acting like a serious hero killer. So, they all change their direction toward the alley, since staying on the main street isn't an option. Once they get to the alley, Hansen wonders if there's a better hiding place nearby. Han, however, notes that all nearby structures show some level of damage, suggesting that they all have weaknesses. Yet, this moment is not suitable for more exploration, so he supports a temporary pause in their current spot, claiming that since the passage is narrow, the team can face the goblins one by one. However, they have a lot of them. Han has come up with a plan. He will handle the left entrance, and Eren will take care of the right. Zid and Hansen are in charge of guarding the back entrance, with the rule that they must fight one after the other, which helps to reduce risks and gives them time to recover. Turning to Jenna, He gives her a standby role at the place where the three paths meet, telling her to save her arrows and not shoot until he gives her clear orders. Following Hans's instructions, the team quickly starts building barricades to stop the goblins from breaking through their defenses because they know how deadly it could be if even one of them gets through. The main character thinks about the amount of time they will need to survive, which is 30 minutes. Unlike in the usual waiting room, time here moves like it does on Earth, and the countdown will only start when they actually begin fighting the goblins. Suddenly, a goblin appears, starting the flow of time. However, this unexpected event surprises the main character, as the barriers are not finished yet. Still, Han does not lose his focus and quickly takes down the goblin with his sword. Soon, however, more goblins rush at them, causing Han to tell his friends to build a wall using the bodies of their fallen enemies. This plan becomes important as the attack keeps getting worse. Jenna shares her worries about Han's energy, asking him to let her know when he starts to feel tired. Staying in a defensive position, Han keeps using his circular strategy, blocking and hitting back at the goblins, while noticing that they will probably act stupidly because of how stupid the goblins look. Eren then asks Han if they really just have to deal with this for about 10 minutes. In reply, Han questions the truth of his own statements. With around 27 minutes still left on the timer, the dark presence of many threatening goblins looms over them, making their situation even more serious. As the intense battle rages on, Han tells Zid to switch with Hansen. However, when Zid insists that he can keep fighting, Han firmly instructs him to stop protesting and switch right away. Amid the non-stop attack of monsters, Han realizes that his stamina is running low and sees that not only are his companions low-leveled, but they also lack skill. They get tired easily, mainly because they push themselves too hard. Han stresses that one strike is enough and that efficiency means killing the goblins with the least stamina use possible. Using the little stamina he has left, he can stab, slice, and stab again. He tells the others that these goblins are weak, just weaklings from the first floor, to give his comrades a bit of courage. He claims that these goblins do not feel fear as they keep coming, seeming relentlessly in their chase. In a moment of urgency, he begs his friends to make a switch again, and Zid quickly swaps places with Hansen. He knows the danger they are in, so he hastily tells Jenna to help Zid, forcing her to retrieve her arrows right after she shoots them. In response, Jenna follows his orders, saying she is ready for this task, while Han advises her to also fight the goblins that are coming closer. Jenna agrees to his request and starts taking out the goblins with her excellent archery skills. However, a confused Eren asks Han about his earlier comment on the 10-minute time frame. This question angers Han, and he harshly calls Eren an idiot, firmly stating that only 5 minutes have passed since their trouble began. As Jenna picks up her arrows, an unexpected event happens. A goblin suddenly bites Zid's hand, catching him off guard. The system warns them about Zid's bleeding condition, which means his health will slowly go down. In response, Han urgently commands Hansen to switch places with Zid, admonishing him to stop his whining. He emphasizes that he will be fully healed when he returns to the waiting room. However, Zid's fear overwhelms him, and he continues to panic until Han steps in, delivering a firm slap that helps him regain his senses and boosts his morale. Han highlights the seriousness of their situation. They will all die if he decides to leave them. This makes Zid feel sorry for what he did before. Han then tells Jenna to stop his bleeding and urges Zid to remember that Hansen will definitely face his end if he doesn't swap places with him. Unfazed by the chaos around them, Han directly confronts the goblins, while Hansen, filled with anxiety, cries out to Han, complaining about how useless his sword is. Acknowledging how urgent things are, Han asks Hansen if he can switch, and Zid, trying to collect himself, agrees even with his injuries. The protagonist then tells Hansen to check his sword while also taking down several goblins. Han thinks that, as expected, the weapon is better than the F-rank old iron sword, yet it's still just an ordinary iron sword. He also suggests that even without a working blade, Hansen could still hit the goblins with it. Han shows this by fending off a goblin with his shield. Subsequently, he tells Jenna to switch places with Eren to which Eren replies that he can still fight. Jenna, however, takes charge, encouraging Eren to rest when he can. Han then informs them that only 3 minutes are left and they need to get through this short time, while internally thinking to himself, how can 30 minutes feel so long? He urgently tells Eren to take Jenna's spot, while Hansen swaps with Zid. After that, he orders Jenna to shoot her arrows at Hansen's side, but he quickly sees that her arrows are running low. He insists they will die if that area is broken through, so he tells her to use all the arrows she has left as she takes control. Suddenly, a goblin attacks Zid, stabbing him in the stomach and making him bleed a lot while he utters the words Hansen switch as he falls down. Jenna, acting fast, kills the monster and goes to Zid, even as the system warns them that Zid is in a really bad condition, putting his life in serious danger. Han gets really angry and speeds up his efforts to deal with the monsters. However, Jenna, who is sitting next to Zid, thinks about whether she should pull out the sword. Meanwhile, Zid is in terrible pain, unaware of how bad it is. Hansen can't help but, feeling a bit sad, asks Zid to step in for just 30 seconds. Suddenly, a goblin attacks the main character, who barely manages to dodge the hit and grabs the goblin's spear. The protagonist urgently tells Hansen to go to the left passageway, saying that he can handle this. When Hansen, feeling tired, asks about Zid, Han insists that he is resting because he is worn out and tells Hansen to be quiet and keep moving. Hansen, although hesitantly, agrees. Han then tells Jenna that Zid is already dead, urging her to forget about it and face the goblins. Jenna agrees to his orders and asks how much time is left, to which Han replies that he doesn't really know and to just keep killing. Observations show that, in extreme situations, the spirits of heroes are awakened. Hans's early skill with sword and shield has increased to level 5, while his pain resistance is now at level 2. However, his calmness has increased 2 times, reaching level 3. But despite these gains, Han thinks they don't matter, saying that progress is useless if they end up dying. On the other hand, Hansen is surrounded by goblins, his body bleeding a lot in the middle of a crowd of enemies. He begs his friends for help, showing fear of death and crying out in despair. Han sees his suffering but can't help. Because of this, he tells Jenna and Hansen to keep going with him. Although Jenna shares her fears about Hansen and Zid, the main character insists that any sadness she feels has to wait until after she survives. The remaining trio rushes to save themselves, stopping near a building while experiencing terror due to their dire situation. In this moment, Jenna expresses her worries about their upcoming end. However, Han quickly pushes back against her negativity, urging her to ignore those thoughts. The protagonist then tells Jenna to climb the wall that is behind them, and she thinks about whether his instructions mean she needs to escape on her own. Han clarifies her confusion, saying that she should go up first, and he will follow closely behind when the goblins come near. He stresses the importance of avoiding deadly hits because they can't risk taking down just one enemy at a time. He slaughters several goblins to help them climb the wall. As Jenna reaches the top, she urges her friends to move faster. Han, who is also climbing, asks Eren to hurry. However, just when he grabs Jenna's hand to help him go up, a huge goblin stabs Eren's leg, which stops him from moving forward as his leg is now pinned to the wall. The protagonist jumps down from the wall, telling Jenna to hold on to Eren tightly and not let him go. Then he cuts off Eren's leg, causing a scream of pain from him. Although the situation is intense, Jenna works hard to pull him up, even as the system warns that Eren's condition is serious and his life is in jeopardy. To their complete disbelief, the goblins start to rise by climbing on top of their dead comrades. Han urgently tells Jenna to use Eren's spear and stab anything that gets too close. He emphasizes how important it is to stop their rise, as they have nowhere else to run to. However, this situation is quickly getting out of control, and Jenna knows she must act. In this tough situation, there's no other way out. However, in the rising panic, Jenna accidentally drops the spear and asks Han what they should do next. Han urges her to use her feet to fight off their enemies, but Jenna shares her fears about the huge number of foes, thinking about how long they can last, especially stressing that they can't keep going much longer. When Han says that only 30 seconds remain, Jenna snaps back that it feels like an hour has passed. Han tries to comfort her, telling her to trust him and hold on just a bit longer. Suddenly, a goblin grabs Han's shield, surprising him, but he tries to fight back with his sword. However, before he can strike back, an armed goblin stabs a dagger into his stomach. Han fights to stay calm, but the sneaky creature pulls the blade out of Han's body, causing even more pain as blood starts to pour from his wounds. On the other hand, Jenna also gets hurt while a group of menacing goblins surrounds Han, thinking about his possible end on the 5th floor. He sees this situation as really unfair and struggles to understand why he's stuck in such a fight, especially because this kind of thing would have been unlikely on Earth. Suddenly, filled with a wild mix of anger and sadness, his eyes blaze with a red color, and his aura takes on a strong form. He strongly claims that this battle is far from over, saying there is no way they will lose on just level 5. With powerful blows, he promises to defeat more goblins. As his change starts, his physical features shift, his teeth and hair stretching in a creepy way, as he angrily calls the goblins nothing but filthy creatures. Now that he has gained his berserk skill, Han faces the monsters with fierce determination, even though he feels overwhelming pain in his body. His physical limits, however, do not hold him back. He boldly challenges the creatures, telling them to bring it on. Even if he breaks, he knows he won't fall, and his fighting skills grow stronger, letting him take down several goblins with each powerful blow. Although his sword shatters during the fight, Han's resolve stays strong. He insists that even if it breaks, he will never give up. He lunges at the deadly monsters, but suddenly the timer reaches 0, and all of the monsters freeze. In a lucky moment, just as a monstrous creature gets dangerously close, ready to attack Han, everything freezes, saving him from harm. Meanwhile, Jenna stands in shock, feeling overwhelmed by the terrifying sight of the monsters closing in. Even Eren, about to face a similar dangerous fate, finds himself just barely saved from the monster's attack. After the fierce battle, the trio comes out victorious. Their hard work is rewarded with valuable resources, such as gold, iron ore, planks, and leather, and are then teleported back to the tower. The system congratulates the master for successfully clearing level 5, announcing the unlocking of the daily dungeon. However, when they return, they remain in shock. Eren lies unconscious, overwhelmed by emotion. Jenna, in a moment of despair, breaks down in tears, pleading with Han to help her stand because she feels devoid of strength and unable to rise. As Han grasps her hand, she asks whether they survived, to which the protagonist affirms, noting that the ascension of the waiting room suggests they have indeed cleared it. Jenna remarks on their current situation on the 5th floor, questioning why it is already this difficult. However, before she can say more, Han dismisses her concerns, asserting that the situation was unique this time. He emphasizes that it was systematized, thus if even one of them had failed in their roles, they would have all perished. He reflects that their struggle wouldn't have been so hard had he raised Zid and Hansen's capabilities a bit more. He concludes that surviving won't be that hard if they have a well-established party, and that they were just unlucky that this happened to them when they were at their weakest state. Jenna, agreeing, sees this as they leave the underground maze. Dika then rushes to them, praising their success in finishing the quest. He also tells them that Chloe has prepared a delicious meal. He asks if Zid and Hansen are still in the depths of the dungeon, to which Han answers that they, unfortunately, didn't make it. Dika looks shocked, asking Han to repeat himself. However, Han's confirmation of their deaths hits him hard. After that, the trio heads toward the house. Upon entering the room, Han drops onto his bed, thinking about how he doesn't want to feel sad about someone else's death. He knows that, as part of the front line climbing this tower, death will eventually just be a normal part of his life. Lying on his bed, he wonders about his berserk skill. He thinks about how composure and berserk can't exist together. This makes him question if this is a bug from the game, as comparing the two skills, composure helps him keep his sanity, but berserk takes it away for more power. He believes this is probably linked to him being both a master and a hero. Although he is not sure, he chooses not to think about it, at least not today, because things are going to get crazy starting tomorrow. So, he decides to rest. When Han gets to the training ground the next day, he sees Jenna already practicing with a dagger. Han notes that she usually shows up later than him because she likes to sleep in. Thus, he wonders what has changed today. To this, she explains that she has no desire to perish. Han notes that she must have acquired some skills through yesterday's combat and that she is hardworking on top of having talent. In comparison, Eren, who went through all that trouble yesterday, couldn't pick up a single skill. While doing handstand push-ups, Han thinks about his own progress, noting his growth rate is currently at 5. This is a growth level you might expect from a 3-star hero. The main character then checks his attribute window and sees that he has reached level 9, with 54 out of 70 experience points. He has other attributes and several skills like beginner proficiency in sword and shield, pain resistance, composure, and berserk. Although he thinks about reaching level 10 soon, the highest level for a 1-star, he realizes it's time to start aiming for 2 stars. However, while he is focused on his handstand push-ups, Jenna suddenly comes up to him and, in a surprising move, touches his abs. This makes him feel uncomfortable. He tells her to take her hand away. As Han is putting on his shirt, Jenna says that it's not like she will dull it, to which Han replies that it will. Han thinks that the more he sees her, the less she can believe her, as he wonders how she can act so shamelessly like this, even after experiencing yesterday's events. Jenna remarks that it doesn't seem like Eren is coming, to which Han urges her to leave him alone, assuming that Eren must be sulking in his room because he is close to the trio. Jenna then emphasizes that, normally, it would be right to wake up early and train, to which Han responds that it was the same for Dika. Those two, Zid and Hansen, were really passionate about training, not like those guys who do it half-heartedly. He notes that the other tower members are busy training to avoid getting synthesized and only seem to put in effort when the master logs on. Han then comments that Zid and Hansen also had potential and would have been helpful if he had nurtured them a bit. He expresses his belief that the 2 who died yesterday should have been those guys instead of them. However, Jenna suggests they must leave it behind and focus on training. But at that moment, Eren approaches them on the training ground and apologizes for being late. Han, noting his expression, asks him if he is a sinner. What is wrong with his expression? Eren, showing deep sadness and regret, says that, if he were a little stronger, those 2 would not have died. In reply, Han bluntly says that they passed away because of their own weakness. This is just the way things are. It has been a month since Han got here, although it was probably just over 10 days in Earth time. From what he has seen, he understands Master Anything routine of logging in. Time in the waiting room passes about 3 times faster than on Earth. Master Anything logs in 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the afternoon. For comparison, the time during battles in the stages moves at real-time speed, in other words, just like it does on Earth. If the threefold difference was the same there, they would have had to survive for 1 hour and 30 minutes rather than just 30 minutes, and without a doubt, they would have perished under those conditions. Just then, Isel shows up, and blushing, telling everyone to try to be like the amazing Han, who has done well in a survival mission on the 5th floor using only trash, as expected of the master among masters. Jenna sneakily asks Han the reason the fairy is acting like that, but Han tells her that it is a trade secret. On the other hand, the fairy loudly warns the others, saying that if they keep lying around and sleeping in their homes while she suffers like this, she won't let them escape. Han then turns around, telling Isel to leave them alone because they come out when she calls for them anyway. After that, the master gathers another group, which includes Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. The system announces that these 5 will go into the space-time rift. Jenna is surprised by the team because it is just her and Han along with 3 strangers she hasn't seen before. Han, however, reassures her, saying there is no need to worry because it won't be hard this time. Soon, they enter the space-time rift and the daily dungeon, called the Kinout Forest, opens up. At that moment, a man who, looking scared, asks Han if they will fight with him. In reply, Han asks for the man's name, and he introduces himself as Owen. The man adds that with Han's strength, he doesn't think they will be of much help. Han, however, reassures him that they will not be fighting. The system informs them that Party 4 has entered the daily dungeon, located in the Kenout Forest, with difficulty being super easy. They are expected to come back after getting the necessary materials. When they arrive, Jenna looks around and thinks about where the enemies might be, questioning whether this is a special quest like the 5th floor. Han clarifies that this place is indeed called the Daily Dungeon, and their main job is to gather materials. This makes Owen wonder about the purple portal. Han stares at the purple portal, explaining that they should think of it as their shopping basket, encouraging them to put all collected materials into it, like tree branches. These items, once picked up, will add up in their storehouse, ultimately being used to make different items. The system states that 100 tree branches can be turned into lumber. However, they need a carpenter to help with this. This surprises everyone, leading them to question if that's all there is to it. Jenna asks if this is really all they need to do. She wonders if they are exempt from fighting. Han, however, recognizes her curiosity and invites her to join him on a hunting trip. While following Han, Jenna, a little bit annoyed, thinks out loud that she thought she would have been able to take it easy for the first time in a while. She also wonders about what they need to hunt: wild boar, deer, or rabbits. She feels excited at the idea of finally being able to eat meat. Suddenly, she sees a deer and her eyes light up with happiness, saying they have found their prey. She skillfully takes down the deer with her archery skills and becomes really animated. This makes Han wonder if she knows how to butcher it. She happily says yes, explaining that she has lived a long life in such situations. As Jenna starts to work on the deer's carcass, Han tells her to be careful with the materials and to put them into the dimensional gate, insisting she shouldn't miss a single one. When Jenna asks where he is going, Han shares that he is also going hunting, saying he is tired of just eating potatoes. As he moves around, he sees the system's timer showing that they have about 30 minutes left and thinks they will be called back automatically when the time is up. Soon, he meets a queen of the forest, which is a rare monster that appears on the Days of Forest dungeons. The low-grade attribute stone it has is a material used for advancement. They don't always spawn, however, its approximate spawning area is simple. Without wasting time, Han quickly takes down all the deer near the queen deer, and before long, gets close to the queen, who has a unicorn-like golden horn. He mocks her, teasing about the fate of all her boyfriends and asking how she feels. This makes the queen very angry, and she breathes out fiercely, while Han stays firm and holds his sword at the queen, provoking her to attack him. Later, one of the party members yells in fear, saying there is a monster nearby. This surprising news catches another party member off guard. Suddenly, Han appears, holding the giant head of the queen. The party member, Owen, asks if he is really Han, and the protagonist responds with a question about why they don't recognize him. He then sets the queen's head on the ground, making Jenna wonder how a deer could be this huge. Han says he is tired and asks Jenna for help. While Jenna gathers the queen's blood, Han asks how many animals she has caught. In reply, Jenna says she has captured 2 deer and a boar, and that everyone in the waiting room should be able to eat as much as they want. Jenna then asks why he brought the head, since it is not something people would normally eat. Han explains that he can't take off its horn. Looking at the queen deer's head, Jenna comments on the deer having a horn even though it's a female deer, which surprises Han, asking Jenna if she can really tell the gender by just looking at the head of the deer. Jenna confidently replies that she can because of her long experience living in the forest. Such events make Han notice the awakening notification, which shows that Jenna has gained the skill Hunter of the Forest. He thinks about what this means for her awakening again, and it seems that her progress will go smoothly. Han looks at the low-grade wind attribute stone, which is ranked D. This item is filled with the essence of the forest, and it's used to craft different items and help heroes advance. Later, when they head back to the tower, a feast is ready for them. Everyone is thrilled to get together and eat meat. However, Jenna, standing next to Han, comments on their excitement, saying they have already eaten a deer. Han replies that if she's finished eating, she should join him. Daily Dungeon. It's a system where the dungeon location changes based on the day of the week. Han mentions that today's dungeon is the Sinmarel Plateau, where they can collect more attribute stones. The master creates a temporary party with just Han and Jenna, sending them to the Sinmarel Plateau dungeon in a super easy quest mode. When they arrive, Jenna wonders if gathering materials will make her stronger. Han explains that if she wants to be stronger, she needs something called an attribute stone, and they are here to collect them. Jenna, however, enjoys the stunning sunset view in the dungeon and comments on how nice the wind feels. Meanwhile, Han notices the life plant and thinks about how he has seen them in a drawing, realizing they are crucial for making recovery potions. He decides to gather some later. Suddenly, a huge wolf attacks them, but they react quickly and take down the beast in no time. Jenna feels excited about how easily they handled the giant wolf, although Han warns that they can't be sure if others will smell its blood, so she has to hurry. Jenna agrees and asks what to do with the wolf's claws and fangs. Han suggests she take them and keep them apart. He then turns his attention to the low-grade wind attribute stone, which is ranked D and holds the plateau's energy, used in different crafting tasks and for the growth of heroes. While they take care of the wolf's remains, Jenna notices that the atmosphere here is calm, and there is a hope that it could always stay like this. Engaging in hunting and gathering plants, being able to find food and a place to rest. However, she says it would be a perfect paradise if the master were not around. This revelation surprises Han, since he is the former master, while Jenna stays hopeful that the master will never come back. At that moment, Han wonders if the others in Niflheim feel the same, thinking it might be better if the master didn't show up. He then asks Jenna if she thinks the same way, suggesting that fighting on the front lines isn't the only option, especially because she shouldn't worry about being synthesized. Jenna, with a touch of sadness, thinks about whether he will give her another position, to which Han reassures her that if things get better, there is nothing he can't do. She then asks why he isn't switching to the other positions, calling him a boss, which suddenly surprises Han and makes him giggle. A couple of days later, 4 members, Han, Jenna, Eren, and Dika, are teleported to Floor 6. The quest type is Exploration. The objective is to investigate the unknown location. Dika nervously says he looks forward to working with them. Eren says it seems they are not doing a daily dungeon today. He anxiously turns to Han, saying that he doesn't see any enemies, and wonders if this situation could be similar to the 5th floor. Han tells him not to raise his voice, commanding everyone to keep their heads down and stay low. Following his order, they all lie down on the floor. However, Han tiredly points out that he told them to stay low, not to lie down. He notices that it seems clear here, and he thinks they can clear this successfully if they meet the conditions. They spot 3 level 8 goblins, and Eren wonders if they have to take them out. In reply, Han tells them to wait, stressing that the goblins have a blowhorn, which means they can call for help. Jenna climbs a tree for a better look and tells her friends that there seems to be a goblin village. She then jumps down, saying that about 100 goblins are around. Han says that this seems like a trap and they will be ambushed if they engage in battle without proper recon. Han comes up with a plan. He tells Jenna to aim for the goblin on the right, while he tells Eren to throw his spear at the goblin he will lure in. After this, he turns to Dika and says he should help out if they run into problems. Then, Jenna shoots an arrow, and Eren quietly moves forward, hitting the other goblin's head with his spear. However, while the 3rd goblin tries to blow the horn, Han quickly takes charge and takes down the 3rd goblin, saying that he can't allow him to call for reinforcements. As they defeat the 3 goblins, the stage gets cleared, and Dika anxiously wonders if it is really over. Han says it is not over yet. However, just before they are transported, he rushes towards the goblin village to check things out a bit. He knows that a hint for the next stage will be given, and because this is an exploration, there is no way it will be a single quest. While hurrying, he thinks that although the team was formed randomly, it doesn't mean they can't predict what will happen next. After reaching the village, he quietly spots a wolf tied by a goblin and wonders if it is an important goblin habitat. Suddenly, a goblin senses someone nearby, but Han vanishes just in time while being teleported back. Jenna wonders why he went off alone, and he replies that he wanted to look around. Han thinks, for hints to appear in the main dungeons this frequently. The linked quests that start with exploration like that are known as streams. Being able to analyze streams would depend on how competent the master is, and he doesn't know if Master anything saw what he saw. He finds this frustrating as he believes it is too soon for streaming to appear. This is taking place faster than he thought. Suddenly, Chloe nervously approaches Han, telling him that there is trouble as some strange people have arrived. In response, Han says that this isn't the first time odd folks have come here. To this, she adds that these individuals seem a little different and carry weapons. Their overall vibe is weird too. Han says they are here, the high-rank heroes. The system mentions that the pulverizing wolves mercenaries have appeared and that a strong link can be sensed between the 5 summons. The system gives a tip: when performing consecutive summons, there's a really low chance of summoning heroes who have an affinity with each other. When these heroes are placed in a party together, they can fight better. The protagonist then curiously asks Isel whether the master spent money, to which the fairy agrees, revealing that the master bought the newbie potent package that costs $35. Han replies, 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Huh? Han realizes that these people were called in through premium summons. He thinks that, if the roles were reversed, he would have tried to get them before reaching the 5th floor and included them in a party. Han then shifts his attention to Chloe, gently telling her to get back to her duties in the kitchen. He reassures her that the new arrivals won't do anything to her and that they are just a little special. After that, he turns around and announces that the party is dismissed, stressing that nothing will change just because these strange rookies have shown up. Later that day, out of the blue, Jenna walks up to one of the newly summoned heroes who is standing by herself. Jenna introduces herself and asks the lady's name, to which she responds by saying her name is Edis Callan. Jenna then points to Han, who is next to her, saying that this handsome brother can be a bit blunt. However, he has a kind heart. However, Han quickly tells her to be quiet. He looks closely at Edis's attribute window. He sees that she is a 3-star hero, but has a unique perspective. She has skills, including beginner short sword proficiency, beginner archery, and nimble movement, which prompt him to reflect. As anticipated, a 3-star hero already has a class. She is a typical thief type, characterized by low strength and vitality. However, she has high agility. It seems she favors her short swords over her bow. Displaying a serious demeanor, Han expresses his desire to talk to Edis for a moment, asking her whether she has time right now. She agrees, and they settle at a table where Jenna serves them drinks. Edis then asks if Han knows about this place. Han mentions that, although some things are familiar to him, there are parts that remain unclear. He then questions Edis about her understanding of their situation and if she remembers how she got here. Edis, with a hint of sadness, admits that she knows nothing except being summoned here to fight, emphasizing that her head hurts if she tries to remember more. Han then asks if she is aware of synthesis, to which she reveals that the act of synthesis often means sacrificing others to gain strength at that specific moment. As Han thinks about this idea, he considers the different information available to the hero based on the rank they are summoned as. He notices that he can tell from Edis's clothing that she has a past as a mercenary. Edis, while showing despair, reveals she remembers she was a part of the Pulverizing Wolves mercenaries, also remembering her experiences working in Halcyon as a mercenary, but found herself in this new place when she woke up. Han thinks Edis is not just a mere 3-star hero, but also seems to be very skilled among the other mercenaries. He also thinks about the gap between 3-star and 2-star mercenaries, remembering Mormont Carl, who was a 2-star mercenary. Jenna, curious about Edith's story, admires what she has to say. Edis, however, carefully asks if she really thinks so. Just then, Isel calls out to Avant, Jaken, Wave, Benign, and Edis, saying that the master is summoning them, urging them to come out quickly. Han tells Edis that she and her friends are being called to the town square. Meanwhile, a tall man with blonde hair comes out of the kitchen, thinking seriously about who is calling him. Edis tells him that the master is summoning them, asking for his attention. To lighten his load, the man takes a bite of the meat he's holding, praising its taste. It is, actually, his first time enjoying meat in a long while. Then he steps out of the house. After he leaves, Chloe hurriedly tells Han that the man said he wanted to eat meat and, interestingly, took a whole leg with him, which could easily feed 5 people if cooked right. In response, Jenna says they should ask the man to give it back. However, Han suggests they go to the town square for now. As those 5 people arrive at the town square, the master forms a group of 5 and names it the Pulverizing Wolves. This group is made up of all 3-star heroes, like Avant, Jaken, Wave, Benign, and Edis. The master chooses Avant to be the leader of the Pulverizing Wolves. However, a crowd approaches Han, expressing their worries about the Pulverizing Wolves heroes, saying there is something strange about them because they have weapons. When Han reveals that he is also armed, one man says that these people seem like bad characters, giving off a suspicious vibe. Although there are skeptics among the crowd, Isel tells those rookies to jump into the dungeon, emphasizing that the master awaits them, while Han thinks that although they don't look like good people, they are strong. He then asks Jenna for her perspective on them, to which she remarks that Adis appears kind but is uncertain about the others. Han subsequently asks the man what they want from him, or if they seek protection, to which the man confirms his desire for protection, expressing gratitude if Han agrees to help. Han then grins sarcastically, asking if it is for free. He reminds them that it was not long ago that they took training so lightly, and yet they come to him for help. With a suspicious expression, Han adds that if those rookies look strong, they must bow down and prostrate themselves in front of them, sarcastically considering this the survival strategy they always use. Han thinks that all these useless individuals can't even match up to Dika. Their daily lives consisted of loose training and eating the meat that Jenna hunted. Han considers that they could have used their free time to learn skills from Chloe or the artisans. He is aware that these people act like they are working hard. However, they are just avoiding the process of being synthesized. With a stern demeanor, Han urges them to leave before his patience runs out and he gets angry. Han's serious tone catches them off guard. This makes them quietly return to their home. Han then shifts his attention to Eren, who looks really down. Han reminds Eren that while he had his leg cut off and was bleeding intensely, they were just lounging and sleeping. This means he shouldn't feel any sympathy for them. Han then points out Dika's bruised face and swollen eyes, which look like a puffer fish. Han wonders if Eren and Dika were in a fight. In reply, Eren explains that it was just a simple duel at Dika's request. Han sees this and thinks they should pull back and rest. The pulverizing wolves quickly clear the area and leave the dungeon, with the muscular blonde-haired guy, Jaken, claiming they were all weaklings. Another mercenary sneers at the goblins, calling them almost like little kids to be played with. The mercenary leader then walks up to Han with a serious look, asking who he is. Nevertheless, Han stays calm, wearing a smile. He remarks that it's none of their business. His calm demeanor, however, really gets on the nerves of the blonde-haired guy, Jaken, who angrily asks Han how he dares to talk with such disrespect towards their leader. Han, in a casual way, points out that they were the ones who acted rude first. The leader introduces himself as Avant de Jacques, revealing he is the captain of the Pulverizing Wolves mercenary group, and then asks about Han. When the protagonist simply says he is Han Islat, Avant remarks that Han is armed, questioning if he is a mercenary. Han, however, denies this claim, saying he was a farmer, a revelation that surprises Avant, who then wonders if the earlier gathering represented all the people in this place. Han agrees, but he is left wondering why Avant is asking, and Avant, with a serious face, acknowledges this information. Before Avant can answer more, the master begins a 10x summoning. Han is shocked by the sudden summoning, but he soon realizes that the master started it because of the situation. After that, the master begins the synthesis process, where he needs to choose the heroes that will be sacrificed and the heroes that those sacrifices will be synthesized with. On the other hand, the freshly summoned heroes seem confused, thinking about their current situation, while Isel nervously calls out that the master has summoned useless heroes again. Subsequently, Isel tells Jaken, Diman, and Lexigal to go into the synthesis room, which surprises them. One of the new guys, Diamond, asks anxiously about Isel's identity and how she knows his name. In response, she firmly tells him to be quiet and go inside. Suddenly, the big figure of Jaken grabs Dimon's neck and sarcastically wonders if he is Don, since he sure looks like it. Jenna is shocked at what she sees, saying these people have just arrived, with Han confirming this. Upon Avant's order, Jaken shouts to another newcomer, Lexigel, and pulls him to the synthesis chamber, probably for sacrifice. Meanwhile, Han thinks about the master's blindness, realizing that this is his first paid summoning. Jenna expresses her concerns, saying that the situation is unfair and they should give the newcomers a fair chance. Han agrees, thinking that Master Anything is making a big mistake. Han knows that although most one-star heroes might be seen as useless, there could actually be talented people in that group. However, he is just grinding up the one-star heroes he summoned without even looking at their potential first. Not long after, the huge guy, Jaken, steps out of the synthesis chamber. He laughs and enjoys his new vibe, boasting about being stronger. Later, Isel suddenly calls out the names of two other beginners, Sorial and Daniel, which surprises them. They beg for mercy. Meanwhile, other new arrivals rush around trying to escape, but Avant quickly tells his team to stop the one-stars from getting away. They follow his orders right away, while Edis stays still, which makes Avant notice her. He questions her actions seriously and reminds her about her loyalty to the pulverizing wolves. To this, Edis, with a face of regret, draws her blade. In another crazy part of the scene, Han tells Isel to let the master know that even if someone is just a one-star hero, he won't know if they are useful without using them first. Following Han's advice, Isel suggests to the master that it might be smart not to judge one-star heroes too quickly without checking what they can do first. She says that instead of jumping straight to synthesis, the master should think about watching and evaluating them. Han then thinks about the experiences he has been through since getting here. Many events happened, enough to cause a sudden change in one person. Jaken approaches Han and, with clear intensity, questions Han's nerve in messing with their business. However, Han remains calm and, with a smile, says he is just giving some advice. When Han sarcastically wonders if his words have upset him, this makes the angry figure even angrier, and he swings his axe at Han. But before the blade can hit, Jaken barely dodges Jenna's arrow, with another one aimed at him. She says she purposely missed the first one, aggravating Jaken even more. After that, Avant pulls out his sword and asks if Jenna has pointed her weapon at his group. Meanwhile, Edis, feeling anxious, jumps in, telling Avant they should stop fighting because it's getting late. With a quick elbow jab, he silences Edis, telling her to be quiet. While threateningly waving his sword at Han, he asks Han if he knows who they are. Unfazed by the threat, Han maintains his stance, acknowledging Avant's aggression and labeling them as trash. His stern demeanor infuriates the mercenaries, with the system showing that Han has shown hostility toward all the Pulverizing Wolves members except Edis. The system reveals that hostility has been formed between Han and the Pulverizing Wolves team, and that the Master should keep a tab on the relationship between heroes. Isel steps in to stop the fight, stressing that heroes aren't allowed to fight among each other. She warns that anyone who breaks this rule might get punished by the Master. Han responds, saying he doesn't believe such a rule exists, and Isel, although reluctantly, agrees with Han's point. The protagonist then faces the mercenaries, daring them to prove they're actually mercenaries. Avant brushes off Han's claim as nonsense, claiming they only work when they're hired for a job. With a sly smile, Han calls Avant's bluff about being mercenaries and calls them a group of bandits, which makes Avant really angry at Han's accusation. He warns Han not to cross the line, threatening serious consequences if he keeps it up. Han tells Isel that people like these will just get in the way of their plans, and that sometimes heroes with nasty personalities are summoned regardless of rank. He adds that these people will cause chaos in the waiting room's order and reduce its efficiency. This means they need to get rid of this trash. This claim surprises Usul, while Han takes charge and opens the duel system, challenging Avant, a 3-star hero, to a duel. The system notes that dueling is one of the ways conflicts among heroes can be resolved, and with mutual agreement, they can even settle on certain conditions for the fight. However, Avant notices that he has never met anyone as unpredictable as Han and wonders what could have caused such wild behavior. In reply, Han hints that Avant should think of the situation as being bitten by a crazy dog. Han knows how people like Avant usually act. Han explains to him that the reason why Avant asked him before, if that was everyone in the plaza, was most likely to check them out. After all, it would be a problem for him if there was actually someone strong. What Avant is doing now is because he decided that no one was strong enough. Han continues by saying that even if Avant consumes a new 1-star hero, it wouldn't be enough, asking Avant if he is wrong in his judgment. Avant then thinks about whether Han is suggesting that he will become a sacrifice. This prompts Jenna to ask about Han's idea, and Han explains that it's pretty simple. If he wins, he will consume Avant. However, if Avant wins, Avant will consume him. Avant smiles with confidence, accepting Han's challenge as long as each hero is subject to synthesization. These terms make him think the whole thing sounds fun. When the Master decides not to allow the duel between Han and Avant, Han sees the Master as a coward. Han then tells Jenna to take the innocent people back to the house. Jenna worries about Han's safety. However, he confidently brushes off her concerns, asking if she really doubts he can win. Eventually, the Master agrees to the fight, and Han tells Avant that the match will end when one of them gives up, and Avant agrees. Avant claims that he won't kill Han because he needs a new offering for synthesis. Meanwhile, the main character tells Isel to hide them so the other members of the Pulverizing Wolves group won't get involved. In response, with a worried look, Isel wonders if he will be alright. The duel begins with Avant, already having his sword drawn, rushing towards Han. He calls Han a fool for not even having his sword unsheathed. Han thinks that just based on his stats, Avant definitely has potential. Although he is only at level 2, his strength is already close to 20, and his basic swordsmanship is at level 3. Suddenly, Han enters his berserk state, shocking Avant. His strength is now 28 out of 23, his HP 26 out of 21, his agility 26 out of 21, and his intelligence 1 out of 11. We also see his basic swordsmanship is at level 5. Han then finishes his earlier thoughts about Avant, saying, "But how dare he act up when our level difference is so big?" Han then quickly dodges Avant's swing and gets behind him, while Avant looks confused at the situation. Han then grabs onto Avant's arm containing the sword, and with such devastating force, crushes Avant's face on the floor, while grinning. We then see Avant helplessly on the floor with one eye open, while Han unsheathes his sword and says that this is befitting for someone who doesn't know their place. Han then stabs Avant on the back and tells him that it will hurt more if he moves, while Avant yells in agony. With a big grin on his face, Han orders Avant to say he surrenders, but as Avant is about to say that, Han moves the sword, which makes Avant feel even more pain, once again making him scream. Han then tells him to speak properly as he can't hear him. One of the main members of the Pulverizing Wolves steps in, urging Han to stop his actions and accept their defeat, suggesting letting Avant go free. In response, Han asks if they would really think about letting those 1-star individuals go when their desire to consume them was so strong. Wave yells in frustration, saying that has nothing to do with their duel. However, Han sternly replies that if he says it's relevant, then it is relevant. Han adds that it's a duel they both agreed on, so why is Wave interrupting and saying it only ends when the loser, Avant, admits his defeat? As the leader of the Pulverizing Wolves group, Avant, tries to surrender, Han grabs his face firmly, stopping him from talking, and stresses that the battle cannot end until Avant verbally gives up. With fierce determination in his bright crimson eyes, Han declares that Avant is his prey. He tells his followers not to worry about whether their leader lives or dies, but instead to get some sleep right now. The other group member, Banyan, calls Han a bastard, pushing him to think about whether he really believes he will be safe after hurting their leader. He wonders if Han even knows who they are. Tightly holding Avant's mouth, Han, in reply, asks if they have said they are the pulverizing wolves mercenaries. Then, he shouts to Edis, questioning her confidence about their identity as the pulverizing wolves mercenaries. Edis, looking nervous, says that this is what they used to be called. However, now they just act like a group of bandits. Han smiles, fully understanding their real nature, and makes a comment about how they often hit Edis on the back of the head. He thinks about why she hangs out with such people. The girl explains that she is just honoring her father's wish. Han tells her to think carefully about whether she wants to stay with people he considers trash or to come to his side. However, before she can answer, her earlier statement makes the blonde-haired guy furious, and he questions how she has the nerve to show any defiance, using a threatening tone to warn her about the risks of opposing them. On the other hand, even though Han has caught Avant, he sneakily attempts to grab his sword while the blonde-haired guy, Jakin, yells at Edis, threatening her that she knows what happens to traitors. Han quickly discovers Avant's attempt at grabbing his sword and tightens his grip on his head, asserting his dominance while saying that this is what happens to pieces of trash. The protagonist then suggests that Edis join him because he needs one more ally, claiming that this arrangement will work out perfectly. Meanwhile, Jakin seriously warns Edis about the potential consequences of betrayal. Although she feels pressure from her former comrades, Edis ultimately decides to walk toward Han, signaling her choice to align herself with him. Seeing Edis's decision, Han says that she has made the right choice by following the right people. With Edis's departure, the Wolf Mercenaries group is disbanded. After her decision, Han talks to the remaining mercenaries, telling them that he has no reason to interact with them anymore. He urges them to leave, which makes those mercenaries really angry. Meanwhile, Avant struggles to declare his surrender, but Han questions whether Avant thinks he will be safe if he surrenders, betting that he will be consumed by him. In response, Avant warns that Han will regret messing with him. Suddenly, those three mercenaries from the Wolf group lunged ferociously toward Han. However, Isel halts them, urging that the duel has not ended, so they cannot intervene. Nevertheless, they sternly rebuke her, demanding she step aside and warn that if she interferes, they will kill her. Han then says they fell for it. Farewell. The mercenaries' disrespectful behavior ignites a fierce bloodlust in Isel's eyes, prompting her to declare that there are no second chances. Swiftly and brutally, she shatters their bodies apart, although she had earlier warned them not to interfere. Isel's actions lead to the deaths of Jakin, Wave, and Benign. The system confirms their demise, attributing it to suicide because of stress. Isel then seeks Han's opinion, asking if he finds her impressive in her actions and whether she performed well. Han expresses his appreciation for her actions. On the other hand, Avant becomes bewildered by the sudden turn of events and admits that he has surrendered. With that, Han releases his berserk state. However, after the chaos, Han is left with a serious headache, wondering if it is a side effect of going berserk. Han thinks he has to hold back from using it unless it's totally necessary. The system shows that Han has beaten Avant in the duel, and as they agreed, Avant will be synthesized. Isel nervously tells Han that the Master keeps tapping the screen. Han says the Master will want to cancel the synthesis. However, if that's true, he shouldn't have let it happen in the first place. He claims that it seems like they didn't even know the duel system existed. After the synthesis, Han leveled up, which led to an increase in his beginner sword and shield skills, along with pain resistance. Isel shares her worries, asking what they should do now and wondering if the Master will quit the game, especially since they lost the first summoned premium heroes without being able to properly use them. Han says that if the Master was going to quit, he would have done so after he synthesized a 4-star hero with a 1-star hero like him. Han figures that the Master must have been really looking forward to using those premium summoned heroes, since he even chose to call a free 10x summoning just to synthesize them. However, Han thinks that by getting rid of the disruptive people, like the Wolf Mercenaries, they managed to avoid the waiting room from being in total chaos. Han thinks that the Master will maybe one day see that his actions were for the best, but he's probably fuming in rage right now. Han thinks about how far he's come, realizing he's at level 10 and that his stats are close to a 3-star hero. He's been the most valuable player in almost every battle, and if the master is dumb enough to use him in synthesis now, he won't be able to climb the tower without him. Han looks up at the sky and speaks to Master anything, saying what will he do now. With a serious tone, Han dares the Master to try and synthesize him. As he fades into the cafeteria, Han moves through a crowd of people who eagerly await his arrival, their bright, shining eyes showing their excitement. A chant breaks out saying that Boss Han is amazing. In a playful but slightly annoyed way, Han pinches Jenna's cheeks and asks, "What the hell is this?" He wonders if she set up this whole thing, reminding her to be discreet earlier. With teary eyes, Jenna defends herself, saying she just told them the truth. However, Han tells her to be quiet. Meanwhile, the others in the cafeteria show their gratitude to Han for facing the mercenaries who had threatened them with swords, showering him with praise and heartfelt thanks. With a deep sigh, Han realizes they might be misunderstanding something, but one of the onlookers, named Owen, jumps in, saying they already know this. He claims they aren't shameless and still want to thank Han because they owe him for their safety and well-being. To their surprise, Han says that the people he saved were just the newbies who had just arrived, claiming that it had no relation to them at all. This statement confused the man. Han tells him that the master is really mad. The master then orders 6 heroes who seem useless, Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and even Duncan, to step up. This surprises the group, but Owen, nervous, tries to stay calm and tells everyone that the master's call is, as always, a sign for them to go hunt goblins. At that time, Jenna thinks that if it were the usual group setup, they would only call 5 people. However, they asked for 6, which made her curious about why this was happening. Han then asks what else it could be and reveals that it's for synthesis, leaving those 6 people totally shocked. Owen loudly demands an explanation, insisting that they had given their best effort. Han then calls out to Aaron and Dika, asking them if those people had really worked that hard. He pointed out that, although both of them had been at the training grounds all day, sweating their butts off, he wondered what those other people had done. Han then asks Jenna if those people have ever properly helped her during her hunts. Jenna replies that the others just carried the meat and leather she hunted. Han thinks about this idea and notes that even livestock can do those tasks, so these people are only worth as much as livestock, which makes the Baldy really mad. The Baldy asks for clarification about Han's comparison to livestock. The protagonist quickly quiets the Baldy by hitting him in the face, telling him to stop his constant whining. Isol then reminds everyone of her earlier order to meet at the town square, showing her disappointment that they've become too cocky after being forgiven once. This causes the group to plead for mercy, suggesting that if Isol talks to the master, they might get a pardon. At the same time, Jenna wonders who the master will pick to combine with those people. Han thinks it might be Edis. He believes she has a low level because she was summoned recently and would be a good choice. Soon, just like Han predicted, all 6 people are combined with Edis, making her level up and gain the disarm traps skill as she steps out. Outside the synthesis chamber, Han faces Edis with strong determination, saying that her old identity means nothing in their current situation. He then turns his attention to the others present, warning them not to assume they can just piggyback off of others. Han emphasizes that they shouldn't believe anyone will be there to protect them. He insists that if they want to survive, they must prove their own worth. This idea leaves the others present a bit shocked. One person, shaking with fear, admits he has no skill for fighting. Even holding a sword makes his hand tremble. He asks Han what he should do, basically wondering if Han wants him to give up on life. Han then shifts his focus to Chloe, Enoch, Walter, and Patrick, asking if anyone among them can share their skills. In response, Walter snaps, saying that blacksmithing isn't something you can easily learn. However, Han replies that if they have the determination, they can teach themselves. He further states that if they are inclined to engage in combat, they are free to seek him out. However, he warns that he will decisively overpower them. Jenna is being seen as a mentor for people who are fascinated by the art of hunting and dismembering, However, those interested in woodworking are encouraged to seek Enoch's help. He emphasizes that there are always ways to survive, but they haven't acted on it yet. Subsequently, Jenna talks to Han, mentioning how polite he is. Han replies if he really is, telling her that she is funny. In response, Jenna points out that he has shown them a method for survival. Han thinks that she is right because if they follow his advice, they can avoid dying in a silly way. He reflects on Master Anything's recent outburst of anger being taken out on those useless people. However, he knows that even if that incident hadn't happened today, those people would eventually face their end due to their incompetence and lack of drive. The protagonist then looks closely at the situation, realizing that the 10th floor is getting closer. This is the time when another party will be needed, but rather than a sub-party that's only in name, the Master will crave a group strong enough to rival the main party. The next morning, Han is in the cafeteria with Chloe and another woman. He asks about what they are holding, and Chloe responds that it's bread and that the other woman said she was a baker. Han, while about to take a bite of the bread, says he doesn't recall wheat being a readily available ingredient in the cafeteria, but Chloe replies that it was made by grinding potatoes into powder. Han says this is great as having a wider variety of food options will decrease the stress levels in the waiting room. Han finds Edis and tells her to follow him to the training grounds. When they arrive, he tells Jenna to please spar with Edis using daggers. Jenna, caught off guard by the request, says her main weapon is a bow, but Han tells her to stop whining. As the spar between Jenna and Edis begins, Jenna lunges at Edis and seems to have the upper hand in this fight. Edis says, "How can a young child be this strong?" with Jenna replying that she is not a child and that she is old enough as she is. Tired of being pushed back, Edis lunges at Jenna, saying, "Fine, let's do this." After this encounter, Edis, while sitting on the floor, wonders if Han and Jenna are mercenaries or part of a famous martial arts clan. In response, Jenna denies this idea, revealing that she is just the daughter of an ordinary hunter. She mentions that they weren't this strong at first and were probably much weaker than Edis. However, they gained their current strength through tough training. Han jumps in, saying that he would have been in trouble if those troublemakers hadn't acted up and actually worked hard to get strong. He tells Edis that, although she may be weaker than both of them right now, she has better skills and growth potential than one-star heroes like them. He reassures her that she will quickly close the gap as she levels up. Suddenly, Aaron, who is also really focused on his training, interrupts, claiming that this is a scam because no matter how hard he tries, he can't seem to catch up with the others. Ignoring Aaron's remarks, Han tells Edis she can get stronger based on how hard she works, so she better not slack off in her training, no matter who she was in the past. In response, Edis confidently says that she will keep this advice in mind. The next day, Han sees a big change. For the first time, most of the heroes in the tower are really focused on training. He wonders if this change is because of the mass synthesizing that happened the day before. He realizes that a few more people are on the training ground, but it can't be helped since if they don't want to be synthesized, they need to improve their value. However, he thinks about how the number of people training is still pretty low, even though they want to be just supporters. There are only 2 spots available for each facility, which means that the others will eventually be synthesized. As Han spots a new person totally focused on training, he goes up to ask for his name. The person introduces himself as Ursher Roderick and quickly says he knows about the presence of a person known as the Master, along with the purpose of their summoning, and that he also heard what Han said yesterday. Han compliments Ursher's form, noting that it looks impressive, and wonders what Ursher was doing before he arrived. In response, Ursher reveals that he used to be a porter for a mercenary group, where he carried bags, stood guard, and set up camp. Han notes that his roles were all non-combat roles, but he looks like someone who can fight, and Ursher, with a nervous smile, replies that it is because he wanted to become a mercenary. Han smirks and tells him to raise his sword, encouraging him to show off his sword skills to see if he has what it takes to become a mercenary. The guy quickly agrees. That night, the process of weeding out the newcomers began, and the master showed little concern for their hopes for supportive roles. Eren volunteered to take part. However, he was not accepted, which resulted in 2 fatalities during the ordeal. Another 2 were synthesized into Ursher, and he became level 3. The others went to the daily dungeon, while the mine, where you can get the fire attribute stone, was still closed. Later, at dawn that day, Han calls his friends, such as Jenna, Edis, Eren, Ursher, and Dika, to the training ground, wondering if anyone knows why he called them. They all seem unsure. However, Dika breaks the awkwardness by asking if they have been summoned to choose members. Jenna, curious, asks if it's usually the master who decides the party setup. Han explains that, although the master usually has that power, he can still give suggestions because he believes the master won't refuse. Then, Han suggests using chits, saying they will create the party by drawing lots since there are 6 of them, which means there will be 2 groups of 3. He tells them to loosen up, as this doesn't mean he will kick anyone out. He then announces that 2 people will become leaders, saying he will be one of them, and the other will be Edis. However, Edis is shocked by this decision and asks about Jenna. Han says not Jenna, and Jenna shows her frustration towards Han's choice, saying that she can do well at it. Edis then wonders why they have to split into 2 groups, and Han explains that it would be too dangerous if one group dies or if all the strong people are in one team. When Edis mentions her worries about being short on staff, Han insists that the master will take care of that problem. He says that the 5th floor is a good example of this, showing how big the skill gaps were between the members, which put the whole team in danger because Zid and Hansen couldn't keep up. He points out that they wouldn't need to divide into different teams if they could clear a floor with just one group. However, later, they would need more members for the quest. They might need 10 or even hundreds of people for special quests, and it could be a hassle if they didn't properly train everyone in the team. He stresses that they also need to create a sub-party as a backup plan in case the main party is wiped out. Han thinks about how Master Anything has been summoning heroes without much thinking, although there is a certain way to go about it for paid summons. He hopes that Master Anything realizes this. Before the draw starts, Han says the Reds will go with him while the Blues will follow Edis. He tells them that there's no need to feel either happy or sad because being with him or Edis is pretty much the same. This makes the main characters start the drawing process, leading to Jenna and Eren getting red chits, which makes Jenna super excited about being on Han's team, as she would have been upset if she had gotten a blue one. On the other hand, Dika and Ursher get blue chits, showing they will be under Edis's command, yet they stay expressionless as they look around. Edis says that looking at their faces, it seems like she's not seen as trustworthy, even though Dika tries to deny it. She hears his reply and says she gets where he's coming from. She admits that her time at the tower has been short and her battle experience is limited. She adds that if they looked at the situation fairly, the difference in power is big, but it can't be helped. Han, in a standoff against Edis's group, tells Edis that she will be left behind if she can't keep up. However, Edis, grinning, says that she saw them get synthesized yesterday and tells him not to worry because they will not lose. The system notifies Master Anything that Hero Han is suggesting a fixed party. One includes Jenna, Han, and Eren, while the other party has Ursher, Edis, and Dika. A system tip shows that although heroes can give suggestions, the choice to accept those ideas lies with the master in the end, so to please choose carefully. Later, Party 1 is taken to Floor 7 for a subjugation quest to eliminate 13 level 8 goblins during heavy rain. However, despite the bad weather, Eren confidently says it's a relief because this quest seems pretty easy. Han then tells his friends to stay put and watch, saying that he will handle all the goblins by himself. As the armed goblin monsters rush at Han, he uses his berserk skill and with incredible power takes down all the monsters quickly. Han puts away his sword as only one trembling goblin is left behind, making Jenna wonder if she should finish it. Han thinks that there's a high chance this quest could also be a chain quest, so they can't clear it right away. He tells her to leave it, stressing that only one goblin is left, so it can't do anything to them. He suggests they move on and start their search instead. Han observes the unique parts of the environment, like the rain and the river, and wonders if there was a dam that fell. Soon, they easily clear the quest without any problems. Later, when they come out of the dungeon, Jenna asks if their activities for the day are done. Han agrees, letting her do whatever she wants, and asks Eren what he plans to do. Eren says he's thinking about going to the training grounds, but Han warns him not to overdo it because he might ruin his body. Han suddenly tells Eren not to leave, and his sudden order surprises him. Han then notices that the master has chosen a newbie potent double package, which has 5,000 gems and 100,000 gold, costing $70. Realizing that this is the third time that anything has made a big purchase, Han takes action and tells Jenna to get the drawing papers from his room, which should be on the table, and asks Eren to bring Edis to where they are. Eren quickly agrees. Han expects new people to arrive. The system notifies them that the master has selected the 2 premium summons, showing that new arrivals are coming. Han knows that the master would pull again. Although some players never pay to win, there isn't anyone who has only paid to win once. When a player first starts engaging with pick-me-up, they often find themselves drawn into the game, watching the high-level AI give freedom to the heroes. This fascination grows as they see the heroes' rough responses while clearing a stage or going through synthesis, which would definitely be interesting for newcomers. The enjoyment comes not just from watching humans, but also from helping heroes, giving commands, thinking of tactics and strategies, and getting involved in PvP. As they climb the tower and improve the waiting room, the content keeps expanding, and the heroes' actions change accordingly. Han thinks that there is no way being able to play around with lives like that wouldn't be fun. After the summoning, 2 newly 3-star heroes, Iolka and Roderick, come out of the summoning chamber, looking quite confused. Roderick talks to the heroes who are already there to ask about their names, but before anyone can respond, Iolka, lost in her own clumsiness, steps on her dress and falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Jenna tells Han that she has brought the lots and wonders who the lady on the floor is. As she lies on the ground, thinking about whether she is hurt or embarrassed, Han reassures Jenna not to worry about her condition, saying that she will get up when necessary. He then thinks about the strange clothes of the newcomer. Edis jumps in, revealing that the woman is from a noble family, which makes Han curious about what that means. Edis goes on to explain that after living as a mercenary for a long time, she thinks that Iolka seems a bit childish, and she is not sure how she got here. Roderick, who has already learned the basics like master, summoning, and synthesis, still doesn't understand levels or skills. Having worked as a guard in a big city, Roderick feels a vague sense of duty, but he doesn't have any other special traits. He insists that it seems like he has to do something and wonders if it could be hypnosis. Roderick asks if he has to stay in this place and fight unknown enemies, to which the protagonist agrees. Han mentions that he will provide more information once they draw lots, and that he and Edis will be the ones drawing the lots for recruitment. In the recruitment situation, Han tells Edis that if she picks the blue lot, she will be paired with the older man. However, if she picks the red one, she will be matched with the young lady. Han thinks about the choice, realizing that the better option is clear: an experienced guard or a young, immature, noble lady. He then tells Jenna to bring the lots here, and she quickly follows his order. As Jenna trips on a rock, she shows the lots. Han's sharp eyes spot one of them, and he starts to think about his plan. If the right side is red, then the left must be blue, showing he prefers to recruit the older man, Roderick. He looks at Edis, who is smiling, and wonders if she also saw the lots. Jenna puts the cup containing the lots on the floor, telling them to pick a lot, to which Han and Edis both reach out excitedly to grab their chosen lots. However, their focus is suddenly pulled away when Iolka unexpectedly uses fire magic, creating curiosity and interest among them. Han and Edis are now both holding on to the same red lot, asking the other to let it go. Han asks Iolka if she is a magician while looking at her attribute window, which shows she is a 3-star hero at level 1, possessing intermediate flame magic among her skills. Iolka, while using fire magic, casually remarks that this is her way of introducing herself. With newfound interest, they both fight over the red chit. Edis suggests that Han should be a nice guy and yield, emphasizing that having a magician join their party would perfect their balance. However, Han laments his lack of familiarity with being nice, but highlights the potential synergy between fire magic and archery, hinting at his reluctance to relinquish the opportunity. Han contemplates that although warriors and thieves in Pick-Me-Up can be advanced to 1 star through proper nurture, magicians are different. They are rare individuals who can only be acquired through paid summons, and the chance of them even appearing is significantly lower. Meanwhile, Iolka wonders what they are doing and asserts that she doesn't like it because it feels like she is being appraised like a specimen. Jenna becomes agitated. She accuses Han and Edis of cheating after realizing they have peeked at the lots. She insists that they need to rely on luck for situations like this and quickly swaps the lots again. Iolka remains confused about what is happening, and Han says they are deciding who she will be joining and remarks that, compared to the gentleman next to her, she is slow to grasp the situation. This observation further bewilders her. Roderick suggests that she take a moment to think about what she believes is being done to them. After some reflection, Iolka feels a bit sick, because she sadly realizes that they are treating them as if both of them are mere objects. Following this, Jenna places the lots back in the cup and declares that they cannot cheat this time. She urges them to proceed fairly and squarely, relying purely on luck. Han then advises Edis that, regardless of the outcome, they should avoid harboring any resentment. With this understanding, they both proceed to select their lots with honesty and integrity. Ultimately, Han ends up with the red lot, signifying that Iolka will join his team. With the Master's approval, Iolka is officially added to Party 1, while Roderick becomes a member of Party 2. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, Isol forcibly drags a hero toward the synthesis chamber. He protests loudly, yelling at her to let go of him. In a moment of anxiety, he calls out to Han, reminding him of his earlier assurance that they could survive if they exerted their best effort. Isol sternly urges him to shut up and get in, while also advising the newly arrived magician, Iolka, to enter the synthesis chamber. Han remarks that the individuals who couldn't learn support skills will not survive. He then tells Iolka to go into the synthesis chamber for now. With a serious face, he adds, unless she wants to become like them. The system shows that the synthesis process is complete and that Yan and Jenin have been synthesized. This leads to Iolka leveling up. As she exits the chamber, Han comments that she will end up like that if she falls behind. He emphasizes that there is no way to avoid synthesis. If she wishes to live, she can only try harder. Meanwhile, Roderick finds the process brutal, expressing his discomfort with the situation. Han then informs him that he is next in line for synthesis, revealing that the individuals they just witnessed will soon serve as the synthesis materials. The synthesis process is completed, and Roderick levels up. Later, Isol opens the space-time rift and commands Party 2 to enter, which makes Iolka a bit curious. Han tells her that the Master is attempting to assess the newbies. Edis advises the older man, Roderick, to follow her, assuring him that he will be the main character in this battle. As they venture inside the space-time rift, Han calls out to Iolka, who is standing next to him, and asks her about which spells she can use. In response, she questions why he is asking her such a thing. The protagonist then sternly urges her, asking if she does not want to fight and pressing her to answer his question. Iolka reluctantly advises him to wait and wonders why she came here. Han reminds her that her purpose is to fight, emphasizing that because she is a 3-star hero, she should comprehend this. Iolka expresses discomfort about engaging in battle in an unfamiliar setting without knowing the underlying reason. Han questions whether she truly needs a reason to fight, warning her that she will meet the same fate as the individuals she just consumed if she refuses to engage. Once again, he firmly asks which spells she can use. Iolka responds that she can use fire. The highest she can cast is 3rd circle fire magic. However, Han pointed out that he already knew she could use fire magic. But what about other kinds of spells? He asked if she could use teleportation or other types of support magic. Ioka smiled, playfully questioning if he was really asking if a fire mage could use support magic, and claimed that such magic is usually meant for those who are 3 Runa. Han tells her, so she is saying she can't. This comment annoys Ioka, with her asking him if he has a complaint or something. She then says that Han would be so shocked to see her fire magic that he might just fall over, confidently stating that even support magic could never match it. Han thinks this is a bit unfortunate, feeling she needs to be as skilled as she is arrogant. He reflected that a defense system is often more flexible than an attack system and wondered if she might eventually develop her skills, even though she currently lacks a skilled window. However, it didn't seem likely. Still, he recognized that a mage is a mage. Han then tells Ioka that from now on, she will need to fight with them, hoping she understands this. She says she does, however, she doesn't really like it very much. After that, when Han asks her whether she has any experience with battling monsters, she confidently says she does, as they call her Rivel's Witch. On the other hand, Party 2 comes back safely from the dungeon, and Han wonders if they have gone to a lower-tier floor for a test. Looking at Edis's face, he thinks that Roderick is stronger than she thought. Han then tells his party that it's their turn and tells them to get ready. The system notes that Party 1 will enter the crack of space and time, with Han telling his party to follow him. Soon, they step into a crack in space and time, and the system shows 7 stages they have completed. Han thinks they will probably go for the 4th floor because the next stage might be locked. So, if they want to check her magic, the 4th floor will do, since it has a mix of harpies and goblins. With a smile, Han says that when the fight starts, they will stand down because they need to test Ioka's magic abilities, which confuses her and makes her question what he means. Han explains that the 4th floor can be conquered by any 3 of them alone. He then asks Ioka if she lacks confidence because of her low level. The protagonist, with a hint of sarcasm, reminds Ioka of her previous claim that he would be astonished and fall over when he saw her magic. Ioka, looking visibly anxious, acknowledges the truth of his words, but insists that she is special. With a confident grin, she states that he will be surprised to see it nonetheless. Suddenly, Isil appears out of nowhere, announcing that the door will open in 10 seconds and telling them to get ready, and with a worrisome look, she wishes Han good luck. As the door swings open, Han is taken aback. His previous prediction has been proven wrong. Instead of going up to the 4th floor, the master teleports them to the main dungeon of the 8th floor, which catches Han off guard. Han quickly tells everyone that they are now on the 8th floor, urging them to focus and draw their weapons. Jenna asks, didn't he say that they were going to stand down and that they were going to the 4th floor? To this, Han tells her to be quiet, and everyone swiftly takes action, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Ioka seems unaware of the situation. Han, in a fit of anger, refers to the master as a bastard, and he wonders if he is really upset about the things that happened during the last encounter, especially about him consuming a 3-star hero. He thinks the master is basically telling them to go and die, or he wonders if the master thought that using the 4th floor as a test would be boring, while Jenna looks at a structure and says she thinks she has seen this before. Suddenly, Han's voice echoes through the chaotic atmosphere, telling everyone to dodge. However, Ioka, caught up in her own thoughts, doesn't notice the danger coming to her. With super fast reflexes, Han jumps towards Ioka and pushes her out of the way. This is how he helps her avoid the arrow aimed at her, telling her not to be so clueless. The mission type for Floor 8 is Subjugation, with the objective to wipe out the enemy's goblin raiders, all at level 9. As the group of armed goblins charges at them, Han sees that there are nearly 30 of them and compares them to a cavalry. Quickly reacting to the threat, he tells Jenna to shoot her arrows at them, and she quickly follows his orders. Han then tells Eren that when the goblins get close, he needs to sidestep and attack. He asks Eren if he can handle this, and Eren, determined, agrees, promising him that he'll do his best. After this, as Han shifts his focus to Iyalka, a goblin suddenly shoots an arrow at Han, which he quickly blocks. However, in the middle of the chaos, a goblin riding a wolf jumps toward Han from the opposite direction, trying to catch him off guard. With quick reflexes, Han swiftly dodges and pulls out his sword, ready to defend himself. In a quick motion, he strikes accurately, quickly taking down the goblin before it can make its move. Other goblins nearby want to attack him, but he just barely manages to dodge their strikes by using his swift movement and shield to block their hits. However, in the midst of the chaos, a huge creature grabs his shield tightly in its teeth, threatening to overpower him. Han quickly shouts out to Eren, who responds fast with a sharp thrust of his spear. Eren takes down the creature during the intense fight with the goblins. Han tells Iolka to cast her spell, which catches her by surprise. Han insists that she not make him say it again, reminding her of her claims of being a mage and demanding that she get rid of all the monsters. She then says that she needs time, and when Han asks how long, she says that she needs 1 minute. Han tells her to just cast while he skillfully takes down a goblin together with its mount beast. Iolka, meanwhile, starts to cast her magic by chanting verses with her eyes closed and making intricate hand movements. However, Han also tells Eren to block the bolts that are being shot at Jenna, which allows her to focus on her own shooting. Acting on Han's orders, Eren quickly swirls his spear, deflecting the bolts aimed at Jenna. On the other hand, while Iolka is deeply focused on casting her spell, a group of goblins charges at her, intent on attacking her. Han, realizing that the goblins want to take out the mage, jumps in to stop them from reaching Iolka. He is determined to buy time, but he knows blocking all of the goblins will be tough. Therefore, he decides to use his shield magic to deflect a couple of bolts while also blocking the enemy's advance. Han then asks Iolka if she can counter the upcoming attack, but she doesn't respond, completely focused on her chanting. Seeing the upcoming danger, Jenna nervously tells Iolka to move. She stresses that if Iolka stays still, she will surely get caught up in the attack. Out of nowhere, a goblin monster attacks Han, striking him forcefully. Despite Han's attempt to deflect the blow with his shield, the impact is so powerful that it causes him to stagger backwards slightly, losing his balance. This momentary distraction allows other goblins to seize the opportunity to attack him. However, Han remains vigilant and swiftly dispatches the goblins lunging at him. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he adeptly fends off the wolves attempting to assault him. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to Iolka, who is surrounded by many goblins and on the verge of being attacked. Han wonders if she can't even do mobile casting. But before the monsters can lay an assault, Han swiftly scoops her in his arms and carries her away from the goblins. Amid the chaos, Iolka wonders what he is doing. Han, while rushing to take her to a safe place, remarks that she is such a headache and asks why she is casting out in the open without any protective measures. Although Iolka becomes bewildered by his remark, she explains that she was turning all that mana into fire. They all rush to a barren land with a forest nearby. Han commands them to go there to evade the approaching goblins. Amidst their haste, Jenna expresses concern about potentially being blocked like last time. However, Han responds that they'll deal with any obstacles once they reach the forest. While sprinting, Han tightly grips Iolka's hand, urging her to start casting as soon as they enter the forest. He advises her to aim at the spot they were just at. Meanwhile, Iolka remarks that her hand hurts, requesting him to go a little slower. He asks her if she understands, and she responds by saying she got it. Meanwhile, we see the army of goblins chasing after them. Jenna gazes at the goblins behind them and speculates they can go into the forest safely. When Han notices that they have reached the field between the forest and the plains, he lets go of Iolka's hand, urging her to get into the forest now. His abrupt action makes her stumble on the ground, prompting her to wonder why he is treating her like that. Han remarks that she can't be treated nicely if she dies. As Han's friends safely enter the forest, they urge him to come in as well because of the danger outside. He commands them to wait, assuring them that he will join them soon. He is aware of the impending danger. However, Han enters his berserk state, giving off a menacing aura and bloodlust to buy Iolka some time to cast her spell. He knows that using berserk for the second time in one day is bad for his stamina, but he thinks it is necessary to buy some time. Undeterred by Han's berserk state, the goblins keep attacking him with their weapons, trying to overpower him. barely manages to evade the monster's attacks, they suddenly shoot a barrage of arrows at him, catching him off guard. He realizes it isn't just a hit-and-run tactic, although he doesn't let his guard down. To the goblins' surprise, Han kills most of their mounts with a swift and precise move of his sword. He declares that he will destroy that mobility those monsters are so proud of. Suddenly, as the monsters begin their counterattack, Han's berserk state ends unexpectedly, leaving him vulnerable to an impending assault by a monster. Han tumbles to the ground after a sudden turn of events. A menacing wolf pins him down with its massive feet, rendering him unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, a goblin attempts to assassinate him, but Han reacts swiftly and attacks the wolf with his sword. This causes the goblin riding it to miss its target. Eren, worried about Han's safety, tells Han that he will go to him, but Han tells him not to come out. Han quickly gets up and starts running away from the monsters, as he asserts that he will group these bastards up and bring them all at once, instructing Eren to fight the ones that come over to his side. However, as the monster continues to pursue Han, he anxiously inquires about Iolka's spellcasting progress. Jenna urgently informs him that it's done. With determination, Han rushes towards their designated target point, with two goblins hot on his trail, intent on assassinating him. Han swiftly leaps into the air and displays his impressive combat skills, eliminating the pursuing goblins, telling them to get out of his way as he continues running towards the designated point. Iolka prepares to unleash her magic, while Han focuses on gathering the monsters into the designated point. As Han reaches the designated point, Iolka, with a determined look on her face, shouts the word, "Ignite!" Iolka releases her Ignite magic, creating a whirlwind of fire that overwhelms their enemies. Noticing how urgent the situation is, Han quickly covers himself with his shield to protect against those dangerous flames. He sees the power of that fire whirlwind. Han praises its impressive firepower. However, Jenna is also amazed by this magic, especially since some goblins are still around. Urgently, Han tells Jenna and Eren to help Iolka finish off the remaining foes. As the main character faces a scary goblin, he realizes that he's too tired and is being pushed back. However, he decides that if he can't beat his enemy with strength, he will depend on skill instead. He dodges the goblin's attack, but just before he can put his plan into action, Jenna takes out that goblin with her impressive shot. Eren reacts quickly, taking down the wolf that is about to attack Han. After that, Eren excitedly says that if Han is tired, he will look out for him. Han, on the other hand, mentions that he can be cocky now. Meanwhile, as a riding goblin rushes to attack Jenna, she jumps into the air, dodges the attack, and skillfully dispatches the monster with a precise dagger strike. A menacing wolf launches itself at Iolka, who remains intensely focused on crafting her magic, with her eyes closed. However, out of nowhere, Jenna shoots an arrow into the wolf's face. Concerned for Iolka's safety, Jenna urgently implores her to wake up and run away, but soon she realizes that her spell isn't finished yet. Therefore, she commands her comrades to take cover. At that moment, Iolka opens her eyes, indicating that she has completed her casting. The spell is poised to attack. Meanwhile, Han and Eren rush forward to group the remaining enemies. Preparing to incinerate them, Iolka's spell descends upon the foes like a falling meteor, engulfing everything in flames. Seeking refuge beneath his shield, Han contemplates the potential danger of such a formidable spell, realizing they might become unintended victims of its wrath. While lying on the ground, he turns around, wondering if the chaos is over. However, his attention is suddenly diverted to a goblin who appears unaffected by the spell. At that moment, Iolka jumped out of the flames. She cast another layer of spell, and a whirlwind of fire formed again, this one bigger than the last. The impact was so strong that even Jenna had trouble keeping her balance, nearly getting thrown off her feet while the nearby forest caught fire. However, even with all the chaos, Iolka stayed strong and still. Because of their non-stop battle efforts, the area was cleared, and Iolka came out as the most valuable player, leveling up along with Eren as they were teleported back. Eren was surprised by how effective Iolka's magic was, noticing that it had taken out over 20 goblins in one hit. Jenna said how incredible it was, her smile wide. Iolka proudly said that this impressive show of power came from the great force of fire, repeating her earlier statement that they would be completely amazed by her magic. Then she revealed her identity as the Witch of the Rival Countship. Suddenly, she collapsed. As Jenna rushed toward her, Han told her that Iolka's mana was low. He also mentioned that Iolka couldn't do anything while she was casting for 1 minute, and that the nearby party members must continually focus on protecting her. On top of not being able to use protection spells, her strength, vitality, and agility are lower than those of a 1-star. Han thinks back to when he pulled many magicians back when he was a master and used many of them, but her type was hardly ever seen. Obviously, this was practically never the case. There were rarely types like this. Han wonders that if he compared her to a tank, it would be like taking the treads and armor off and foolishly powering up only the cannon. Although he smiles, noting that she is definitely powerful. With this, they head outside the dungeon. Han thinks it's about time they graduate from the close, mid, and long-range team formation. The next day, after logging in, Master Anything built the magician's special facility. This event marked an important milestone because Master Anything got different parts of the facility, including the magic research lab and its related research functions. The finishing of the alchemy lab has opened up new possibilities for item synthesis, allowing for the making of various items. Furthermore, the library is now done, letting magicians learn and improve their skills. However, the 3 extra buildings, the training grounds, magic research lab, alchemy lab, and the library, have come together to form a new magic hall. On the other hand, Han trains Iolka by pushing her to the ground. She wonders why she has to go through this and why someone like her, a person of high status, is put through such basic training, especially since she usually uses her brain. In response to Iolka's concerns, Han, in a sarcastic tone, suggests that she ought to find joy in eating potatoes, implying that meat is only for those who rely on physical strength. However, deep down, Han realizes that, although dodging might not be crucial during spellcasting, Iolka still has to learn how to dodge attacks on her own. He encourages her to improve her speed while they run, despite her worried questions about why they need to do this exercise. Frustrated by her whining, Han stresses that stamina is important on a battlefield filled with swords and spears. Also, seeing her in those clothes seems much better than that awkward-looking dress. As they keep running, she mentions that her outfit is a special magic item made by her family. This magic item boosts the power of her flame magic. Also, the dress Iolka had on before is said to be a magic item specially made for her by her family. Han makes it clear to Iolka that his suggested stamina training of running 3 laps around the track every day at a steady pace with no weights at slow speeds is nothing compared to the training he does. However, even with Han's reassurances, Iolka shows her tiredness and complains about what she thinks are harsh training methods. Han then runs off, jokingly saying that it sounds like Iolka wants to have potatoes for dinner. He believes he should go tell Chloe. While running, Han sees that the master, Anything, isn't doing anything but just watching, but still, Han thinks it's fun to only watch at times. As luck would have it, they got a magician when they were so close to the 10th floor, and a magic hall was built. Also, thanks to the Israelta mine being opened yesterday, they got every kind of material from the 3 weekday dungeons. Thus, they have lots of materials in the storage waiting for his orders. He thought this was the perfect time to make consumable items, like potions. As the master logs out, Han heads toward the magic hall, telling Jenna not to let Iolka escape, who looks completely drained. Han reflects that potion crafting is content where usually high-ranking pharmacists and alchemists are needed. However, just like when he made the equipment, if he plays the minigame, he can make the potions without the necessary skills. The protagonist then steps into the magic hall, where he finds several books, yet can't figure out what they say. He starts to make a potion, carefully adding the ingredients and starting the potion crafting minigame, which is a lot like a rhythm game. Han skillfully tackles the challenges, successfully making low-grade health and mana potions thanks to his great gameplay. Isel looks up to Han for his amazing skills in the game, as he manages to make a total of 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. Han stares at the potions he created, thinking that Master Anything might get suspicious. However, it's better than risking his life later on. Han calls out to Eren and Jenna, reminding them that their team now officially has a magician, and they agree. He then asks if they know why he brought this brazier here, but they don't seem to get it. The protagonist boldly thrusts his hand into the burning coals, making everyone question his actions. As he places his hand into the scorching coals, Han firmly states that if Iolka wants to master the control of flames, the individuals involved must not only get used to the fire, but also prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Although Han starts counting all the way up to 10, his sudden actions catch Eren and Jenna off guard. When he finishes the countdown, he pulls his hand from the cold brazier, which is clearly burned and bruised. However, he reassures them that it is okay, insisting that they will heal quickly in the waiting room. Following this, Han emphasizes that Iolka wields fire, which is a big deal, and that they will stand alongside her in combat. He poses a crucial question: what if they fail to adapt, risking being cooked before the enemy? Jenna voices her apprehensions, questioning whether he is compelling them to engage in such perilous activities. However, Eren, filled with anxiety, seeks clarity regarding the length of their training regimen. Han responds by stating that it will continue until they can endure it. Deep down, he contemplates the necessity of this extreme undertaking until they cultivate the fire resistance skill, a skill that might ultimately persuade Eren to commit fully. In an effort to motivate Eren, Han recalls the harrowing ordeal they faced on the 5th floor, insisting that Eren should remember the consequences of complacency. As Eren approaches the brazier with hesitance, Han tightly grips his arm and urges him to find a spot where no one can see what he's doing, especially because Han does not have the cruel desire to watch him suffer. Meanwhile, Jenna shows both fear and reluctance, saying she doesn't want to move forward. Han, however, tightly holds her hand, saying that he will make her act if she keeps resisting, which catches her off guard and makes her gasp in disbelief. He asks if she plans to run away every time Iolka uses her magic, stressing that Iolka can't even protect herself or use teleportation magic. He argues that if they can't protect Iolka, then she will die. Han insists to Jenna that if she doesn't want to see their magician dying, then she needs to get used to the fire before they get to the 10th floor. Jenna, although she doesn't want to, agrees. He then turns his attention back to Eren, saying he needs to build up pain resistance skills. Han gives Eren a dagger, telling him to use it to gain pain resistance in whatever way he thinks is best. Han acknowledges that this process may be unpleasant and painful. However, Eren requires it because while health potions can heal injuries, you are in extreme pain in exchange. Pain resistance is crucial if they wish to confront challenges while enduring discomfort. Meanwhile, Jenna anxiously contemplates whether she is also required to endure this, but Han says no, making her feel relieved but then nervous again as he says that she will need to do this in the future. Han remarks that she must learn to switch between her bow and short sword as swiftly as possible, engaging in close or long-range combat whenever the situation demands it. Han dismantles their close, mid, and long formation, introducing a new strategy instead. He suggests forming a triangle with Iolka positioned at the center, announcing that the training for this formation will commence tomorrow. Han emphasizes to Jenna that, although this formation may not align with her preferences, there will be instances when neither Eren nor he will suffice to protect Iolka. Consequently, Jenna must be prepared to defend an additional side during those critical moments. Viewing the new formation as somewhat akin to safeguarding a princess, Han accepts it as essential to effectively harness Iolka's abilities. Thinking about the party's mix, or composition, Han sees that the double magician system is the best choice for their team. It would be better if they had a support mage, but it's a shame they don't. He thinks that they still have the 9th floor left, but it is unlikely that his party will get the chance to clear it. It's more probable that Party 2 will be given this job in order to gain more experience. Han thinks that, as long as the chain quest is active, they can't progress with just one party. Developing a sub-party is basically common knowledge, so he believes Master Anything would know this too. He then wonders if the 10th floor will have a mission where at least two parties need to work together because it's a quest for collaboration. Han understands that the difficulty and danger there can't be compared to what they've faced so far. Thus, they can't afford to be lazy in their preparations. Determined to get stronger, Han lights the brazier and bravely endures the pain as he puts his hand into it, using a cloth to muffle his screams. Through constant pain and struggle, Han successfully gains the skill of fire resistance. The next day, Han gives Iolka a straightforward evaluation, telling her that her current skills are not enough. This shocks her. Han suggests that even if she has to lessen the power of her spell, she should shorten the time it takes to cast and lower the mana cost. In reply, Iolka shouts in anger, asking how he could say something so insulting. Han then firmly questions if she really doesn't want to get better. Frustrated, Iolka turns away, but eventually agrees, even if it's reluctantly, to follow his advice. Iolka's flame magic works in 3 layers. The first layer starts the flames and brings them out. The second layer burns by making the flames explode, and the third layer pushes the explosion upward with an updraft. Han thinks that as Iolka adds more layers to her magic, the mana cost goes up a lot, resulting in a stronger effect. However, for efficiency, she needs to find a way to balance power and sustainability. After this talk, Han walks over to Jenna at the training ground, telling her that they should also get started. This is because, as they slowly approach the 10th floor, they need to exponentially increase the difficulty of their training, morning till night. During their training session, Han showed significantly elevated intensity. He engaged in arrow blocking training. Shots from Jenna were frequent, and he eventually stopped using the shield. Instead, he decided to impose additional conditions on himself throughout the practice. Amid this rigorous training, Jenna told Han that he was becoming stronger with each repetition. However, Han stayed focused on the task at hand. While dodging arrows, he noted that they were in the middle of training, so he didn't need compliments. Because of Han's relentless efforts, he successfully gained the projectile defense skill. Furthermore, his beginner sword and shield proficiency had risen to level 6. Meanwhile, Jenna used her switching technique to improve her skills in short swords and archery. As Han skillfully sidestepped her barrage of sword strikes, Jenna quickly redirected her attention back to archery. However, before she could fully carry out her next move, she found herself facing Han's sword, already ready to counter her, showing off his quick reflexes and anticipation. Han was really impressed by her skills and thought that, although her base was only a 1-star, she had amazing potential, and her learning rate was, quite frankly, extraordinary. He acknowledges that Jenna would have been significantly underdeveloped if he didn't know about pick-me-up. He then praises her skills, saying she performed admirably, which makes her giggle. She sarcastically comments on his earlier reluctance to accept compliments during training. Later, Han reflects that a typical 1-star would be on par with Aaron's level of proficiency. Even though Aaron's basic spearmanship is level 3, that is all he has. Aaron has stayed secluded in his room, concentrating on mastering pain resistance. On the other hand, Iolka is probably training how Han told her to in the Magic Hall's specialized training grounds. Although her firepower might slightly diminish, her spells are already strong enough. Excluding extreme circumstances, it would be enough for her to use only the first layer. The training grounds had also seen a recent influx of random 1-stars, but there still hadn't been a useful one. Han thinks that neither party 1 nor 2 has reached the maximum capacity of 5 participants, but it seems that Master Anything doesn't want to do any more hero pulling. Han wonders if the Master is planning on adding those 1-stars. After entering the 9th floor, Edis's party returned, although they looked injured and disheartened. Han notices that it seems some limbs were cut off and asks about the quest. Edis, tired from the experience, says that their goal was to defeat a goblin village with about 50 goblins. Han then asked if there was anything strange about the place, encouraging her to tell him if she saw anything odd. In response, she says that the floor looked like a muddy field, as if it had just rained. However, besides that, she did not see anything special. Isel then tells Han and his friends that it is now their turn to check out the dungeon. With Iolka's magic activated, helping them out, they quickly overcame the challenges of the floor, finishing it with relative ease. As they leave the dungeon, Han thinks about their progress. He realizes that the fourth floor doesn't offer enough challenges for their training needs anymore. Currently, he is level 10, Jenna is level 8, Aaron is level 6, and Iolka is level 4. Han thinks that with the current number of floors, this is the limit to their levels. They have leveled up as much as they possibly could. The party's gear has improved overall. The E-rank shabby leather armors were upgraded to D rank by adding metal plates to them. Also, he and Aaron got short swords as secondary weapons. People from the training groups like Shern and Mekin were added to parties 1 and 2. However, although they didn't have the experience, ability, or skills to keep up with the group, it was unavoidable, especially since level 10 was coming up fast. Later that night, Isel goes to Han, wondering if he has foreseen what kind of quest awaits them on the 10th floor, and if he feels confident in handling it easily. Han brushes off this idea, saying that having such foresight would make him like a god. He shares that he was wondering why she came looking for him, but it looks like she's here to ask him useless stuff. Isel excitedly tells him that he is a god. Han replies that if he were really a god, he would have already conquered the 100th floor. Even though he was the highest-ranking user in Pick Me Up and has the title of Master of Masters, Han admits he has his limits. With a lot of experience, he has only made it to the 88th floor after 2 years of playing. However, many of his teams have been wiped out because of unpredictable random patterns and traps. Han thinks about how the masters of Pick Me Up grow through their failures, but right now, he believes that Master Anything doesn't know what failure is. But he also thinks that if they keep going this way, the day Master Anything learns about failure will be the same day Han meets his end. The next day, all the heroes in the tower gather in the town square, which makes Iolka wonder about this sudden meeting. She asks why so many people are here, saying it doesn't seem like Isel, the young fairy, called for this gathering. Han tells her that they will be called upon soon, so she shouldn't get so suspicious. She holds back from questioning it for now. Meanwhile, Han thinks about the situation, realizing that it's been 30 minutes since Master Anything logged on. He sees the Master's silence as a sign of deep thought, suggesting that important choices might be happening. As the system asks the Master about going up to the 10th floor, Han wonders if the Master will take on this challenge. Thinking about his party's readiness, Han sees that the newest member hasn't fully fit into their group yet. He also thinks that he didn't even get promoted after reaching his limit of level 10 as a 1-star. Han feels a bit incomplete and thinks that if the Master leaves him for about a week, he could improve his skills to the 1-star maximum limit. He believes this extra training time will boost their chances of trying the 10th floor under better conditions. However, he doubts these actions fit the personality of the Master from what he has seen so far. Master Anything accepts the challenge, and Isel opens the space-time rift. Hans's determination grows. He reminds himself that, while the experiences are real to them, it is not the case for the Master because they are just part of a game. Even if they face defeat and are wiped out, the Master can always recruit more heroes later. Han then commands the new party member, Shern, to hide somewhere when the fight starts. In response, Shern anxiously remarks that he can also fight. However, Han considers that a level 3 with level 1 beginner swordsmanship would surely be a hindrance at this stage. However, if he had joined the party 1 week earlier, he would have taught Shern some of the basics. Meanwhile, the system warns the Master, indicating that the upcoming quest is difficult and requires 2 parties. It highlights that if he lacks party members, he must fill them using the premium or free summons. Furthermore, the system offers a helpful tip. The Master can utilize the tactics room to provide a tactical guide to the heroes participating in the quest. Han realizes that the Master wouldn't even know how to operate the tactics room because it's a bit too complicated for a beginner. He then instructs a cell to ask the Master to let them retrieve their items from the storage. Isel swiftly obeys Han's command and informs the Master that unused consumables are available. She recommends that the heroes carry these items to be used at the right times during the quest. After receiving permission from the master, Han takes 6 health potions and distributes them among Edis's party, giving 3 potions to each group. He then asks Edis if preparations are all done, to which she says yes. Then he asks what about their wills, to which she replies that's a bad joke while smiling. Han acknowledges that the mana potions are exclusively for Iolka. Han suggests to Edis that they could be split up into different areas, emphasizing the need to regroup quickly if the situation requires it. When Edis expresses her uncertainty about completing this task, Han advises her to aim for the central region. He assures her that if she loses track of where the center is, she can find it by scouting from a high vantage point. Before they enter the time-space rift, Isel addresses the party members, urging them not to get in Han's way. She shows her alertness, saying that she will keep a close eye on them. In a comedic scene, Han tells Isel not to do that, making her hesitate a bit. Han then replies with a confident smile, telling Isel not to worry as he will make sure she climbs the tower. Soon after, both parties are teleported to floor 10. Here, Party 1 finds a distressed man who doesn't notice them. He is crying out loudly in a corner, his voice full of anxiety as he screams that they are all doomed to die. The man shows a feeling of hopelessness, claiming that victory is impossible and lamenting that even the women and children will face their end. Suddenly, Han hits the man's back, making the man look around nervously, wondering who is there. Han, calling the man an idiot, questions what this is. Meanwhile, Jenna tells Han that she thinks the older man can't see them. The man, not aware of their presence, anxiously sits down, thinking it must be a ghost. Han realizes it's a non-player character, or NPC, and thinks about the many times NPCs showed up during quests. He wonders why they never worked well together, but it was like this. Han then looks around and says that this city feels oddly familiar. Aaron comments that, now that Boss Han brings it up, he thinks they have been here before. It looks a bit different, but it feels familiar. Han then realizes that it's true. They have indeed been here before, because this was that ruined city that served as the stage for the 5th floor. The difference, however, is that it hasn't fallen yet. Jenna jumps in, saying that the timing seems a bit odd, or maybe just kind of messy. Han replies, pointing out that this isn't the first time the timeline has been weird, and that she should think about those things later. He stresses that right now, the important thing is that they've been summoned here, and that they need to complete their mission for survival. He notes that since the mission hasn't officially started yet, they have some free time right now, so they should use this time to gather information. So, Han gives each of his friends 5 minutes for scouting in the area. He highlights how important it is to be back at their spot within the set time, as if they are late, they will leave without them. The protagonist then climbs a building to get a view of the location from a higher point, thinking it is the best spot to watch the battle's progress. Next to him, a totally panicked NPC yells out loudly that he doesn't want to die. Han sees the soldiers' despair, noticing that their morale seems to be at rock bottom. From his high position, he notices that there are thousands of goblins in the forest to the north. He notices siege towers, but feels relieved that he doesn't see any battering rams anywhere. To the east, he notices the river they saw from the 7th floor, along with hundreds of goblins. He thinks that the goblins don't have any siege equipment. He then compares the goblins' massive numbers to his side, thinking that the ones gathered outside the castle seem to be everyone. With very few human soldiers compared to the number of goblins, he concludes that the difference in manpower is 10 to 1. No, it's even bigger than that. Han goes down the stairs, thinking that this is the worst-case scenario just by looking at it. However, the mission hasn't been announced yet. He realizes that if it is a survival mission, then his party's chances of survival will increase. Furthermore, Han believes that if they were given another mission to survive for a set amount of time again, they would be able to clear it much easier than how they did on the 5th floor. There are enough NPCs available to use as bait. However, they also have a mage who is proficient in area defense. Han thinks that the roulette of fate will soon spin. Party 2 joins them on floor 10, and Han is about to tell Edis about the quest. But suddenly, Han gets a 3-part warning message, which surprises him because the message indicates the highest difficulty. The system lets him know that the quest type for Floor 10 is defense, and the goal is to prevent the city's collapse. Han is shocked, as this isn't a survival mission, but a defense one. He thinks that, when combining parties 1 and 2, there are a total of 10 people, along with 350 NPCs, which makes a total force of 360, who must battle against thousands of goblins. Han then tells his comrades that after they share their findings, they should discuss the mission details, objectives, and roles. However, Jenna tells him that she tried to talk to the people in the city, but no one responded, which means they can see and touch them, but they can't hear or see them. Eren reports to Han and notes, with concern, that the refugees are moving toward the city center while goblins approach from the northern and eastern gates. He emphasizes that there are no gates in the south or west, which means there are no escape routes. This raises worries that if the outer wall collapses, a massacre could happen for those inside. Edis then asks Han about their next steps. Han reveals that their mission is to defend and protect the city, preventing enemy infiltration. In other words, they must destroy the invaders. Han's revelation startles Edis. At that moment, the older man, Roderick, considers the idea of retreat, suggesting they could leave the city to assess the situation and carry out guerrilla-style attacks. However, Han quickly dismisses this idea, asserting that success depends on getting rid of the invading army. He stresses that the chance of failure centers around protecting the central tower, the statue of the twin goddesses. Han believes that, although they may try to eliminate all the goblins, they will ultimately fail their mission if that statue is compromised. Roderick thinks this idea is totally ridiculous. He questions why they need to protect the statue, while also dealing with the enemies. Han claims that if they fail their mission, everyone will die, which shocks his friends because of how serious the situation is. The older man wonders if Han really means that they will definitely die, even if they escape from the city. Han agrees, stating that no matter where they are, if they mess up, death is unavoidable. There are no exceptions. However, Han admits to himself that this idea is completely absurd. Still, as long as they view this situation as a game, even a mission that looks impossible has ways of being cleared. Han thinks that even though there are a lot of goblins, the only equipment they have is a ladder cart, and only the Northern Army has that. This means that if they can hold off the ladders from the north, they can buy enough time. Han orders Edis's group to head to the outer wall in the north and help the soldiers there, telling them to do whatever they can to take down the ladders that are meant to climb onto the castle walls. Edis then asks, in a curious tone, if he is really suggesting that this role will be taken solely by her team. To acknowledge her concerns and show her that he is open to her perspective, he listens carefully to her opinion. However, she is skeptical. She believes that adding 5 people to the existing 300 won't make it easier to defend the city. Han understands her viewpoint and thinks about the possible strength of Party 2, which he believes is around 50 human soldiers. He emphasizes that, as long as the goblins don't have any siege equipment, like battering rams, their attack abilities will be limited to ladder carts for going after the castle walls. Han asserts that if Party 2 can hold their ground on the castle walls, especially the most dangerous parts, their defense will improve significantly. Nevertheless, Edis points out that this isn't her main worry. She argues that even if they can stall for a bit, winning is still out of reach. In thinking about it, Han realizes that while they might be able to last a little longer, the goblins' huge numerical advantage means a breakthrough is unavoidable, as that is the difference in fighting force between them and the enemy, a 10-to-1 difference in fighting power. Even if they come together in their efforts, it would only make the odds 10-to-2. Reflecting on their experiences from the 5th floor, where the goblins showed no sign of backing down, Han concludes that this is a battle they cannot win. However, he stays hopeful that a clue or solution must be hidden within the challenge. Han then tells his comrades about a river located to the east of the city, urging them to remember the events that happened on the 7th floor. This floor was marked by rain because of the dam's collapse, which caused the waterways to flood. He thinks that all of the clues from the 5th to the 9th floor are pointing to the dam in the east, yet he questions what the dam's collapse, which is far away, has to do with the current attack. Frustration builds up inside him as he clenches his fist, realizing he doesn't have enough information. At that moment, Jenna suddenly interrupted with a revelation. She heard the sound of horse gallops beyond the river on the 7th floor. She adds that when she looked around, she saw some riders on the other side of the river. Han is really surprised by this important information. He anxiously wonders why she hadn't mentioned it earlier. Jenna expressed her uncertainty about the importance of the situation until now. The protagonist turns to Edis and tells her to buy as much time as possible. He stresses that if the outer wall falls, they have to retreat to the inner wall. Han tells her to use whatever means necessary, like the soldiers and refugees as bait, and, if needed, to close the gates and hold out until he and his party come back. Edis realizes that Han's team is taking on a more difficult task than her team, so she thinks she can't act weak and tells Han they will hold on as long as possible. Jenna voices her worries about the plan, questioning their method and if it is too careless. Han points out that Edis, unlike Jenna, is quick to understand things. He urges Jenna to grab her weapon, revealing that they are headed to the east gate as they get ready to leave the city. Eren then asks Han about the choice to leave the outer walls, saying that there are thousands of goblins outside and sharing his fears about the danger. Han acknowledges these concerns. However, he insists that they still have to move forward. They need to realize that, if they stay here, they will surely face destruction. Han starts to think that, on the 7th floor, the dam had already fallen apart. If the sound Jenna heard was really reinforcements, then the reason the city was destroyed on the 5th floor could be because the reinforcements weren't able to get over the raging river created by the broken dam. Understanding this, he decides they must leave through the eastern gate, face the goblins, and stop the dam from breaking. Jenna expresses her concerns about what Han just said, but Han, with determination, says they will go after the goblins' heads. We then hear someone saying to move the refugees to the inner wall, and also telling the people to stand in line properly and not cut in. They should go in one person at a time. Later, Iolka, who is feeling anxious, comments that she hardly managed to get past. Han, while sprinting, declares that they have only just gotten through the gate of the inner wall and that the real challenge is in front of them. As they get close to the gate that leads outside the walls, Han tells Jenna to climb the castle walls and check the situation outside. He then urgently directs Eren to get ready to open the gate. Immediately after, he tells Iolka to start casting and to unleash her second layer of flames when the castle gate swings open. Eren engages the pulley mechanism that opens the gate, causing panic among the soldiers who can't see him. They wrongly think the pulley is working on its own and rush to stop it. Meanwhile, Jenna, who is on top of the castle walls, alerts Han of the large number of goblins already gathered right outside the gate. She worries about opening the gate here because it might let them swarm in. Yet, Han brushes off Jenna's fears, saying it doesn't matter, and orders her to come down for now. He reassures her that Iolka's magic will clear the way. After this, Han tells Jenna that they are going to stop the soldiers from interfering. To stop any interference, Han takes charge and quickly takes down a soldier. This action makes the leader of the soldiers wonder if an evil spirit has entered their ranks. He tells his subordinates to eliminate the threat at all costs. However, Jenna messes up their plans by tripping them with her foot. Meanwhile, Iolka sees her chance to cast her spell, but a goblin shoots an arrow through the slightly open outer gate. Yet, Han jumps in just in time, catching the arrow with amazing precision using his bare hands. He then fights back, shooting the arrow right back at the goblin while Jenna keeps the soldiers busy, stopping them from interfering with Eren, who is hard at work pulling the pulley. Suddenly, rain starts to fall, and Han, while looking at Iolka casting her flame magic, wonders if the rain will stop Iolka's flames. Meanwhile, Eren manages to open the gate, letting the goblins rush forward and attack Iolka. Not discouraged by the coming danger, She quickly casts her ignite spell while telling the goblins to fly away. Her spell engulfs the area in flames. Han tells her not to blow up the gate and to make her flames explode outside. Following his order, she uses the combustion spell, which defeats many goblins and gives her teammates the chance to move forward. As Iolka finishes casting the spell, she drinks a mana potion, and Han tells her to drink one each time she uses her spell. He then reminds her that there are still many goblins left to fight, wondering if she can handle it. In reply, Iolka confidently claims she can, saying she can fire at least 100 more times after that. Han then looks at Shern, who seems confused and scared by what just happened. With a grin, he asks if he still wants to follow them. The system notes that Shern is scared and that all of his stats have been reduced by 30%. Noticing Shern's uncertainty, Han tells him to get advice from Edis, assuring him that she will give him directions. As Shern rushes off at Han's command, Han casually says that if Shern survives the battle, he will acknowledge him. A while after, Han sees the soldiers closing the gate again. He steps out, realizing that their escape road is blocked and the only path left now is to move forward. With the ominous goblins looming ahead, Han resolves to eliminate them all. He commands his comrades to adopt a triangular formation, putting Iolka at the center. He instructs Iolka to utilize only her first layer of the spell, asserting that it's acceptable even if the firepower is minimal. Furthermore, he advises her to spread her flames as widely as possible. Han realizes that the rain is getting heavier and that the goblins will pass through the fire and attack them. He is acutely aware that there are precisely 20 seconds remaining until Iolka completes her casting. During those fleeting moments, Han, along with Eren and Jenna, takes the initiative to confront the goblins, aiming to obstruct their advance, while simultaneously shielding Iolka. By employing their skills, they strive to repel the goblin onslaught and safeguard Iolka's position as the casting time draws to a close. Han commands Jenna and Eren to secure Iolka's line of sight, advising them to adjust their positions in order to protect themselves from the flames as the mage unleashes her spell. Han breaks through the flames, urging Jenna and Eren to follow him. He thinks that, although he feels the intense heat coming from the leather armor, he can tolerate it to some degree. He realizes they are lucky that Iolka is part of the team. However, because of the rain, the fire barricades are fading fast. Undeterred, he faces the swarming goblins with determination and tells Iolka to cast the spell again, firm in his wish to stand their ground against the enemy. He tells Eren to strengthen the right flank and reassures him that he will take this position himself. Just as another 20 seconds of casting time starts, the trio takes charge, each focusing on their tasks. Suddenly, a goblin tries to sneak up on Han, but he skillfully deflects the attack and quickly overpowers the goblin, and with 1 second left for Iolka's next cast, Han tells Eren and Jenna to change positions. Soon, the casting time ends. As Iolka uses her ignite spell, which engulfs most of the monsters, Han urges his friends to move forward while using the fire as a shield. He adds that they will continue on like this until they reach the river. Despite Iolka's scary spell, thousands of goblins still wait for them on their journey to the river. On the other side, the goblin leader, noticing all the chaos, becomes fierce and leads the next wave of goblins into our heroes. Meanwhile, while Iolka uses the spell, Han urges his friends to charge and face those monsters. Suddenly, a goblin sneaks up on Han and attacks him, but he dodges quickly and defeats it by stabbing it in the chest. Han sees that the goblin's attack pattern has suddenly changed. He thinks that despite them using fire magic, the goblins are now starting to charge forward. Nevertheless, sensing how urgent the situation is, Han acts quickly, taking down a large number of goblins with amazing speed and accuracy. Han figures out the sudden shift in the goblins' attack pattern because of their leader's orders. Amid the chaos, Han thinks about the leader's clever strategy. The goblin leader knows there is a delay in Iolka's spellcasting, so they keep charging at them without stopping. Han believes they can't keep going like this, as the goblin leader has figured out their strategy, and in response, Han scornfully says that the goblin leader is uselessly intelligent. Han understands that, although Eren and Jenna seem to be in good shape, they are unlikely to last for long. He realizes that his group is stuck in an environment without oxygen and surrounded by flames. This understanding leads him to accept that, despite their increased resistance to fire, they are not completely immune to it. After this, Han notices a group of goblins going after him, so he quickly gets rid of them. As Iolka gets ready to cast her spell again, Han gathers his friends, stressing the importance of paying close attention to his next words. He insists that they cannot afford to mess up because they only have one chance. Eren, feeling anxious, asks what Han means by one chance. Sternly, Han explains that he is talking about the chance to take down the monsters with decorations on him, aka the Goblin Leader. Meanwhile, the Goblin Leader urges its followers to step up their attacks while the mage works on her spell. As we see our heroes standing in the center with a circle of fire around them, more goblins rush toward them. However, the trio fights bravely to hold off the attackers. Han then asks Iolka if she is done casting, telling her to burn the monsters right away. To this, Iolka shouts "Ignite!" engulfing the battlefield with flames, wiping out some of the monsters, but still some remain alive. Han thinks that maybe using magic once might not be enough. However, he claims they aren't done yet, calling the goblins bastards. Iolka's magic then appears to be coming from the sky, similar to a meteor striking Earth. The Goblin Leader looks shocked as it witnesses Iolka's magic, and as the meteor-like magic gets closer to the monsters, Iolka shouts the word "burn," which causes her spell to expand and take out a large number of goblins with incredible force. Taking advantage of this moment, Jenna quickly fires an arrow at the Goblin Leader, catching him by surprise and making him fall to the ground from that lethal shot. On the other hand, Iolka falls unconscious from using too much mana, but Han catches her just before she hits the ground, holding her in his arms to keep her safe. Han thinks about the limits of magic, recognizing its great power, yet he also knows that it can't get rid of all their enemies. He worries that they might be wiped out if their opponents keep attacking without giving them a chance to organize themselves. However, he realizes the goblins' main target is not his group, but the fortress itself, and that they are just an obstacle in their way. Han wonders if the goblins are really willing to risk their lives in pursuit of their original goal, which is the fortress, or are they going to remove the obstacle, which is him and his group? Han thinks about what the goblins will do now since the Goblin Leader is no longer around. Moments later, as flames surround Han's group, the goblins rush toward the fortress. Han wonders if the goblins ultimately chose to attack the fortress. Although rain pours heavily, the group successfully avoids the remaining goblins, finding a temporary safe place to catch their breath. On the ground, Eren comments that because they are positioned so far from the fortress, the goblins seem uninterested in them, choosing instead to go straight for the fortress. Han reflects on their lucky survival, realizing that it came from their success in taking out the goblin commander. He understands that their plan would have probably failed had the commander still been alive. This is because the leader would have focused on getting rid of them. Han then pours a healing potion onto his arm, stating their intention to rest and use the health potions. He encourages his friends to apply the potion to their burns and take a quick sip, insisting that they need to take care of their injuries. Each member has only one health potion left, so they should conserve it. Han notes that the northern wall is still in the midst of a siege, and the outer wall remains intact. He wonders whether Edis's party is still pushing through. Han considers this to be just the beginning for his team. Standing near the ladder cart, he notices level 9 goblins approaching them, noting that the goblins won't give them a break. He urgently commands his comrades to prepare for battle. However, they express reluctance because they haven't rested for long. Suddenly, Eren's attention is drawn to a towering figure among the goblins, and he alerts Han to this new threat. Han remains undeterred and remarks that it seems that the goblins have brought a big friend, referring to the level 23 ogre. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and the chaos that is about to unfold, Han quickly assigns roles to his friends. He tells Iolka to build a firewall to stop the advancing goblins, while he sets Eren to guard her during this task. Iolka voices her worries, saying that she can hold back the goblins, but her spell won't work against the giant monster. Han firmly shuts her down, insisting that she stop her nonsense and start her spell. He then states that he will handle that monster soon. However, as the ogre gets closer, Han tries to dodge the creature's attack, barely escaping its reach. He knows the monster is extremely strong, claiming that he would die if hit even once, especially with the powerful blow from the ogre's hammer-like weapon, which looks like a goblin's horn. Han realizes that a shield or regular defenses wouldn't help in the face of unparalleled strength. He understands that the only way for him to fight the ogre is to gradually attack it, even if this takes more time. We see the goblins standing behind the circle of flames while Han and Jenna fight the ogre inside the circle. While Han fights the giant monster up close, Jenna provides essential help from afar, using her amazing archery skills. Her arrows hit their target against the ogre's massive body, taking advantage of its size to land precise shots. Jenna realizes that aiming at such a big opponent is much easier than dealing with the quick goblins, mainly because the ogre doesn't have the speed to dodge her barrage of attacks. With this in mind, Jenna focuses on causing damage through continuous shots, hoping to weaken the ogre and make it easier to take down. To her surprise, Jenna sees that the ogre mostly remains unharmed by her arrows. Although her accuracy is impressive, the ogre's strong body acts as a tough shield against her attempts. This makes Jenna take back her previous statement about the ogre being an easier target for her arrows than the goblins. Han tells Jenna that the ogre is not dodging because it probably doesn't have to. If the attacks aren't hitting its vital spots, then it won't take any damage. He suggests she should not waste her arrows. However, Jenna suddenly brings bad news. Another strong ogre has shown up, which catches Han off guard. The protagonist quickly notes that Eren is busy with goblins and thinks about how to distribute his party's strength, which fell apart because one more ogre arrived. He realizes that the longer this goes on, the worse this situation will get for them. Recognizing their increasingly dangerous position, Han decides to take a risk and jumps to attack the enemy with a strong move. Han carefully aims for the monster's vital point, denying his future kids, making it scream in pain and counterattack, which forces Han to move back quickly. Han jumps over the monster's body and, with another strong strike, stabs its neck, causing the ogre to yell in pain. He then thinks that his attack was shallow, but then pulls back his shield and repeatedly hits his sword with it, forcing his sword to dig deeper into the ogre's body, making it bleed heavily and fall down. As the main character brings one ogre crashing down to the ground, he thinks about the other ogre. Han is thinking about whether it is chasing Iolka, so he tells Jenna to distract it with her arrows. However, even though Jenna's brave attempts to fight off the ogre are impressive, her arrows don't work against the huge beast. The beast keeps moving towards Iolka, who is still concentrating on casting her spell while pushing Eren aside. The creature gets dangerously close, ready to crush Iolka under its huge foot. Suddenly, Han yells to her, making her step aside just in time to barely avoid the danger. Iolka, being clueless about the situation, thinks about what that monster is. At that moment, a vague doubt flickers in Han's mind. He remembers the dam that had collapsed on the 7th floor. Something must have hit it. The broken pieces and big holes in the ground, along with a goblin that doesn't have a weapon but has the power to destroy the castle wall. He starts to put it together. It is not aiming for Iolka, it is going after the dam. Jenna makes a quick move, jumping onto the ogre's shoulder to launch an attack and stop its path towards the dam. Han, realizing the seriousness of the situation, quickly joins in, telling the ogre he will die here. They help each other as they coordinate their efforts to defeat the huge creature. Together, they manage to take down the ogre. The ogre falls deep into the river, causing a big splash of water, and Han breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they have barely avoided a disaster. However, his relief is short-lived. The ogre suddenly gets up and delivers a powerful blow that breaks the dam. This sudden change of events surprises Han. Meanwhile, Eren calls out to Han, saying that they have gotten rid of the last goblins, and asks what they should do next. Han's sadness is clear as he struggles with the fact that they have failed. He thinks that if the information and predictions he got were right, there might be reinforcements beyond the dam that could come through the forest. However, now that the dam has fallen apart, they won't be able to cross the river. Han thinks that at this rate, 10 people from parties 1 and 2, alongside 360 soldiers who are defending the fortress, will have to stop more than 3,000 goblins. Eren keeps calling out to Han. However, Han remains deeply focused on thinking about their next steps. The protagonist, after a moment, pulls out his sword and tells his friends to fall back, stressing the need to regroup and come up with a new plan. Eren wonders if a second plan even exists. Iolka insists they stay put while Han quietly considers what she's talking about. Iolka activates a spell from the bracelet on her wrist while saying, Drasut Siradus. The magical words make a purple glow of magic surround her, as well as a giant rock in the ground. Iolka yells the word, move, and the giant boulder begins to float in mid-air, surprising Han. With strong resolve, Iolka uses her power to control the giant rock, skillfully shifting it to fill the gaps in the broken dam. She puts the boulder between the damaged parts, creating a sort of path that links the two ends of the dam. Han is confused to see this, and Iolka, with a smirk on her face, comments that telekinesis is one of the most basic spells. There's no way she wouldn't know such a spell. Han snaps at Iolka, telling her she should have told him she was capable of using telekinesis, while he thinks that he thought they were all done for. Iolka is confused about why Han is angry at her, since the mission would have failed without her. Han, while grabbing Iolka's cheek, asks her who told her to hide this from him, as he definitely told her to tell him all of her abilities. Iolka replies that the spell was too basic, so she didn't need to tell him. Han feels a surge of gratitude towards Iolka, telling her that thanks to her, they get to live another day. He believes that, in the end, this quest would have failed without Iolka. This acknowledgement, however, is cut short when Jenna shouts a warning about the approaching goblins. Han quickly looks at the goblins, wondering if they called for backup. Despite the huge odds, Han acts quickly, taking down one goblin with a precise strike. His friends gather around him, fighting hard against the wave of enemies. However, even in the chaos, Han can't get rid of the nagging fear that he hasn't seen any reinforcements from their side, and this makes him feel more and more anxious about their current situation. As he blocks an incoming attack, he wonders what if he was wrong about the reinforcements existing in the first place. Han urges Iolka to consume the rest of her potions and use second-layer magic. However, as he tells her this, a monster lunges at Iolka, and she screams in panic. This makes Han yell out her name, but the creature is already dangerously close to her. However, before the goblin can attack, a warrior with a lion mask suddenly appears and splits the goblin in half. The lion-masked warrior stands tall with his sword drawn, while Han looks in awe at the warrior. Suddenly, the goblins commence their attack once again, and the lion-masked warrior orders his cavalry to show their strength and face the goblins. Soon, hundreds of warriors on horseback cross the river, arriving at the scene to join the fight. The system then notes that the allied non-playable characters, Iron Lion Cavalry, have joined the battle. Han quickly tells Jenna and Eren to gather around Iolka, and they quickly follow his orders. As the battle between the warriors and the goblins begins, Han thinks that there are about 500 NPC warriors in the cavalry. He believes that, although they are still lacking in numbers compared to the goblins' army, they seem way stronger than the city guards. The party sees that the warriors are pushing back the goblins hard. The system displays that there are 458 human cavalries, but their level is unknown. One of the party members thinks this is insane and thinks their role here is done, and asks if they can just lay down and spectate now, with someone else saying they want to do that as well. Meanwhile, Han looks intensely at the horses left by some of the dead warriors and asks his friends if they know how to ride a horse. Jenna says she can. Then she questions Han about whether he knows how to ride. He says he just needs to learn right now. This statement confuses Jenna. Han thinks about how, although masters usually can't interfere in fights directly, they can still have an influence. So, he requests the system for access to the skill book for equestrianism. Master Anything spends 500 gems to buy the equestrianism book for Han, which is one of the skill books on sale at the combat shop. Han knows he can't learn combat skills directly. However, he knows it is possible to learn skills that are supplementary to progress in this way. The system notes that Han has acquired the horse riding skill. The team then rides away using the two horses, with both Jenna and Han maneuvering a horse. Jenna tells Han that he said he didn't know how to ride a horse, but Han replies that he knows now. Han thinks that they have finally evened the odds a little, and now they will start their counterattack. While riding the horse, Han thinks about the idea that the goblins around the east side might not be a big threat until the castle's gate falls down. He realizes that, right now, they need to be super careful about the enemies with siege ladders on the north side. Also, the cavalry is moving north, with this in mind as well. Han knows that if they follow the cavalry like this, they might have a chance at winning. However, he wonders if the situation can really be that simple. There's just no way this stupid game would end so easily. So, he quickly tells his friends to move to the side, saying they need to get away from the battlefield. Eren shares his worries about protecting the northern gates, but Han responds with a question. Does he really think it would end like that? With all the goblin arrows flying above them, Han pulls on his horse's reins, telling his friends to move out of their arrows' range. He declares that they are retreating to the northern forest. As they travel further into the northern woods, Han sees that the rain has finally stopped, which is good timing, just before they go in. In the forest, Hans's attention turns to the sight of goblin riders getting ready for an ambush deep in the trees. He thinks that if they block the enemy's path using Iolka's magic, they could really stop their advance. Han carefully looks at the situation, noting that there are around 200 goblin riders and 23 giant ogres. He expects a major challenge if the Wolf Rider goblins decide to join forces with the main group from this spot. Han believes that the cavalry alone would not be enough to fend off the riders without some extra support. He asks Iolka if she has any remaining magical energy to spare. Iolka answers yes, but she warns that her magic might not be very strong. Han tells her to focus more on covering a wider area than on the power itself, and to focus her magic on burning down the whole forest because they plan to go through it. Meanwhile, during the attack on the outer walls, Dika bravely faces the advancing goblins with strong determination. However, his efforts suddenly come to a stop when a goblin grabs him, making him start falling from the castle walls. Fortunately, Edis jumps in and takes out that goblin, saving him from falling. He thanks her, but she tells him to stay focused and keep fighting. Soon, the Iron Lion cavalry shows up, led by their commander, who pushes his soldiers to use their full power against the enemy. They charge ahead, starting the battle against the goblins with quick determination. As she watches the reinforcements arrive, Edis realizes that Hans's plan has worked. In the middle of the fierce fight, she tells her comrades to hang in there a little longer, promising them that victory is just around the corner. Her words spark a new determination among the heroes as they continue on with strong resolve. Back to the scene with Party 1, Iolka casts her Ignite spell, setting the whole forest on fire, which catches all the rider goblins. Meanwhile, Han sees that Iolka will enter mana overflow if she uses more magic than this. Thus, her part probably ends here. Han realizes that they will burn down the whole forest at this rate. However, that doesn't seem to matter. He thinks that all of this would be for the best because the forest acts as a prime goblin breeding ground. Burning it all up would also drive them out. The city's defense continued from there, where about 100 surviving soldiers fought on the northern walls. The city's defenders faced many casualties before the cavalry could join them. Unfortunately, half of the cavalry died fighting an ogre ambush, and shortly after, a battle broke out between them and the leftover goblin riders. Han notes that the cavalry would have been wiped out had they not burned down the forest. He adds that the cavalry was definitely strong, because although they faced a huge disadvantage in numbers, their skill overcame this difference. With that, their mission was over. We see the lion warriors celebrating their victory, giving glory to the goddess. From Party 2, the two young men celebrate their victory as well, as the old man Roderick sits on the floor with his eyes closed, and with Edis looking at something outside the castle walls. Soon, Han and his friends show up outside the castle walls, with Edis yelling out Han's name while waving at him. Han felt a rush of excitement. They didn't suffer any casualties, and there was no message saying that anyone had gone to the goddess. Jenna, however, thinks happily that they are different from how they were on the 5th floor. She casually wonders why they aren't back yet, questioning whether they didn't finish their mission. This question surprises Han, as he senses something is wrong, as he notices that the stage clear message doesn't show up even though they've defeated all the monsters. He wonders what could be happening as he thinks there is nothing else to do. But in a surprising twist, the system shows a now loading message, and everything around him freezes: the cavalry, the horse he's riding, and even his friends. Han is completely confused by this sudden change in events, unsure of what is going on. The system then announces that a server error has occurred and that he has been disconnected. He sees that everything has stopped, and the system instructs him to look behind him. As he turns around, he sees 2 shadows standing still while looking in his direction. He begins recalling the events that occurred that day right before he was brought to this place, and soon realizes that one of them is the level 999 bug that brought him there. Han gets really mad and calls it a bastard. With a party fully made up of 6-star heroes, Han became the first in Korea to conquer the 88th floor. This put him at rank 5 in the entire world. The pick-me-up hero polls, skills, and battles depend a lot on luck. However, the battles happen automatically through the heroes. Although Han can give them general instructions, they ultimately decide when and how to use their skills. There are many times when the heroes are rendered unable to fight in battle for unknown reasons. But if this game solely relied on rank and luck, then Han wouldn't have made it this far. The feature that made him so obsessed with this game was that luck could be disregarded if his skills were good enough. However, one of the shadows is connected to something from Han's past, and its level is mysteriously set at 999. Since the level limit for heroes, not counting 7-star heroes, is capped at 99, Han thinks this situation is totally ridiculous. As Han angrily spins around, his attention is suddenly drawn to the other shadow standing next to the level 999 shadow. The second shadow, cloaked in darkness, is the Dark Disciple at level 15, who has a menacing grin and intense crimson eyes. He claims that he will eagerly wait for Han's next encounter. This statement startles the protagonist, and both turn around. Soon after, the level 9999 fades away, and the Dark Disciple disappears into the burning forest. Shortly after, the system reports a successful recovery and informs him that they are reconnecting to the server, apologizing for any inconvenience caused. Soon, everything returns to normal, and Jenna asks Han what's wrong. At that moment, Han urgently commands Jenna to ride the horse into the castle, quickly urging her to snap out of it. With his newfound horse-riding skill, the protagonist swiftly rushes his horse inside the castle. Meanwhile, Eren anxiously wonders about the reason behind this chaos. Han responds by saying that it is not over yet. He knows that the Dark Disciple is a formidable foe, a monster that has not been reported to appear in the lower floor. It catches a soldier off guard with its creepy teeth, and the giant creature devours him while he screams in terror. Eren is shocked by the sight of that strange creature and the dead goblins coming back to life. Han, however, tells his comrades to ignore them and run back to where they had come from. The system warns the protagonist about the presence of about 2,400 living corpses whose levels are unknown. Han knows that, under certain conditions, Dark Disciples can bring back the dead, turning them into relentless attackers unless their heads are destroyed. When Party 1 is spotted, Edis quickly tells the soldier to open the door, while Han thinks the Dark Disciple is not a monster that should appear on the 10th floor. As the gate opens, an NPC wonders how the castle gates are opening on their own, and another one urges them to close it again. As Party 1 arrives inside the gate, Han stops his horse near the gate and takes Iolka off, telling Jenna she will leave Iolka in her care and to protect the goddess statue with Edis. He also tells her that it should be fine if they lock the gates, and that they should hold on until he comes back. Jenna is startled by Han's words, and Eren anxiously questions how Han could venture outside alone when there are so many monsters lurking. Han implores Eren to wake up, asking if he will return alive alongside him or if he will become food for those living corpses. Eren anxiously remarks that he will return alive with Han, while Jenna expresses her concerns regarding Han's safety. However, despite the chaos, Han grins confidently and assures them that he will be all right. As the protagonist ventures outside the castle, Iolka tells him not to die, and he replies to her with, "You too." The gates are closed, and Han unleashes his sword to confront thousands of menacing living corpses. As they rush towards him, he confronts them confidently, considering that they look hideous and terrifying, but they shouldn't be hard to defeat as long as he takes them down one by one. He acknowledges that it would be his end if he attempted to face off against all those corpses at once. Suddenly, Hans's attention is diverted to a giant ogre wielding a horn-like hammer whom he had once killed. The huge monster keeps hitting the castle gate without stopping, and Han thinks that the gates won't hold up much longer at this rate. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment, two more monsters rush to follow him. However, before they can attack, Jenna, who is on the castle's second floor, skillfully takes them out with her bow. On the other hand, the monstrous figures keep pounding on the castle gate, catching the soldiers off guard. Eventually, they break in and storm into the castle, causing panic among the soldiers who hurry to save themselves. At the same time, Han is shocked by this sudden change of events, especially since the gates have already been broken. However, he doesn't lower his guard and keeps moving toward the burning forest. He understands that he must get rid of the Dark Disciple, which disappeared into a forest in flames. That's where Han must go in order to face the Dark Disciple. With strong determination, he kills another creature with one swing of his blade while saying he will kill that Dark Disciple. With strong determination, he moves through the chaos, facing the unending attack of living corpses. The movements of these living corpses follow two main ideas. First, to destroy the goddess statue, and second, their never-ending hunger for living beings. Their fighting skills and physical abilities are much weaker than when they were alive. However, their urge to eat flesh grows unusually strong. They grow more annoying the stronger they were alive, and the more bodies there are nearby. The attackers face a totally random pattern designed to mess up their efforts. The chaotic surroundings make Han wish he had two bodies to handle it better. Han thinks that Edis's leadership is way more impressive than he had given her credit for. Even in a situation like this, she shows a lot of combat capacity. The one thing they must focus on above everything else is protecting the goddess statue. He believes that if the outer walls are breached, they must prepare immediately to defend themselves from within the inner walls and barricade themselves inside the castle gates. If Jenna and Eren use their experience from the 5th floor, they will be able to hold on for much longer. The NPCs panic and rush toward the inner walls, urging the soldiers to open the gate and begging for salvation from the monsters who get closer. They anxiously plead to be let in, yet no one answers their cries, and the monsters are almost there. Han sees that it doesn't matter how long that side holds out, and he wonders how fast he can deal with the Black Disciple. As Han steps into the forest that is on fire, the system says his fire resistance has gone up to level 2. Suddenly, two huge burning ogres attack him. Nevertheless, he skillfully beats them. He then drinks a health potion to recover from his wounds and finally reaches the edge of the map. He calls out to the Dark Disciple, telling it that he knows it's here. Soon, he gets a notification saying that Macken has fallen into a panic, dropping his stats by 50%, and Shern is frightened, which causes his stats to be reduced by 30%. Another system message indicates that Macken has died, and another message says that Edis is bleeding, so she will lose health at a regular interval. Another message shows that Dika is frightened, and his stats are reduced by 30%. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a dark and suspicious object approaches Han quickly. However, Han quickly reacts and blocks it with his shield, but the attack goes through his shield, piercing him in the shoulder. He realizes that the Black Priest's fighting skills are low, but it's a monster that usually shows up on the middle floors. its relative strength is different on the lower floors, such as now. Suddenly, 3 more projectiles are shot toward him, catching him off guard. However, he manages to deflect them with his sword. A projectile, however, hits Han's shoulder, making him bleed a lot. He knows he would have been done for if he didn't have the projectile defense skill. The system shows that Han is bleeding and that he will lose health at a regular interval. Han realizes his situation is not looking good, as smoke and dust get mixed into his lungs every time he inhales. Noting the urgency, he decides he must take out the Dark Priest before he loses consciousness and before his party faces destruction. Unexpectedly, the Dark Priest urges Han to talk to him. Taken aback by this sudden request, the protagonist agrees and asks about the matter at hand. The Dark Priest remarks that Han is different from them, then smacks him, causing Han to slide away. Suddenly, another projectile is shot at Han, and he urgently enters his berserk state to confront that menacing monster. The Dark Priest, however, launches simultaneous projectiles to assault the protagonist, which hits him, cutting off his left arm. Although he is injured, he doesn't let his guard down. With unwavering resolve, he confronts the monster, which summons dark projectiles once again, launching them at Han and further injuring him and tearing off more parts of his body. The protagonist then menacingly strides forward, overpowers, and ultimately assassinates the Dark Priest with the aid of his dagger. This prompts the Dark Priest to bleed profusely. At that moment, Han releases his berserk state, but has no stamina left because of his severe injuries. Blood begins gushing from Han's mouth as he urgently sits near a tree while being fully exhausted. He wonders why the stage clear message isn't appearing and if it is not over yet. Suddenly, he says that it's over for them and that he just doesn't know anymore as he closes his eyes. He believes he will probably die before the goddess statue breaks. The system notifies him that Shern has returned to the goddess's embrace. Han, while feeling annoyed, says that there's no death that is more meaningless than this. Having been dragged to a mysterious place, and after all the hard work he has put in, he is going to die just like this. Han is shown badly injured with his eyes closed, resting by a tree. Meanwhile, his comrades are deeply involved in fighting against the living corpses. On the other hand, Iolka seems to be lying unconscious on the floor. A few ineffective members from both sides, like Shern and Mekin, died in the battle. Despite the odds, they manage to protect the goddess statue, and Han begins to be teleported away. The system shows that the stage is clear and that all the surviving members, including Han, Jenna, Iolka, Edis, Roderick, Usher, and Dika, have leveled up. Han is chosen as the most valuable player. Furthermore, the system says that among the Master's heroes, there is a hero ready for advancement. Once the materials are gathered, one must create the advancement stone and recover the lost memory fragments. The system shows that the adventure dungeon has been unlocked and suggests collecting the advent stones and other rare ingredients. It also congratulates the master on finishing the 10th floor and notes that the waiting room's name will now be called Taunia. Later, Han wakes up in his home, wondering if he is still alive. He then goes to the cafeteria, where Eren is sitting alone, and asks him why the long face. Anxiously, Eren turns around and asks how Han is doing, telling him that everyone is worried. The protagonist replies, worried over what, and asks Eren what he was thinking so hard about that he looks this way. Eren says he has been thinking about the reason why they fight, noting that after Han left the gates, the corpses flooded into the city and that a bunch of NPCs likely died. As Eren gets up, saying he will be leaving first, Han realizes that Eren's stress level has gone up. He then asks Eren if he will come out tomorrow looking like that as well, to which Eren replies with a grin, saying he will bounce back by then. The next morning, Jenna is shocked to see the dining table filled with all kinds of foods. Curiously, she asks Chloe why they are having such a fancy breakfast, to which Chloe says that Mr. A. Han told her to make the best meal possible with the ingredients she had. Han, curious about her earlier question, asked Jenna if she was unhappy with it. Jenna, full of enthusiasm, quickly denied that, saying she really liked the meal and thought that this was always such a nice welcome. The protagonist then looked around, noticing that luckily, Jenna, Eren, and Iolka seemed totally normal now. However, Dika looked lost in confusion and sadness, making Han realize that this person would need a long time to recover from his stress. Later that day, the system announced the Master's arrival, saying a hero was up for advancement. It also explained that the hero who could advance was Han, and to help this, the Master had to add an extra room to the synthesizing area to create the advancement room. The Master started building this advancement room, which would allow heroes to progress. Later on, the Master started the item synthesis process, which needed 3 different stones to make a low-grade advancement stone. Soon there was some rumbling and the infusion of fairy power. The process was completed, and the desired product was obtained. Shortly after, Isel, while holding the advancement stone, enthusiastically congratulates Han on his advancement, emphasizing that with this stone, he will graduate from 1 star. Isel wishes for him to maintain his trajectory towards 7 stars, urging him to smash through the tower. Meanwhile, Han gazes at the stone in his hand, expressing his doubts about reaching 7 stars at that moment. Isel confidently asserts that nobody but Han can achieve such feats. Han thinks that if that were true, Cyrus would have already attained 7 stars. He reflects on his efforts, noting that he has tried everything he could, yet he could never obtain a 7-star hero. However, he considers the possibility that there is likely a separate condition that must be satisfied. The Master then initiates the advancement process. Han is aware of the additional facility located inside the synthesizing room, the advancement room. After entering, he will advance to a 2-star hero. Before stepping inside, Han wonders if this is the door connected to the 2nd floor, and then after climbing the stairs, he notes this represents one of the areas that the Master cannot see. After putting the hero and several ingredients into the advancement room, the hero appears a short time later, having moved up to the next star. The Master remains unaware of the happenings inside. On the 2nd floor, Han puts the advancement stone in the magical circle, which glows with a bright light that the hero struggles to see through, which forces him to place his hand over his eyes. When he interacts with the stone, the magical circle grows larger and gives off an even stronger light, causing Han to close his eyes because of its blinding brightness. After a while, when he finally opens his eyes, he notices something strange: a woman sitting in a rocking chair, holding her child in her arms. He instinctively tightens his grip on his sword and asks the woman who she is. However, he quickly realizes he can't get closer to her because of an invisible magical barrier. Standing there, he looks at the child and thinks about the fact that he has no one to call family, thus, that baby can't be him. It suddenly hits him that the baby boy is actually Han Yislat, the child who was meant to arrive in this place instead of him. Han looks back at the lady, knowing that he doesn't understand the situation. Therefore, there's no point in wasting time in this place. As he steps outside, he finds an empty area and thinks about the waiting room, realizing that not a single facility has been built. Han concludes it doesn't look like Master Anything's waiting area. Shortly after, a dungeon opens and a small fairy appears, making him wonder if she is Isel. However, he quickly sees that she is smaller than Isel, but they look alike. The fairy tells Han to enter the space-time rift. As he does this, an Advent dungeon entrance appears in front of him with the difficulty set on extreme, and when it opens, it surprises the protagonist. Suddenly, he gets a 3-part warning notification, which confuses him and fills him with fear, causing all his stats to drop by 30%. He feels an unusual pressure. Thus, he nervously draws his sword and bites his lips in terror. Han then quickly enters his berserk state, which helps him push through his fear and regain his composure. As he goes deeper into the dungeon, he is shocked to find the level 999 bug standing by itself. The bug monster makes a comment about Hans's arrival, saying that they have finally met. In response, Han quickly pulls out his sword and asks how this bastard ended up here. Han agrees, admitting that they have indeed met, and he believes that this guy is the one responsible for bringing him to this realm. The protagonist's instinct is to kill him right away. However, he holds back, realizing that his chances of winning are slim. Han knows that this bugged monster was the one who wiped out the max level 5 and 6-star Diora party in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the monster wears a wicked grin, sarcastically asking why Han isn't charging at him, teasing that he must be feeling really bitter. Frustrated, Han clenches his teeth and insists that the monster should send him back if he wants to keep talking nonsense. The level 9999 bugged monster claps mockingly and coldly remarks that Han would have died much earlier if he hadn't had such self-control. Suddenly, the main character gets hit with a really bad headache. He puts one hand on his head, while, with the other hand, he keeps pointing his sword at the bugged monster, wondering if all hero advancements are really like this. The bugged monster moves closer to him, claiming that he knows this isn't true. Moreover, it tells Han that he is a special existence. The bugged monster also emphasizes that this place is a gift for Han. It says that this stage has been carefully set up for the glorious ranker of Pick-Me-Up, which is him. Han, still with one hand over his head due to his headache, asks the monster who they are. Han is filled with anxiety as he wonders who the mysterious girl standing before him is. When he looks closely at her face, a strange thought strikes him. She resembles Aicel. However, the girl, noticing his puzzled expression, breaks the silence and admits that she isn't sure how to introduce herself. Han, still grappling with his thoughts, imagines that if Aicel were older, she might look just like this girl. With a sharp tone, Han insists that she knows exactly who she is and pointedly refers to her as such. In response, the girl smiles faintly and acknowledges that her identity is indeed complicated. She adds that she can see he's thinking she resembles Aicel, but clarifies with a calm smile that it isn't Aicel she takes after. Instead, she explains, Aicel takes after her. To Han's shock, she even claims that Aicel is nothing more than a duplicate, specifically the 100,479 copy. She then points out with a sly remark that this number is strikingly similar to the download count of Pick-Me-Up. Before Han can respond, the girl casually tosses him a business card. He catches it midair and notices an infinity symbol on it, marking her as the president of Moebius Corps. Han narrows his eyes and asks if she's playing some kind of joke on him. The girl replies in an almost playful manner, saying that it's not like she has only one or two names. Each of her names is used based on the situation. Unimpressed, Han glares at her, then throws the card onto the ground and stomps on it. The girl raises an eyebrow and notes that his behavior is rather rude. But Han, his tone now carrying a threatening edge, demands to know if she is the one responsible for bringing him here. He is convinced this must be the case. The girl, unfazed by his intensity, advises him not to harbor too much hatred toward her. She explains that his summoning to Pick-Me-Up wasn't planned. It was an accident, something entirely outside of her expectations. Before she can finish, Han interrupts her sharply. He declares that he doesn't care about her explanations and orders her to send him back. His voice hardens further as he delivers a chilling threat. If she refuses, he will kill her. Amused, the girl asks if he really intends to kill her, reminding him he's merely a one-star, and she taunts that he is dreaming too big. Undeterred, Han replies that in time, it will be a different story. The girl says that killing him right there should be the answer then, and she swiftly shoots a projectile at his heart. Han, however, doesn't flinch or attempt to block, staring at her with unwavering resolve. The spear touches his heart, but he remains unshaken, which impresses the girl. She commends his guts. Han sheathes his sword and bluntly asks what she wants. He contemplates that despite her chances, she hasn't killed him, implying she has other motives. She steps closer, saying it's not a big deal, and reveals she just wanted to talk to him, referring to him as the indomitable Master Loki, and that she is his fan. She admits to being amazed by his countless feats, explaining that the game's headquarters prioritize monitoring Niflheim, and she could not greet such a person without any care. She then says she came there to tell him the truth about the game world, and she asks him what he thinks of the story of the game. Without waiting for his response, she goes on to say the story is one of the factors that users do not really pay attention to in gacha games, and they are always more focused on the content. She tells Han that if she is being honest, Pick-Me-Up story is quite outdated, and there is not much to find out about the world either, as after progressing, most masters do not know a world exists. With a snap, she displays a picture of a city and asks Han if he knows where the place is. Han replies that he does not care, and she apologizes, saying she is quite prone to bragging. She then explains that the city is on the Taunir continent, in the Heim Peninsula, which is called the City of Nelsa. She says although it is the city found on the 10th floor, it is completely destroyed. She then shows him different other destroyed cities, and she says that is the current condition of all the areas of Taunir. She asks if he thinks Niflheim is any different, as all continents connected to Mobius have become like that, and over 100 million worlds all faced annihilation at once. She says it is like a book whose end has already been decided. But the ending is bad, as everything will come to an end, while the characters inside the book all hope for a different ending, and what they need to do is to pull someone from outside the book into it. She explains that they need to fix and rewrite the story, as even if the setting and the probability end up a mess, even if space and time collapse and break down, a higher dimensional being can alter causality just through observation, and that was the reason Pick Me Up was created. Han rethinks for a while before saying with a grin that he was wondering what grand story she was going to share with him, and he asks, what is the point in telling him all that? His bluntness startles the girl, but she extends her hand, saying she requests his cooperation and they should save the world together. Before the girl can finish speaking, Han swiftly throws a dagger that strikes her squarely in the head. With cold detachment, he remarks that he was curious about what she had to say, but all she's done is ramble on with meaningless nonsense. To his surprise, the girl, unfazed by the injury, merely smiles and continues to urge him to consider her offer. Han, however, rejects her outright, his tone dripping with disdain. He calls her trash and accuses her of dragging him into this game, making him endure endless suffering, only to now ask for his cooperation. He firmly declares that he will never work with someone like her and dares her to try killing him. He warns her that, no matter what, he will make sure to crush her head at least once. With an unsettling composure, the girl pulls the dagger from her head. She casually comments on how harsh he is, claiming his words wound her deeply, though she laughs as she speaks. Meanwhile, Han keeps a steady exterior, but is internally reflecting on his current situation. He knows he bluffed as much as he could, but he's also painfully aware of the truth. He can't kill her, not now. As a mere one-star player at level 10, he lacks the strength to back up his threats. Still, this realization only strengthens his resolve. He vows to grow stronger, and when the time comes, to end her. For now, he demands that she send him back. The girl smiles faintly, almost as if amused, and remarks on how much effort she expended just to summon him here. She confesses that his actions wound her deeply, but she also admits something unexpected. She admires him. She reveals that he is considered the greatest master in pick-me-up, surpassing all others. Intrigued yet cautious, Han listens as she asks if he knows why he's so exceptional. Without waiting for an answer, she explains that it's because he has achieved something unique, an accomplishment no other master among the 100 million players has attained. At that moment, a system message appears, urging Han to place his trust in the bond he shares with his heroes. The girl points out that he knows exactly where the message is from. Han confirms it, recalling it as one of the notifications he received after clearing the tutorial. The girl praises him, saying he's the only player who truly understood the meaning of that message, even among all the 100 million of other masters. Suddenly, their surroundings change to the 80th floor of Niflheim, a stage Han had been the master of 6 months prior. The girl explains how only 5 masters, including Han, were granted permission to raid the worst and most difficult stage, while those ranked 6th and under were left on the 79th floor. Han reflects on the challenges of the 80th floor, remembering the level of frustration he felt and the annihilation of his forces. He asks why she is showing that to him. And she summons a chair to sit, saying they should watch out the scene play together. She also summons a chair for Han and tells him to sit as he needs to get comfortable for this. As they watch, the girl asks him how it feels not to watch through a screen, but through his own eyes. Han reasons that the stage on the 80th floor is the first conquest-type floor, and the objective was not even disclosed to the player. Pick Me Up had random stages, and the difficulty could change depending on luck, but after arriving at the 80th floor, every single ranker who attempted it failed miserably, that the rankers started calling the 80th floor the Wailing Wall. Han realizes that it was previously the same for him, and he points out to the girl that he already knows how to clear this floor, and he doesn't get the point of her showing him the video of him clearing this floor. She replies that he may know her reason if he waits and watches, and Han reflects that after having reached the 79th floor, he confidently attempted the 80th, and except for the main party, most of his remaining forces were annihilated. He reasons that hell was the only word he could use to describe it. as it was an extreme environment in which the living could not survive. Han remembers the 2,755 level 113 fragments of chaos, the 3,164 level 108 fragments of despair, and the 2,348 level 121 fragments of grudge that he faced on the 80th floor, and he tells the girl that the fragments are what made the 80th floor have hellish difficulty. She agrees, telling him he is right, and she asks if he knows that pick-me-up difficulty is altered depending on the account, and that the summoning probabilities are also dependent on the account. She asks if he thinks it was only by chance that he was never able to pull a 5 stars hero. She then says it is not that he could not pull a high-ranking hero because he was unlucky. Rather, it is just that Niflheim no longer had any heroes left within it, and the same goes for the difficulty, as Niflheim was one of the few S ranks as discerned by the company, and that it was the worst in all regards. She says it is still a mystery how Han was able to climb all the way to the 88th floor, but Han ignores her until a big flash occurs and he sees the heroes considered the strongest in Niflheim, from rank 5 to rank 1, were all gathered there on the screen. The heroes are surrounded by hordes of monsters, and the system showcases Han's mastery of tactics as he skillfully directs his heroes to safety, and the girl comments that the new tactics and strategies that he invented for the 80th floor are very exciting. She says he took many different sub-objectives one by one and then attacked the enemy. She commends him, saying his plan is complicated, but the goal is simple. The girl tells Han to take note of the hero's actions and watch closely, to see just what kind of existence he is to them, and that this is the reason he is unique and the one and only Master Loki. They watch as Han's heroes gather to go through his command, and Yurneth concludes that it is perfect as always. Cirrus tells the others that failure will not be tolerated, and Yurneth replies that's a given, and that this is true for them and for the Master, as they swore. The system shows that there are 10 seconds left until the preparation time limit ends, while Yurneth opens up her magic book. As they prepare for battle, the King's Arrow, Nihaku Gastfell, the King's Spear, Muden Nidelk, the King's Sword, Lidigion, the King's Eyes, Yurneth, Sid, and the King's Flames, Cirrus and Gentheim resolve to show their might and conquer the quest. As the quest commences, the monsters rush towards the heroes, but Cirrus strikes them with such devastating force, killing many of them in the process. Watching the action unfold on screen, the girl remarks on their determination, noting that they've truly pledged their loyalty to Han. She emphasizes that his 6-star heroes are considered the strongest in the entire server, and with the exception of 7-star heroes, none can rival his heroes. She guarantees Han has raised some monstrous heroes, and Han asks her why she's highlighting this. She responds that their abilities aren't the important part here, but the important thing is what they think of their master. The girl explains that as heroes ascend the tower, they uncover harsh and bitter realities. With each step, they begin to understand the truth of their existence, and this knowledge leads them to despair. When they realize they are being treated as mere playthings or pets, their loyalty to their master crumbles. Yet, she points out, Han was different. He is the only master who truly dominated his waiting room, earning the title of Niflheim's king. She goes on to reveal that the heroes of Niflheim are still desperately searching for him, aware that he has fallen into the game as well. With a meaningful tone, she urges him to think about what kind of hero would tirelessly search all corners of the world for months, simply because their master disappeared. Then, she poses a question. Would the heroes of any other waiting room do the same? The girl admires Han's unique and extraordinary playstyle, noting how it stands out even to her, as she could have never come up with his strategies. She admits she never would have thought that a master wouldn't use synthesis. Han reflects on this, recalling how most masters handle their waiting rooms. Masters normally control their heroes through synthesis. When heroes fail to obey commands or prove useless, they are discarded without hesitation, and the fear of such a fate is how masters control their heroes. Even low-ranking heroes with potential are treated as fodder, sacrificed to enhance higher-ranking heroes. But Han was never like that. He has never pulled a 5-star hero and has only ever summoned one 4-star, which was Cirrus, leading others to label his account as doomed. Despite constant advice to abandon his account and start over, Han persisted as he was used to unfairness. In a flashback, we see a younger Han standing alone, his expression marked by loneliness. He quietly watches as a father joyfully plays with his son. Back to the present, Han clarifies that it is not that he did not use synthesis, but he used it the least he could. The girl points out that the other masters would use synthesis 3 to 4 times a day, but he was not like that, and that this is practically the same as not using it at all. She says it was the same with other regards. Before he was even famous, his way of operating the game was also unique, as most masters played with their heroes like toys. They used the heroes until they got bored and threw them out, as if they were disposable. Han reflects that even if the hero's rank was low, he didn't abandon them if they showed potential. He believes that a waiting room controlled with fear is doomed to fall. Instead, he gave them rewards when they proved their worth, and punishment when they did not. The girl then asks if Han already knew that the heroes in the game were actually all humans. She says she does not know how he found out about this, but it would be impossible to play the way he did if he did not know this. With a very serious expression, she tells him that this is the conclusion she has drawn. Han reflects that the heroes were so realistic that it was hard to believe they were just characters created by a program. Each of their reactions was different for each command, and the ways they acted were all different as well. But Han never thought that they were real people. He asks if the girl is saying his style was to her liking, and she replies that he is right and she wanted to talk to him in person, and it was a shame that she could not do that when he was still on Earth. With a sarcastic grin, Han retorts that it's a shame for him too, because he would have buried her 6 feet under if they'd met on Earth. He says she has garnered his resentment, and if nothing else, he will never forget that, as she has truly pissed him off. She taunts, asking if he is sure, and he sternly declares he has nothing to do with either Taunia or Niflheim, as he is an Earthling, and she should not force her expectations onto him. Unfazed, the girl giggles, suggesting that if the Niflheim heroes heard his statement, they'd be devastated. But Han is unbothered, and he says they can feel devastated all they want. He reasons that if she simply wanted him to climb the tower, there would be no need for her to meet him. He reflects that Niflheim's group has been diligently proceeding with their attacks, and they had practically no casualties up until the 88th floor, and the 90th floor, where the number 1 ranker is residing, was nearly within their grasp. Han tells the girl that he will not cooperate with her, and that the only thing he wants is for her to disappear from his sight before his patience runs out. The girl replies that he could become the warrior who saves Moebius, but it does not matter, as all she wants is for him to make it safely to where she is, and for that, she can forgive his insults. Han asks if it was her doing that the Dark Priest appeared on the 10th floor, and she replies asking what if it was. She tells him not to be angry and promises that she will not interfere from the 15th floor onwards. She adds that Taunia will have an exciting greeting for him even if she doesn't intervene. With a maniacally expression, she says Taunia is an S-rank difficulty, just like Niflheim, and that no matter how well he does, the chance that the master just quits is about 90%, but that might change if she lends a hand. She then swears upon her name that if he can climb to the top of the tower, she will return him to where he came from, and she will also transfer half the shares of Moebius Corp that she has to him. She points out that he will become one of the top corporation's largest shareholders, Moebius's predominant shareholder. She asks if he accepts the agreement. Despite the tempting offer, Han says she just has to stay out of his sight, and he reasons that he cannot trust her. When she questions his hatred for her, Han attacks, leaving her bleeding. He reflects that as he climbs the tower, truths he does not know will reveal themselves to him, and even without relying on trash like her, he will return by his own strength. He tells her that this is his answer. Despite her injury, the girl remains composed and giggles, saying if Han did not have at least that much spirit, he would not have been able to climb the tower. She says she will forgive his disrespect, and as he starts, she will show him the true prologue of Pick-Me-Up prepared just for him. A purple light shines bright before revealing a land where humans and otherworldly species live together, called Taunia. In this peaceful and thriving continent, unknown enemies invade, and the continent drowns in the power of darkness and ends up torn to pieces. The girl asks Han if he knows why Pick-Me-Up difficulty is so high, and she replies that it is because they must turn the tables on a lost war, and urges Han that he must defy fate. Suddenly, multiple system messages pop up saying that there is still hope, and that if the Master wishes to save the world, they must climb the tower, and that many heroes will stand beside them. The Master must trust the bond with their heroes, and that the world's future lies in the Master's hands. The girl repeats the message, telling Han that it's in his hands indeed. The world's future lies in his hands. She closes the prologue show and asks if Han can truly climb to the top of the tower, which has never been done before, as many enemies will block his path and mysterious lands hide powerful enemies. Despite everything, Han remains unimpressed. Without another word, he turns to leave. The girl calls after him, saying they will be waiting for him, but he brushes her off, coldly telling her to back off. As he walks away, the system chimes in, congratulating the master. It announces that Han's forgotten memories have been awakened and that his advancement is now complete, promoting him to a 2-star hero. Han pauses for a moment, standing still as he wonders if this marks the end of his ordeal. The system continues, explaining that the limits of his level and skills have now increased, opening up new possibilities. Han steps out of the chamber, his thoughts still lingering on what had just occurred. Outside, he spots Eren waiting for him. Eren greets him with curiosity, asking what he had been doing alone inside. Han keeps his explanation brief, stating that he just completed his advancement and casually mentioning that Eren's own advancement should be coming soon. Shifting the topic, he asks if anything significant has happened in his absence. Eren replies that everything is the same as always, though Han's mind drifts elsewhere. Reflecting on the prologue he had seen earlier, Han begins to wonder if Eren's younger sister, Nina, is connected to his need to return. He reasons that his ultimate goal remains unchanged. He must climb the tower and find his way back to Earth. Later, Han sits on his bed, lost in reflection. If anything has changed, is that he is now in a much worse mood. With a serious expression, he silently vows that whatever that girl name is, he will make her pay for all she has put him through. The next day, the system issues a server error apology. Han reflects that the masters on lower tower levels all suffered a loss of connection, and an apology article detailing an unexpected server shorting was released. He reasons that he can tell that it was related to the Dark Disciple that appeared on the 10th floor right before they cleared it. The system announces the error compensation for all masters with gems, gold, and gift cards. Isel appears, happily congratulating Han in his promotion, but she notices he does not look too happy and she asks if something happened. He tells her that he met her original, but she seems confused and she asks what he means. He asks if she is the co-CEO of Mobius Corp, and she looks shocked, asking how much he heard. He reassures her, saying he does not care too much, and it changes nothing as he will climb the tower, and she just needs to help him do that. She feels reassured, and he asks why she was happy in the first place. Isel presents him with a golden ticket, saying it's a gift card, and that he can use it to buy anything he wants. Han asks if she is giving this gift to him, and she explains that it is from the stupid master, as they must have realized how incredible Han is. Han remembers that in the game, a gift is something a master can give to a hero when they do something they like or reach an achievement. Gold will need to be spent, depending on the worth of the gift, and higher-level gifts may require gems and high-level ingredients. This is usually done using premium currency, but the event rewards it for free. Han stares at the ticket, reasoning that it is a gift worth 10,000 gold and that the master must think highly of him. Han reflects that the master must be really surprised, as the master had not done anything special yet. The heroes were climbing the tower diligently for him. He then rejects the ticket, telling Isel to give it to someone else, which shocks Isel, and the system shows that Han has rejected the gift. She asks him if he is sure, because he can get anything with the ticket, such as yummy food and fancy clothes, but he points out that the 10,000 gold won't get him anything good in the item shop. He turns to go back to his room, but Isel follows him. She tells him to wait as the master purchases a warhorse statue with the ticket, and she presents that to him. While holding the warhorse statue, Han rhetorically asks her what this is, and she says it is a gift from the master, but Han throws it to the ground, reasoning that the master should give one to everyone if he is buying a gift. As the statue breaks to pieces, Han reflects that if the master gives it to one hero, the others will grow discontent, and handing out gifts for sufficient achievements is a hallmark of a good master. He contemplates that depending on the hero and their personality, the gifts they want will be different, so giving them whatever is not enough. If he won't use the gift, then he may as well not have it. Back in his room, Han thinks that even he knows the personality and hobbies of the top 100 heroes in Niflheim. He remembers the warhorse statue with a smirk, and he wonders what the master was thinking. Is he just surprised, or if he did not really think at all? Suddenly, the space-time rift opens, and as Han enters the portal with his party members, Han reasons that currently his low level or rank is not a problem, but their biggest problem are the enemies on the inside, and he then tells his comrades that they should complete their quests quickly. Han reflects that although their master is just a beginner, he's too garbage, as the master needs to realize that Iolka's stress is at max, and it is probably because of the repeated training and her experience on the 10th floor. He reasons that a proper master should manage his heroes well, while Iolka angrily asks where they are going to this time. Han speculates that clearing the 11th floor under these circumstances seems impossible, guessing they might head to the 8th or 9th floor instead. He reflects that Master Anything has no clue about how pick-me-up really works. As the system opens the main dungeon on the highest floor, the 11th, Han is startled. He wonders if the Master is suffering from the "I'm so good" disease. The system announces that they will be challenging the 11th floor, and the floor will open in 10 seconds. Han quickly commands his comrades to prepare, and Jenna voices concerns about their readiness. "I'm so good" disease is a phenomenon to describe masters that leave all the rating to their heroes and believe that they cleared the stage due to their own skills. Han reflects that normally, the master should train his heroes on the lower floors before attempting the 11th floor, and by sending them to the 11th floor now, the master is completely misunderstanding the situation, mistaking the hero's abilities for his own mastery. A system message shows that the 11th floor mission type is subjugation, and the goal is to annihilate all enemies. Han now wonders if he will be able to climb to the 100th floor with such an idiot as the master. As they teleport to the next floor, they find themselves in a desolate graveyard filled with 14 menacing level 11 skeletons. Han reasons that he needs to deal with that first and think later, and he orders the team to get into position. While confronting the enemies, Han reflects on the reason why pick-me-up was often said to be solely dependent on luck, and it was because the difficulty was largely based on the master's gacha luck. Masters who summoned strong heroes had an easy time, while those with weaker pulls faced significant hardships, and he wonders what is the case for his master. Iolka skillfully unleashes her flame magic, burning the skeletons and slowing their advance, and Han reflects on the master's early strategies, as his first 4-star hero was synthesized into him, and even the 5 connected characters all died except one, but that does not mean his luck is subpar. Han remembers that the master was very diligent in the early stages of the game, as he continuously developed facilities, trained heroes, and crafted items. Still fighting the skeletons, Jenna complains that they are so annoying, while Han reflects that the master was progressing along the strategy he had used. But the changes occurred after the 5th floor, after he cleared a mission that should have ended in failure thanks to his strength, and after that, his way of thinking started to deviate little by little. Han reasons that without having the right conditions, the master used 5 premium summons in a row, and without even developing the last member properly, he chucked them onto the 10th floor, and there have been plenty more mistakes. Han contemplates that the master is mistaking the hero's skill as his own, and that masters who wholly depend on their heroes are called "I'm so good" patients. After a fierce battle, the team clears the floor through their collective effort, with Han earning the title of MVP. Han notices that it's been a while since his last level up and decides to review his attribute window. Back in the waiting room, he summons Isel, who promptly appears. He praises her responsiveness and says he wants to know something, and before she can point it out, he says he knows the things she can tell him are limited, as he has already heard from her main body. He asks if she can't even give him a rough answer, but Isel hesitates at first before yelling that she will make an exception and answer his questions this time. Han then asks about the girl's name, or Isel's original, and Isel reveals that she has more than a few names, in fact over 100 million names, because it changes depending on which world she is in. Isel then says if she picks the name for Taunia, then her name is Tel. Han contemplates this revelation and speculates that since she has a different name for each world, then this means her name in Niflheim would also be different. He thinks back that after the completion of the 10th floor, the name given to the waiting room differs depending on the master. The one he is currently in is called Taunia. In his account, it was called Niflheim. The 4th ranker was Regrancio, and the 3rd ranker was Ezekiel. He reflects that if what Tel told him was true, this means that each master held the fate of one world in their hands, and there are currently over 100 million worlds at the moment, and it's still increasing. Han asks about Mobius, and Isel asks if he is talking about their company. As she begins to explain, Han cuts her off and says he is not talking about the company, which makes Isel hesitate again, before explaining that it is a spiral galaxy with rows of countless worlds. This makes him wonder if that is why each account has different missions and there were no repeated heroes among users, and this helps him understand Tel's identity a little. He asks if Master Anything is a regular human, and Isel says he is as only humans from Earth can become masters. With a serious expression, Han says that this is not what he meant, as he is asking whether or not Tel did something to anything. Isel is shocked at this, and she tells Han to wait a bit, as she will go check on this, disappearing right after. Han lies on his bed, reasoning that he will stop thinking about Moebius and all the other complex problems for the time being, as he doesn't need to figure all of these things out right now. After a while, Isel appears saying the Master is 100% just a regular user. He asks if he can trust her words, and she says she confirms this after consulting another CEO, assuring Han that doing something like that requires taking a big risk and a bunch of requirements in the first place. While training with the other heroes, Han reasons that he understands that no one has interfered with Master Anything, and that means that his bad gameplay is just Anything's failure. He concludes that Master Anything is truly infected with the I'm so good disease, and if the symptoms continue to worsen, then something bad will happen sooner or later. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Han skillfully counters the hero's attack. Even as Edis lands a minor strike on him, Han reflects that the Master is still in the first stages of I'm so good disease, and with good enough measures, he can still turn him back to how he used to be. As Jenna and Eren join the fight, helping Han against the 3 other heroes, Han contemplates that the most effective way of curing the I'm so good disease is to get rid of the hero that the Master relied on the most, and that is him. The Master logs in and commands Team 1 to proceed to the 12th floor. Jenna and Eren complain that the pacing is too quick, while Han reasons that they climbed the 11th floor the previous day, which means a day has not passed on Earth yet. As the space-time rift opens, Han steps back, reflecting that if they are being sent to the 12th floor, the Master is trying to speedrun 2 floors in one day, while Jenna wonders if Han is coming with them. Han asks Isel, the floor master, anything chose for them, and she slowly replies that it is the 12th floor, reasoning that heroes could assert their opinions or request things from their master, and at times they even disobey their masters. Han says he refuses to go. This surprises Isel, who asks him if he is serious, to which he replies if it looks like he is joking to her. His comrades are also surprised as Jenna asks if he's really not going, as she thought he had to go, no matter what, but Han explains that heroes can refuse quests, while he secretly thinks that, of course, they have to bear the consequences for doing so. Jenna insists that this is the first time she is hearing this, and she reminds him that some people were dragged into the portal when they refused in the past. But Han says that's because they didn't know the right way to do it. Isel begs Han to reconsider, as what he's doing is dangerous, and he counters by asking if relentlessly forcing them into the dungeon is not dangerous. Isel still tries to persuade Han, and he tells her that he knows what she is trying to say. He reasons that although he can refuse to participate in the dungeon, he cannot refuse synthesis. If the Master gets angry enough with him, he will be synthesized, but Han still announces with a determined expression that he will not participate. Iolka nervously asks if he is saying they should fight without him, and he replies that they can decide that on their own, as he will not stop them. Eren says if Han is not going, he will not go either, and a system notification says that Eren has refused to participate. Jenna also says he should have told them earlier that they can refuse to participate, and a system notification says that Jenna has refused to participate. Iolka is shocked at first, thinking about what she is supposed to do alone, and a system notification says that Iolka has refused to participate. The system notifies the Master that Party 1 cannot be operated, and then gives a tip saying that occasionally heroes will disobey his orders and that he can resolve this by listening to their demands or punishing the leader of the movement. Han smirks at the tip, suggesting to punish him, and Isel quickly says she did not write that tip, to which Han says he knows. Jenna asks Han what they will do next, and with a smirk he replies that they will wait and see how the Master reacts. Han realizes that Master Anything seemed pretty stunned, as he never would have thought that a hero would refuse to obey his commands, and he reasons that he would have known that it was a possibility if he had read the online tutorials. With Party 1 unavailable, Master Anything calls for Edis's team to fight in the 12th floor dungeon as they walk to the portal. Edis asks Han why they were summoned, as she thought his team was the one going into the 12th floor. Han says they decided not to go, which surprises Edis. Edis reminds him that it is dangerous, as they will die if they cannot prove their worth to the Master, but Han nonchalantly replies that he knows, and she goes on to ask if he thinks the Master would like having his orders disobeyed. Han asks if she will kill herself if the Master tells her to, and says he thought she was fighting to live. Edis thinks of his words and gathers her party members, while Han thinks that there is no way a hero would possess something like loyalty, as they are all just fighting because they do not want to die. While looking at Han, Edis tells him that her party is going to the 12th floor as they need to become stronger, plus she doesn't want to be synthesized. As Edis's party enters the portal, Jenna asks Han what will happen to them, but Han responds that he does not know and it depends on the Master. Jenna points out that this is not something he would normally say, and Han tells her that if he dies by synthesis, she should give up immediately and never disobey the Master's commands again, as they won't die that way. Jenna insists that there is no way he will die, and the others agree with her. This makes Han smile and think that they have grown a lot. After a while, Han gets a notification that Dika and Usher have been inflicted with bleeding, and soon Dika falls into a state of fear, reducing all his stats by 30%, and Han reasons that it seems the 12th floor is much more difficult than the 11th. After a grueling battle, Edis's party returns severely injured, and Han asks Edis how was the fight. Edis pauses for a moment, and then with a very serious expression asks him how she can disobey orders. With a smirk, Han tells her that it is easy, and the system notifies the Master that Edis has refused to participate, and Party 2 cannot be operated. Isel becomes scared and says things are getting worse than she thought. Han agrees with her, saying the Master's 2 main parties are inoperable, and he can no longer participate in main dungeons, weekday dungeons, and exploration dungeons, leaving the lobby in a state of paralysis. Han tells his party that they may be disobeying the Master, but they will act as normal so they will not stop training. He points out that all dungeons were opened for 3 days as compensation for the error, so they need to replenish their potions. Jenna and Aaron also need to level up, and since they can enter the weekday dungeons of their own free will, they will go there. Isel asks if Han is sure it will be okay, and she asks what if the Master quits. Han replies that he can do whatever he wants, and if he cannot deal with this, then they will not be able to climb the tower anyways. Isel asks worriedly what will happen if the Master decides to synthesize him, and he replies with a smirk that he would prefer to die painlessly than die while working himself to the bone. Isel becomes frustrated as Han goes on to say that this issue is not that hard to resolve, as mentioned in the system tip earlier, that the Master can just decide to synthesize the hero that instigated this. Of course, the hero's stress levels will hit the roof and morale will drop to the ground, but they will not be disobedient, and he can just buy them presents or level up the facility to raise morale. Han then says that of course, Master Anything isn't that smart, as he walks away with his party members while Isel watches. The next day, they went to a weekday dungeon in order to collect elemental stones for promotion. Han partnered with Iolka, while Aaron partnered with Jenna, and they went to different dungeons. They were able to obtain a basic fire elemental stone, and after that, they continued training. Han's sword and shield technique reached level 6, and he got to a level where he would need extraordinary training to reach a higher level. He reasons that he either needs to find similarly leveled opponents to fight or add in penalties while training. Han gave Iolka a mission since she specializes in only one area, and it was to train telekinesis magic until she earns a telekinesis skill. Iolka argues that she can only use flame magic, and Han asks her if she wants to spend the rest of her days eating only potatoes. That day, Master Anything didn't log in, neither did he the next day, and after a few days, Isel, visibly worried, shared her concerns with Han, wondering if the Master actually quit, but Han, sipping tea, replied nonchalantly that he had no idea. Suddenly, to Isel's surprise, the Master logged in, and she enthusiastically welcomed him back. Edis speculated that the Master might have changed his mind, but Han dismissed her theory, reasoning that if the "I'm so good" disease were that easy to cure, it wouldn't be so infamous. Han believed the Master would use the gems he had saved up along with the reward gems to summon a stronger party, a prediction that proved accurate when a notification appeared. The Master had initiated the advanced summoning of 3 heroes for 1,500 gems. The rare summoning produced all 3-star heroes, Stein, Mazel, and Tassir. Edis then informed Han that new heroes might be joining them, prompting Han to get up and check. As he leaves, Edis suggested they draft the newcomers like before if they are anything like Roderick and Iolka, but Han disagreed, asserting there was no need since they wouldn't join either Party 1 or 2. This statement confuses Edis, but Han tells her that she'll see. Meanwhile, the new heroes emerged from the chamber, and 2 of them immediately started bickering. Tassir, the older man among them, urged Mazel to talk with him, but she rudely declined, telling him he smelled like an old man. Infuriated, Tassir brandished his weapon, asking her if she thought she was all that just because he was being nice to her, which triggered a system notification for the master that Tassir was expressing hostility towards Mazel. Unfazed, Mazel prepared to confront Tassir, asking if he thinks she is weak because she is a woman and she calls him trash, and the system notifies that Mazel is expressing hostility toward Tassir. The system informs the master that a hostile relationship has been formed and that he should observe the heroes' relationships. Han also thinks that they just got there and they are already fighting. Stein asks Han if he was there before them, and Han responds that he was. Stein introduces himself as a knight in training, and he asks if Han can stop Tassir and Mazel from fighting as they would not listen to him. Tassir mocked Stein, saying why would he listen to him as he is just some noob trainee, while Mazel sarcastically insulted Stein's privileged background, enraging him. Stein, his eyes filled with bloodlust, shouts that he can tolerate insults against himself but not against his parents, and the system notifies that Stein is expressing hostility toward Mazel and Tassir. Edis asks Han what is wrong with the newcomers, and he replies that it seems they do not like each other. Han reflects that chemistry between heroes is important, and there are hero combinations that receive bonus stats when together in a party. But there are also hero combinations that decrease each other's stats instead, although he thinks it's rare that they began fighting with their weapons as soon as they were summoned. As tensions peak, Isel appears and deflects Tassir's attack with her magic, and she sternly scolds them, asking if they want to die. Tassir demands her identity, and she reveals herself as the master's proxy, telling them not to be stupid as she is much stronger than all of them, and Stein reacts with a headache to the word master. Isel warns them not to fight in the lobby, saying that she will forgive them this time, and asks them if they understand this. Mazel, still defiant, suggests getting rid of the other 2, Tassir and Stein, as she can't get along with them. Mazel points her sword at Han, saying she'd prefer to form a party with him, and Isel corrects her, explaining that only the master can decide party formations. The master then creates Party 3 with the new 3-star heroes, and soon the portal to the dungeon opens. They enter, leaving Han unimpressed, and he turns to leave. Edis asks where he is going, and he replies that he is heading to bed. She asks about the newcomers, and he confidently tells her that they will not be coming back. Later, as Han is sitting on his bed, a stream of notifications from the dungeon interrupts him. The system reports that Tassir has fallen into a state of frenzy, attacking allies, and that Stein has been inflicted with bleeding. While Han tries to sleep, more system notifications show that both Stein and Mazel have fallen into a state of frenzy, also attacking allies, and that Stein has killed an ally. Han says he is trying to sleep, and the system notifies him that Tassir and Mazel have died, while Stein falls into a state of despair, which reduces his stats by 80% and dying shortly after. Without a care, Han says these notifications are really loud. The system then announces that all members of Party 3 have died and that the Master has lost. Isel approaches Han with tears in her eyes as the Master quits in frustration. While looking worried, she asks what to do and what if the Master really quits, and Han agrees that it is a possibility. She then asks what will happen to them if that happens. She reminds him that if the Master doesn't log in for 6 months, the account will automatically be deleted, and they cannot let that happen. But Han tells her that 6 months equates to 1 year and 6 months in lobby time. While still panicking and tears coming out of her eyes, Isel insists that the waiting room cannot be maintained without a master and that there won't be any interaction force, adding that she's going to disappear and that she hasn't lived long enough. Han advises her not to panic so much as it is not confirmed yet that the master has quit. She tries to argue, but he tells her not to worry, as if the master was that weak-willed, he would have quit a long time ago. Isel, moved by his confidence, wipes her tears and puts her faith in him. Han asks her why she is panicking so much, and if she will die if they do not climb the tower or something. Isel replies that she will, and this shocks Han, making him quickly sit up in his bed while asking if she will really die, and she says she will disappear. This makes Han reflect on the urgency of the situation, thinking about the 6 months and that his original waiting room Niflheim doesn't have much time. The next day, the master purchases a gold triple package, receiving 5,000 gems and 3 gift cards. The master performs another advanced summoning while Han and Eren were training. He obtains 3 more 3-star heroes, the first named Noken, who wonders what this place is and is excited that there are women in this place. The second named Winard, who thinks this is an interesting place but notes he wants to eat first. And the third named Jelan, who is looking for the leader of this place as he wants to be guided to his room. Han tells Eren that the newbies need to be taught a lesson, and he asks if Eren wants to teach them. Eren quickly refuses, and Noken rudely questions Han's identity, but Han interrupts him saying he talks too much, but he will hear what he has to say at the training grounds. Han tells Edis to come with him, and Jenna teases that Han seems more gentle than when her group came. Noken suddenly attacks Han, but Han skillfully subdues Noken with a single blow. While Edis teaches Jelan a harsh lesson, Han thinks about the 3 gacha pulls in a row from the master, saying that it looks like he knows his stuff and wonders if the master is planning on filling up the party using 2 1-star heroes. Han contemplates that there are people who combine high-ranking and low-ranking heroes, but the master should tailor their ambitions to their capabilities. He adds that it is actually better to do 5 gachas in a row. Party 3 is formed with these new recruits, supplemented by 2 1-star heroes. Han greets Noken and says he is sorry to have to train him as soon as he arrives, but he needs it. The space-time rift is opened, and the new party is sent to the dungeon. As they return with some injuries, Han reasons that the 3 newbies do not have the worst chemistry, and although one person fell into critical condition, they managed to pass the test. They seem to understand their roles pretty well, and Isel gives Noken a golden ticket, saying it is a gift from the master. A few days later, during training, Jenna cautiously asks Han if he thinks their situation is dangerous. Curious, Han asks what she means, and she explains her concern. With the arrival of the new recruits, their position in the ranks might be at risk. Nearby, Noken is training alongside his party members. He casts a smug glance at Han, but the moment he realizes Han is staring back at him, his expression quickly changes, looking a bit nervous. Han, noticing this, calmly tells Jenna to ignore them. As time passes, Party 3 continues to grow stronger despite their lack of a magician. Their job balance, though not perfect, is decent enough to keep them progressing steadily. Han notes that the master's plan seems to be unfolding smoothly. In another scene, Noken strikes up a conversation with his party members, confidently claiming that the reason the other parties don't go on missions is because they were abandoned by the master. Smirking, he adds that if they grow just a little stronger, they'll be able to overtake those parties. However, he exempts the mage Iolka from his plan, stating that she'll be added to their party instead. Jelan points out that their party is already full, to which Winard responds dismissively, suggesting they could simply get rid of one of their 2 useless members. As this conversation unfolds, Han happens to pass by and overhear them. With a calm but cutting tone, he remarks that their discussion sounds interesting, making Noken's confidence quickly evaporate and he turns pale. Noken nervously asks why Han is there. Han, unfazed, replies that he's just there to drink some water and urges them to continue their talk. Flustered, Noken stammers that it's nothing and hastily excuses himself, claiming he's going to sleep. As Han leaves the scene, he reflects on the lack of true teamwork within the party, noting how the 1-star members are treated as expendable, not even considered human. Despite this glaring flaw, he thinks that the master is probably content with the state of things. Although there were a few hiccups, Party 3 finally broke through to the 14th floor. Han thinks that it seems like the 13th and the 14th floor were easy, but the 12th floor was probably more difficult, or it could have been that Party 3 just got lucky. He reasons that there is no single member of Party 3 that is over level 10, but the master will keep sending them to higher floors anyway. Han thinks that if Party 3 clears the 15th floor, his party will be synthesized. Iolka asks Han if they should try to do something, as Party 3 will catch up with them soon. As they run to train, she says she doesn't know what to do and will leave it up to him, but Han replies that he is doing what he should be and that he will not stop her if she wants to change parties. Iolka argues that she does not want to join Party 3 as she does not like them, and he tells her to then wait until an opportunity arises. Han asks Iolka if she has mastered telekinesis yet, and she boasts that she has, asking who does he think she is. Raising a finger, she raises some equipment, and Han realizes that she is using silent casting, which is a beginner telekinesis skill, and he praises her that she had made great progress, but the master, on the other hand, has made no progress. He reflects that the waiting room is well equipped, but it is oversaturated with many heroes, and some facilities were unlocked with the clearing of the 10th floor, but none have been constructed yet. The master needs to construct level 3 facilities, but he has shown no intention of doing so, and the master's attention is solely focused on Party 3. Han reflects that preparations to clear the 15th floor were coming along smoothly, and Party 3 seems to have realized that they were receiving the master's favor and started to reveal their true colors. As of now, it's just little things like yelling at Chloe to add more meat to their meal portions and stealing sofa seats in the lobby, but Han knows they will definitely grow more violent if they succeed in clearing the 15th floor. Isel tells Party 3 to gather at the town square. Nokin, Winard, and Jelon smirk in overconfidence, and the master gives them health potions. Jenna complains that they worked hard to get the health potions, and the master is doing too much for giving it to others, but Han says they can just gather more. Jenna is annoyed that there are many people out to see off Party 3 when there was no one out to see them off when they were going to the 10th floor. But Han says this is a good thing. The space-time rift opens, and as Party 3 enters, Nokin turns to Han, calling him an arrogant bastard, saying he will see him when he returns, and he will tell the master to punish him heavily. Han does not reply, and with a smile on his face, thinks that he can only do that if he comes back alive, while Edis teases him that he is quite popular. Eren asks what will happen if Party 3 succeeds, and Han replies that if they clear the 15th floor, they will need to start obeying the master, otherwise they might all die. Han reasons that the probability that Party 3 will clear the 15th floor is not completely zero, as there are instances when a master sends out a party fully expecting them to die, actually end up clearing the floor. Han thinks that if Party 3 succeeds, then Master anything will be more certain of himself and won't need them anymore. Han tells the others that if Party 3 end up coming back, they should obey the Master's command and not resist anymore, and he reflects that he would surely be synthesized. Meanwhile, Party 3 has been transported to the 15th floor, and Nokin says they should get ready to kill. Han contemplates that whether Party 3 clears the 15th floor or not is a complete gamble, and at the same time, Nokin looks around in shock as he realizes where they are. In the waiting room, everyone stands waiting to know if Party 3 will succeed or fail. Han reasons that it has been 5 minutes since the party entered the stage, and it seems they are doing fine, as he has not gotten any messages. Suddenly, the system announces that they failed the mission and that all members of Party 3 have been annihilated. This shocks Han, and he realizes that it must have been a special mission. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the tower, and everyone seems to tumble. Isel appears and reveals that the master has thrown his phone in frustration and logged out. She then pulls Han's shirt while crying, asking what to do about the problem, but he tells her to let him go, as there are a lot of people watching them. Han, maintaining his composure, urges everyone to return to their routines, as there is nothing more to watch. Jenna asks about Party 3, and he tells her that they are all dead. Han reflects that they were all wiped out before they even got started, and they probably did not get any hints about the 15th floor raid, so they died for nothing. Jenna, who is still surprised, points out that the party just went in, and Han says it shows how bad they are. After that, Master Anything didn't log in for a long time. Isel appears in her pajamas crying to Han while he is training, asking what to do, but he tells her to go back to sleep as he is training. He says they just need to live their lives as usual, such as waking up, eat breakfast, train, eat lunch, train again, and then more training until dinner. Isel points out that it has already been 10 days, and the other one-star heroes are all starting to slack off. She says they are all getting loose because there is no master or synthesis to worry about, and that no one even goes to the weekday dungeon anymore, other than a few. Han reminds her that 10 days in the game means 3 days on Earth. Suddenly, there is a notification that the master has logged in, and Isel's mood brightens immediately, but the master only takes a screenshot and logs out, leaving Isel bewildered. She wonders if the master is planning to quit, but Han says the master did something. He reminds her that he took a screenshot. She asks why he did that, and Han teases her, saying it was maybe to be used as a souvenir. Han asks Estelle about her hobby. She reveals that it's surfing the web. He asks if she can connect to the internet, and she says she can. Han then says she will have to help him. Estelle understands that he wants to use the internet from inside the game and tells him that he can, and he asks why she is hesitating. Estelle explains that interfering with information from another dimension isn't easy and involves penalties, and she have to collect all the intervening points left over by the master. She says if he's just going to look, he will have more than an hour, but if he wants to directly intervene by writing a post or commenting, he will have much less time. Han comments that it sounds difficult, and she agrees, saying she hates it, and it has been forever since she visited the Ragnaloki blog. Han tells her that still, he has to use the internet, and Estelle hesitates for a while before accepting, saying that as long as it is for him, she will do it. She uses her fairy power to grant him temporary internet access, warning that she can't maintain it for long, while mimicking Goku when he gathers energy to form the spirit bomb. He asks if she has to stand in that weird position, and she says it helps her focus. She urges him to hurry, but he tells her to stay quiet if she is tired, and he will do it quickly. Han visits the Pick Me Up official forum. He thinks that it has been a while since he logged into the site, and he goes through the job discussion board. There, he discovers a post from Master Anything, who says he is struggling with recent gameplay. The master uploads a screenshot of his waiting room and seeks help, while Han looks at the hero's illustrations and is surprised at how his game character illustration looks and wonders who drew these illustrations. He notices that everyone in the comments is roasting Master Anything for his terrible gameplay, as some even claim that he got carried by his heroes, and others saying that his stage 4 "I'm so good" disease may be infectious. Realizing that he does not have much time, as Estelle is reaching her limit, Han reflects that if he hands over the documents in his cloud to Master Anything, then Master Anything should change. Han comments on the post, telling Anything to check his email and that he just needs to read what he sent. This catches the attention of other users, with some asking him where has he been all this time, and others begging him for advice. Han realizes that he should have replied anonymously, while Estelle is barely holding on. Estelle collapses from exhaustion, asking Han if everything went well, and he tells her good work and that he got it done, and that now it depends on how Master Anything takes it. She curiously asks what he sent to the master, and he replies that he sent his play records and others. She stands quickly in excitement, asking if it's the text of the heavens. He asks what she means, and she explains that there are rumors that the tutorial that is out there is not the complete one, and the real one is kept by Loki, which is Han's game name. Estelle continues, saying that it is said that the book has everything about the game, and she asks if Han sent that book to Master Anything. Han says she is half right, as he sent his play records and the documents containing his analysis of more than 2 years, and that it's almost like a thesis. As Estelle seems to insist on believing that Han has the legendary book, Han reflects that what he sent does not contain every single thing about Pick Me Up, but that it's true that it has his everything. Although he doesn't know whether Master Anything will actually read it all, as it is very lengthy, about 3 to 4 books long, since he never thought anyone else would read it. Han reasons that if the master reads everything and really understands it, then things will get very interesting, whether he loses interest in the game and quit, or if he will try again. The master finally logs back in, and Han thinks that the master has finally arrived. Estelle tells Han that the master has bought him a gift, which is a warhorse statue that costs 5,000 gold. Han tells her to give it to him, and Estelle asks Han if he will break it again. But Han accepts the statue and tells Estelle that he edited the end of the document before sending it, and he put in a sentence saying to gift a hero he likes a warhorse statue more than twice. Han reasons that the master read the entire document. He contemplates that he does not need a casual player as a master, and if the master really intends to climb the tower, he needs to be at his level, otherwise he will not be able to control him. He reflects that the master probably does not understand the entire document well, but if he has the will, he will make him the best he can be, and the system notifies the master that Party 1 is operable. Later, Estelle asks Han what if the master didn't change, but he says that's not possible. He asks, when is the next chance to use the internet, and she explains that it depends on how fast the intervention points are collected. He asks what an intervention point is, and she explains that it is what Moebius uses to mess with cause and effect and the rules. She says when the master logs in, the points pile up, and it piles up faster if they go up a floor level too. Isel then talks about the gems, saying they are the physical embodiments of these points, a jewel containing the power of creation. He asks if that is the kind of power spending real-life money has, and she says a human's money can possess a great deep-seated grudge, and while cyber money is great, cash is better. She says if he brings cash to the headquarters, he will get a 1% bonus reward, but Han says 1% is a Scrooge amount. Han steps out of his room to see his party members waiting for him. He tells them they are going out for a while, and they have rested too long, and that they are taking back their refusal to fight. The system notifies the master saying that he has changed the minds of the heroes, and Jenna replies to Han that she does not care either way. But it is good to be back. He asks if she is itching to fight, but Iolka replies that she is not really interested in fighting. Han gives her a deadly stare, and she quickly says she is itching to fight. Eren points out that they are still a group of 4, and they are lacking a member, but Han tells him not to worry. Soon, Isel tells Edis that the master asked her to join Party 1 temporarily. Edis joins the party and asks Han if he has taken back his refusal to fight, to which he replies yes, and then she asks about the master, and Han tells her that she'll see. The system tells the master that Party 2 is operable and that Edis has joined Party 1. The crack of space and time is opened, and as they enter the dungeon, Edis informs Han that she will not be able to stay long, and he replies that he does not intend on asking her to stay long and that she can lead Party 2 again once they clear the 15th floor. The system shows that the current challenge is the 8th floor and that the gates will open in 10 seconds, telling them to get ready. When they arrive at the 8th floor, Han tells his party members to show off what they have been training. In the dungeon, Han and his party showcase improved teamwork and abilities. Iolka's magic becomes faster and more powerful, while Jenna demonstrates her growing expertise in archery. Han notes that Iolka can now cast in 10 seconds what used to take her 40 seconds before, as he skillfully kills many enemies in his path. Edis observes their progress, wondering why she was even called to join in the first place, as she feels unnecessary. After clearing the stage, Han reflects that since Jenna can shoot so much faster than before, he can trust her to have his back. Jenna asks Edis if she was bored, and she replies that it was fun to watch. This makes Han reason that Edis has not adjusted to the party, but she is clever, and she will find her role soon. He also noticed that Iolka has gotten much more flexible with her magic too, and it is definitely different from the last time. Iolka asks if they are done for the day, as she is tired from using magic, but Han drags her with him, saying it's not over. She argues that she gets tired when she uses magic, and he says she will not have to work too much, but Iolka says she does not trust Han, as she has been deceived by those same words one too many times. The system notifies the master that there is a member available for research and tells the master to try starting a research, as accomplishments from research is the basis to a smooth-functioning lobby, and the master agrees. Iolka asks why Han brought her to the magic hall, and he reminds her that he said she would not have to exert herself physically, as what she needs to do is research. The system recommends Iolka as the researcher to the master, and the master agrees with the choice. Isel then suddenly appears, which scares Iolka, and she tells her not to pop out like that again. Isel tells her to get used to it, and she shows her a desk saying she needs to solve the problems there and put it in the container close to her. Iolka goes through the stuff and realizes that it's what she learned in the Magic Academy, and she asks why she has to do it. Isel yells that the master ordered her to do it, so she should do that if she does not want a lecture. Han goes through the books in the room, and he realizes that he cannot read them. Meanwhile, Iolka starts solving the problems and begins earning research points. The system says she will be earning 10 points per hour, and Han reasons that the efficiency is not good, but he relates it to the fact that Iolka does not have any research skills. A research time of 3 hours per day is set by the system, and a tip tells the master that the researcher may be disgruntled if the research time is set for too long, as the heroes have their own lives as well. Isel informs Iolka that she has to do research for 3 hours every day, and Iolka complains, saying it hurts her head. She says it is not easy, as she is already dying trying to solve it, but adding that to her schedule means she is being treated like a slave. Han reasons that Iolka is right, as she has a pretty impacted schedule, he thinks of a way to maintain Iolka's drive without losing time and tells Isel that he has a request for the master. Han requests a fur coat, and the master buys it for him. He then gives it to Iolka, saying he knows she wanted this and that this is upfront payment. Iolka holds the fur coat, saying Han is shameless for trying to change her mind with gifts. He tells her he will just take it back if she doesn't want it, but she holds onto the coat, asking who said she doesn't want it. Han reflects that Master Anything continues to change things. He sent members to the weekday dungeons and had weapons created in the equipment area. He also formed a new Party 3, and it was a newbie party made of newcomers. Han reasons that the Master has definitely changed, and that is not bad. Now in the research room with Iolka, she tells him that even if she can only use flame-type magic, she is good with theories on other stuff, and she thinks he is pretty talented. She then asks if he has any interest in learning magic. As Han contemplates her words, she says it will be hard for just her to teach him, but it will be possible with the books available in this place. Han reflects that, as a 2-star, his class is beginner, and he can choose a class from 3-star onwards. But at his rate, he will probably become a warrior, but if he fulfills the conditions, he can open the path to a hidden class. One of those hidden classes is the Mage Swordsman, but Han remembers that just because it is a hidden class does not mean it is strong, and he declines the offer from Iolka as he prefers to focus on one thing. Iolka says he should inform her if he changes his mind, and Han points out that she is asking because she does not want to solve the problems on her own, and she quickly argues that he is wrong, which helps Han confirm that he is right. Iolka continues to solve the problems, and she asks how Han's life was before coming to this place. He says he was a farmer, but she calls him a liar as she does not think that is true, and he tells her to focus on the problems. Han watches Iolka thinking that she was a daughter of a renowned family before coming into the game, but her family was ruined because of war. Suddenly, a blue fire appears and sparks. Iolka stands in fear, asking Han what the fire is, and Han replies that it's beginning. A system notification announces that research progress has unlocked the hero reaction feature, and the goddess has blessed the lobby. As a blue light flies near Iolka, Han reasons that there are 3 options in research: the hero reaction research, the dungeon depth research, and the lobby explanation research, and that Master Anything had chosen to unlock hero reaction research with 30 points. Iolka asks what the blue light is as she does not feel good, but Han tells her to try saying stat windows. As she says it, the system appears in front of her, showing her stats, and he explains that it shows her abilities in numbers. Han reflects that Party 3 died because they did not know the exact mission, and they did not know the conditions to clear the floor because they could not see the system. But the hero reaction research makes that possible. Iolka says she can see all her abilities and skills, and Han says they should go tell the others. As they step out of the room, Han sees Eren running away from the blue light and yelling that a ghost as a blue light keeps following him around. Han stops him, saying it is not a ghost, and the light enters through Eren's chest, making him feel calm. As Jenna looks at her stats, she comments that this must be what Han was always looking at. He asks how she knew that, and she explains that she heard him mumbling to himself sometimes, so she just copied what he said. The day ends with the group exploring the implications of the stats window. Jenna asks if they can really get stronger because of the levels, stats, and skills. She then remembers that she feels like she had gotten stronger after a fight sometimes. Iolka says she can't believe it, as this isn't even possible for a great mage. She asks how Han got to know about it, as they have never heard of it before, and he replies that he just happened to come across it. Iolka does not believe this, and she tries to argue, but Jenna interrupts that Han got there first before the rest of them. Han agrees, saying he has a lot of experience, but Iolka still feels that he is suspicious. She says it is okay if he does not want to tell her, as everyone has secrets, and it is true that his advice was helpful. Jenna agrees with her, saying Han is amazing, and Iolka says she is great at sucking up to people, but Jenna says it is not sucking up, but survival tactics. Han ignored them, thinking that if they survive until the end, he will tell them everything then, and if it comes to that, it will be time to say goodbye too. The next day, the information about the stats window was spread to everyone through Jenna. Most could see only a part of their stats window, as the research level was low, and some could not see their stats window at all. While training, Jenna asks Han if it is a skill to deflect everything, and she says it is not fair, as she cannot even get one hit in. Han points out that if there is skill to deflect, there should be a skill to oppose it. She wonders how that is possible, but Han swiftly lunges, launching a surprise attack that catches her off guard, and she falls to the ground, dodging Han's strike. She questions if Han is trying to kill her, and he reassures her that as long as he doesn't kill her with one hit, they're fine since they are in the lobby. He explains that leveling up her skills will be challenging without raising the training difficulty, and he advises her to be more determined, aggressively advancing with an attack she barely manages to evade. Han reasons that their previous training methods are no longer fun, and that now they will use real weapons instead of training ones, and there are no rules. He declares that the new method will involve fighting until their opponent is at death's door. As they continue to fight, onlookers praise Han's prowess, amazed by his skill. One of them remarks on a rumor that Han was a farmer, questioning its validity, but considering Han's upper hand in the spar, another dismisses the rumor as a lie. As the protagonist unleashes an attack, Jenna flips backward, questioning what kind of training this is. Han challenges her, asking if she's ready to surrender, and reminding her that Eren is also waiting. Han wonders if he has to train them both at once, but Eren expresses reluctance as he has a record of losing all 32 matches to Han. In contrast, Jenna, despite her record of 18 losses out of 19 matches, resolves to keep trying and refocuses herself to confront Han. Han sternly lunges at Jenna again, but his advance is interrupted by a sudden dagger attack, which he skillfully dodges. Startled by her precision, he notices a crimson glimmer in her eyes as she quickly fires an arrow at him. The system notifies Jenna that she has learned the skill weakness detection. Using her new ability, she unleashes a barrage of consecutive arrows, making it increasingly difficult for Han to evade. Intrigued, Han asks where she picked up such a skill. Jenna reveals that she remembered his earlier advice about opposing skills and figured one out herself. Amused by her quick thinking, Han resumes the sparring match. This time, Jenna dominates with her enhanced archery skills. She forces Han to dodge her first arrow, uses the second or third to target his weak spots, and incorporates feints to mislead him. Her persistence pays off as her basic archery skill reaches level 6. Han, impressed by her rapid progress, finds himself struggling to fend off her relentless attacks. Acknowledging her growth, he silently reminds himself not to let his guard down as he wonders if he will lose. The bystanders, astonished by their duel, question whether they're even human. A man says Han is great, but Jenna is also amazing. Eren, watching anxiously, grows more uneasy about the widening skill gap between himself and his teammates. Due to the intensity of the fight, Han struggles to close the distance between them. He reasons that he needs to use the shield only in case of emergency, and since the training is to obtain a new skill, he needs to do better than just looking at the target. Determined to improve, he starts focusing on detecting the intent behind Jenna's attacks. Just as an arrow is about to hit him, the system notifies him that his thrust defense and basic swordsmanship skills have leveled up, granting him the insight skill. With his newfound abilities, Han deflects and dodges Jenna's arrows effortlessly, menacingly closing the gap between them. This sudden shift in the fight catches Jenna off guard, and she stumbles to the ground while attempting to defend herself. After a grueling match, Han overpowers Jenna and mockingly declares his 19th victory, and Jenna, who is stunned, calls him a monster in disbelief. Following the spar, Han reviews his updated stats, noting his new skills. Meanwhile, Jenna and Eren examine their own attribute window. Jenna lists her growing array of skills, including basic archery, basic dagger technique, switching, rapid fire, Hawkeye, etc., which only heightens Eren's insecurities. Sensing his anxiety, Han reassures him that strength isn't defined by the number of skills, but by how well they synergize with one's level. Thinking of his contrasting composure and berserker skill, Han reflects that if one has an incompatible skill, it could do more harm than good. But he understands that his skills are a special case. Han reasons that Jenna has 9 skills, so she's top tier. The next day, Jenna undergoes her promotion process, while Han attempts to combine stones for his own advancement. His efforts fail despite an 87% success rate. When it's Jenna's turn, she successfully combines a stone, and as she enters the promotion chamber, she jokingly asks if she will die. Han reasons that his promotion was a special case because Tell interfered, but he assumes Jenna will see something different from what he saw. After a while, Jenna's promotion process is completed, and she becomes a 2-star hero. As she steps out of the chamber, she approaches Han, mentioning a peculiar dream about the forest where she used to live was on fire. Han dismisses it, advising her not to dwell on it. He asks what else happened, and she says it felt like a weight was lifted off her shoulders. Han reflects that promotions often awaken forgotten memories, and he speculates that the heroes are in a state of amnesia at the moment, but at about 4 to 5 star, they will realize the truth about their summoning and what happened to their world. Not long after, Eren also completes his promotion, becoming a 2-star hero. Han reasons that he does not know what dream Eren had, but he became more driven after his promotion. After training, Eren realizes that Han is still training, and he asks if he is not going back yet. Han replies that he still has something to do, and Eren says Han works harder than him, so he also needs to try harder. But Han tells him that he will ruin his body if he overworks himself. As Eren leaves, Han trains alone. Using his berserker skill, he reasons that it is still not complete, as although he got stronger, he cannot focus his power where he wants to. He reflects that if he activates his berserk skill, he becomes stronger, but his skills fall in efficiency and he loses his composure. He reasons that if he can synergize his berserk and composure skills, they would have combined just like his basic sword shield technique. If 2 skills are compatible, they become 1. Edis visits him and comments that he is working so hard at night. He asks why she is there, and she says she wanted to ask him something before going to the 12th floor. She says his party is not made up of people who are used to battles, as Jenna was a forest keeper, Eren was a hunter, and he was a farmer, but she thinks she doesn't believe the farmer part. Han agrees with her, asking what she means, and she asks if he has ever killed a person before. Han points out that her party climbed the 12th floor, and he asks if she wants to know how determined his party is. She agrees, saying she wants to know how determined he is to survive. Han reminds her that he is there at the cost of others' lives, as 3 people were synthesized into him, so she should know the answer already. Edis agrees that he is right, as he basically killed the pulverizing wolves mercenaries, and Han asks if she is trying to insult him. She tries to clarify her words, but he ignores it, saying whatever appears in the stage is a monster, and all she has to do is kill it. Edis points out that he may see it like that, but his party members may not see it that way, and he responds that he needs to get new members if that is true. As she tries to argue with him, he reassures her that he knows them well, and she does not need to worry. The following day, the space-time rift opens and the party enters. Jenna asks if he thinks they will be fighting on the 11th floor again, but Han says they have done that enough, and it will probably be the 12th floor. The system notifies them that they are going to the 12th floor, as the door is opening. Han reminds them to do what they need to do no matter what happens. Jenna replies that she knows that, and he says if she knows that, she should do better. The party is teleported to the 12th floor, and a notification appears that their objective is to annihilate their enemies. Jenna gets ready to fight, about to pull out an arrow while asking where the enemies are, but she suddenly freezes and becomes shocked as they encounter human soldiers telling them to stop and put down their weapons and identify themselves. Jenna questions why there are human soldiers in front of them, while Edis is visibly bothered by the situation.